Chapter 105. Hearing Ning Tian's words, Ling Ao smiled. Ancestral Master, we came out after you. These people should have come out after you, right? Ling Ao looked around. All kinds of doors opened, and many people came out. Tianmo cult disciples, Heavenly Treasure Sacred Ground, Lingshu sect, One Sword sect, and Hachi sect all came out of the door of life and death one after another. Seeing so many people, Ning Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. How could so many people come out of the dream world? What kind of dream did you experience? Ning Tian asked in surprise. Dream world? Ling Ao and Zhu Yuanbo were stunned. The two of them looked at each other, and then looked at Ning Tian in confusion. Ancestral Master, what dream world? Ning Tian was silent for a moment. He seemed to have thought of something, and a few black lines appeared on his forehead. Don't tell me that the two of you came out of the door of life. Yeah, Ling Ao and Zhu Yuanbo nodded seriously. What's wrong, Ancestral Master? As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them looked at Ning Tian. Ancestral Master, what's wrong? Why is your face so dark? Ancestral Master, this is a sign of kidney deficiency. Zhu Yuanbo chuckled, took out a small jade bottle, and lowered his voice to Ning Tian. Ancestral Master, this is the Heavenly Treasure Sacred Grounds collection of essential body-replenishing spiritual pills for male cultivators. It only costs 3,000 spirit coins. What do you think? Also, let me tell you, young Master Ling just bought 2 of them. Ling Ao's face darkened. Hey, damn fatty, what happened to the promise of absolute confidentiality? Zhu Yuanbo chuckled. No need. Ning Tian shook his head. Spirit coins were the common currency of the profound sky world. However, he did not bring a single one with him because he had no use for them at the moment. Did you mean that you came out of the gate of life and not the gate of dreams? Ning Tian looked at the two of them again. That's right. After I entered, I encountered a few evil souls at the peak of the Earth King realm. After I killed them, I arrived at a waiting space, where I met Zhu Yuanbo. Ling Ao said slowly. At the side, Zhu Yuanbao also nodded in agreement. At this time, Ning Tian seemed to understand that the gate of life was not an absolute gate of death. Outside of the gate of dreams, there was a real gate of life. F***CK, system, you tricked me. Ning Tian cursed in his heart. The system felt wronged. Host, you can't blame the system for this. You can only blame it on the fact that Sansheng wasn't thinking about that when he used the mind-reading card. Alright. Hearing the system's words, Ning Tian could only nod and let it go. Wait, at this time, Ling Ao seemed to have thought of something. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he said involuntarily, Grandmaster, don't tell me. You came out of the Gate of Dreams. Gate of Dreams? Hearing this, many of the people who had walked out of the Real Gate of Life were shocked. They all looked over. So it's the legendary Grandmaster of the Tianmo cult. Did the legendary Grandmaster really come out of the Gate of Dreams? This is the dream realm set up by the great Emperor. Everyone was discussing, and their voices were full of surprise. TSK, this guy is so lucky. Why didn't he die in the Gate of Dreams? What a pity. In the One Sword sect, Lin Xiaoyaro hid among the disciples and looked at Ning Tian viciously. He sighed in his heart. Hearing Ling Ao's words, Ning Tian nodded lightly. Hiss, sure enough, he came out of the dream realm. Is the Grandmaster of the Tianmo cult really so strong? He's only in the Earth Monarch stage. Hearing Ning Tian's affirmation, Ling Ao and the others were shocked. While everyone was shocked, the system's beautiful voice sounded in Ning Tian's mind. You have shocked Ling Ao and the others. You are rewarded with the low-level Earth-rank martial art, sword technique, shadow following. Comprehending at 10 times the speed. Comprehension successful. Grandmaster, the remaining disciples of the Tianmo cult came over, each of them slightly injured. Of the 18 Tianmo cult disciples who came together, only 7 were left. It's okay, as long as you came out alive. You're injured, so heal yourselves. Ning Tian looked at the 7 of them and sighed. No one expected that the Celestial Master's mausoleum would change into the Great Emperor's mausoleum. Along the way, There were a lot of dangers for no reason. Hearing Ning Qian's words, the remaining disciples of the Qianmo cult nodded and prepared to heal their injuries. Seeing this, Zhu Yuanbo immediately came over, looking like a profiteer. He chuckled and said, "Brothers of the Qianmo cult, do you need a healing spirit pill? It's not expensive, 5,000 spirit coins for one." The disciples of the Qianmo cult were speechless. Ning Qian glanced at this guy and thought to himself, is the reason why the heavenly treasure Holy Land is so rich because of their profiteering? There's no need. You can keep your healing spiritual pills for yourself. While the disciples of the Qianmo cult were in a dilemma, Ning Qian shook his head at Zhu Yuanbo. "Ah, I see. All right then." Zhu Yuanbo sighed in his heart. It seemed that the legendary patriarch of the Qianmo cult was a shrewd calculator. With him around, it would be difficult for him to do business. After rejecting Zhu Yuanbo, Ning Qian looked at the 7 disciples. "Swallow the healing baodan that you carry with you and prepare to recover." "Yes, Patriarch." The 7 of them nodded. Immediately, they took out jade bottles from their clothes, took out the healing baodan from them, and swallowed it. Although it was only a baodan, Ning Qian had a way to make it work. After the 7 Qianmo cult disciples swallowed the baodan, Ning Qian's spirit energy turned into a guzheng. He played the strings, and heavenly music sounded. Hearing this, the surrounding people were stunned. The legendary patriarch of the Qianmo cult was in such a good mood. He was actually playing the guzheng here. Ning Qian calmed down and activated the 20 entertainment path spiritual meridians in his body. Entertainment path activated. The music of healing played. Then, accompanied by the sound of the guzheng, the injuries of the 7 Qianmo cult disciples were continuously healed with the help of the healing baodan. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were shocked. The legendary patriarch actually had such a skill. You have shocked everyone. Reward, spirit energy cultivation plus 300. A few minutes later, the guzheng with spirit energy dissipated, and the bursts of heavenly music slowly stopped. The injuries of the 7 Qianmo cult disciples were more than half healed. "Thank you, Patriarch." The 7 of them felt that their injuries were healed, and their faces were full of joy. No need to say more. Ning Qian waved his hand, put away the guzheng, and waited silently. The entire lake had been divided into several major forces. They all stood by the lake, waiting. If the gate of life and death was the 2nd level, then the 3rd level would be next. Chapter 106. While waiting for the 3rd trial, Ning Qian didn't stay idle. He checked his personal attributes on the system interface. Host, Ning Qian, Strength, Earth King 4 stars, Constitution, Heavenly God Constitution, Small Success, Cultivation Method, Divine Level Cultivation Method Heavenly God Record, Small Success, Martial Arts, Swimming Dragon Step, Heavenly Demon Palm, Heavenly Sound Attack, Flash and Shift, Sword Technique, Shadow Following, etc. Cultivation Method, 10 times Cultivation, Martial Arts Comprehension, 10 times Comprehension, Spiritual Energy Absorption, 10 times Absorption. The above was Ning Qian's personal attribute interface. Seeing the small success of the Heavenly God Constitution, Ning Qian frowned. It seemed that his Heavenly God Constitution was only at the small success stage. This was not surprising. Apart from the fact that he had the Heavenly God Constitution, coupled with the system's tenfold speed of cultivation, his cultivation speed was extremely fast, and he had the Lightning Calamity Spirit Vein. The Heavenly God Constitution was almost useless. It turned out that his Heavenly God Constitution was only at the small success stage. But, how could he upgrade the Heavenly God Constitution? After thinking for a long time, it was still to no avail. There were more and more people around the lake. Ning Qian counted. Including them, there were about 90 people left on the lake. TSK, Ning Qian couldn't help but sigh. Before entering the mausoleum of the great emperor, there were hundreds of people, but now there were only about 90 people left. A large number of people died under the pressure of the great emperor. Now, there were only about 90 people left in the door of life and death. Of those who survived, apart from Ning Qian, most of them were lucky to have survived. Another 10 minutes passed. Most of the people who were injured in the door of life and death had already recovered. In these 10 minutes, no door opened again. They were probably the only ones who walked out of the door of life and death. Those people either died in the door of life and death or fell into endless dreams. Boom. Suddenly, a roar came from the lake. Boom. The earth shook and the mountains shook. The entire lake seemed to be boiling. What's going on? Is something going to happen? Seeing this situation, the surrounding people swallowed their saliva, their eyes filled with nervousness. Patriarch, look over there. At this moment, a Tianmo cult disciple seemed to have discovered something and hurriedly pointed in a direction. Hearing that, Ning Tian looked over, and so did the others. On the island in the middle of the lake, the towering ancient tree shook violently. One could vaguely see several balls of light hidden within the leaves, emitting a faint light. What's that? Everyone was stunned. Ning Tian narrowed her eyes. She looked through the light and saw what was inside. Shockingly, they were weapons. Judging from its aura, it was at least a spiritual weapon. What are you trying to do? Looking at those weapons, Ning Tian's eyes didn't have the slightest bit of greed. Just now, the dream of greed was full of immortal weapons, which didn't attract him. Naturally, these weapons wouldn't be of any use. He was even more puzzled. These balls of light enveloped the weapons and were hidden between the leaves. What was he trying to do? Could it be related to the third trial? At this moment, many people in the surroundings also discovered that within the ball of light, there were many weapons. Wow! These are all weapons. The lowest grade is a spiritual weapon. A glint flashed in the eyes of the group of people. Unlike Ning Tian, they were the patriarchs of the Tianmo cult and didn't lack spiritual weapons at all. To them, spiritual weapons were a fatal attraction. A suitable spiritual weapon could increase one's battle prowess. Hey, aren't they just some spiritual weapons? Do they have to be so excited? Seeing the group of people's excitement, Zhu Yuanbo touched the immortal weapon in his hand with a puzzled expression. The surrounding people, the corners of their mouths twitched. At this moment, they felt that the damn fatty of the heavenly treasure sacred ground was so annoying. F***CK. That's an immortal weapon. At this moment, everyone's eyes were attracted by an extremely bright light. Its ball of light was far brighter than the surrounding spiritual weapon balls of light. This must be an immortal weapon. Damn. There's more than one. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people instantly widened their eyes. Their breathing quickened, and their eyes burned. Immortal weapons. They're all immortal weapons. Huff, I can't take it anymore. Immortal weapons, I want them. The temptation of immortal weapons made their eyes red. A burly man roared, and his holy emperor aura erupted as he charged toward the island in the lake. Boom. At this moment, an aura appeared, and a black figure appeared in front of the towering ancient tree. He looked indifferently at the burly man who was about to charge over and raised his hand. How dare you? How dare you break the rules? You're courting death. The moment he raised his hand, his spiritual chi turned into a giant palm and landed lightly. Boom. The giant palm of spiritual chi slapped the burly man to the ground. When he raised his hand again, the holy emperor expert was already a bloody mess. Hiss, he killed a 3-star holy emperor expert in an instant. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people who wanted to charge over suddenly changed their expressions. A trace of shock flashed in their eyes, and their hearts were filled with joy. Fortunately, they hesitated and didn't follow. Otherwise, they would have ended up like the burly man. Everyone looked at the black-robed figure. He had a handsome face and looked very young. Senior, may I ask who you are? Ling Ao looked at the black-robed man, bowed, and asked carefully. Ning Tian also looked at the black-robed man. For some reason, he felt that the black-robed man looked familiar. Emperor, Sansheng. The black-robed man said indifferently. His eyes were cold. Third. Sansheng. Everyone was stunned. Then, they reacted. This black-robed man was Sansheng? So, it's him. Ning Tian understood. He was also wondering why he looked familiar. Senior Sansheng, weren't you outside? Everyone asked in confusion. Wasn't this the trial? Also, Why did this Sansheng look so much younger? The one outside is the remnant soul of the Emperor, and the Emperor is just an examiner who stayed behind long ago, the young Sansheng said indifferently. His tone was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. This was completely different from how he was in his old age. Then, Senior Sansheng, this lake is the third trial, right? At this moment, Ning Tian said slowly. That's right. The young three-sage great emperor nodded. This lake will be your third trial. This is the third trial. Hearing the young Sansheng's words, everyone was stunned. What would the third trial be like? Everyone's eyes were on the three saint emperors. The young three-saint heavenly emperor slowly said, the third trial is to form teams of 10 and take the light weapons from the ancient tree behind me. Note that not just any weapon will do. It has to be an immortal weapon. If you don't get an immortal weapon, the outcome is simple. One word, death. Chapter 107. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines when they heard the word die. They would definitely die if they didn't get an immortal artifact. This, Senior Sansheng, how many immortal artifacts are there in this light orb? A young man asked. 10 people, 10 light orbs, and 1 immortal artifact. The young Sansheng said lightly. 10 people, 10 light orbs for 1 immortal artifact. Hiss. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed, and they all sucked in a breath of cold air. According to Sansheng's words, 10 people would get 1 immortal artifact. Did that not mean that only 1 out of 10 people could survive? Such a low survival rate. At this moment, everyone looked at the people around them as if they were looking at a great enemy. Under such circumstances, some people could not even trust their own sect. Only 1 out of 10 people could survive. Out of the 90 people present, only 9 would survive. What's wrong? The young Sansheng glanced at everyone and said indifferently, don't tell me you're dissatisfied with the Emperor's words. No, we wouldn't dare. How can we not dare if it's Sansheng? Everyone shook their heads when they heard that. Cold sweat ran down their backs. In that case, let's begin, said the third Saint Emperor indifferently. Then, he waved his hand and everyone's bodies flew into the air uncontrollably. They did not even have a chance to struggle. Is this the power of a great emperor? Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. The feeling of having their lives in someone else's hands was too unbearable. Get ready. I'm going to assign people on the spot. The young Sansheng's voice rang out. Everyone prayed in their hearts. It would be best if they were assigned some weak people so that they could survive. Most of them were praying for the weak to be assigned. However, Ning Tian heard the thoughts of Ling Ao and Zhu Yuanbo from the mind-reading card. Ling Ao and Zhu Yuanbo thought, holy sha *T, please don't assign us to the ancestral master, please. I still want to live for 2 more years. Ning Tian was speechless. Was he that scary? These 2 fellows were Saint Emperors. Why did it feel like they were so cowardly? Sansheng's power appeared. Then, everyone felt as if space was moving, and their bodies were moving along with it. A few seconds later, the sense of movement disappeared. Immediately, the crowd turned to look beside them. Seeing that there were weaklings around, he heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing that there were experts here, tears flowed down his cheeks. He was done for. Ling Ao and Zhu Yuanbo were not assigned together. When they saw that Ning Tian was not beside them, they were relieved. Fortunately, the monstrous patriarch is not by my side. My little life is saved. That was what the 2 of them thought. After that, Ning Tian looked to his side. His group consisted of 3 disciples from the Solitary Sword sect, 3 from the Fusion sect, and 3 Saint Kings from Celestial Exalts. 6 righteous disciples? Seeing the 6 of them, Ning Tian narrowed his eyes. Without a doubt, these 6 people would definitely have some thoughts about him. He had to be careful. Phew, seeing Ning Tian and the others, the 3 Saint Kings heaved a sigh of relief. Including Ning Tian, the rest were all Earth Kings. They were not a threat to them. Although the patriarch of the Tianmo cult was a little strange, it was fine as long as they did not provoke him. Ha. Among the 3 from the Solitary Sword sect, Lin Xiaoyaro happened to be among them. He looked at Ning Tian viciously. Ning Tian, oh Ning Tian, It seems that the heavens have no way to save people. You are destined to die in my hands. Although Lin Xiaoyao's Taoist heart was damaged, his strength was still at the 8 stars of the Earth King realm. It was just that he could not make any progress. And the 5 people beside him were all his helpers. Today, he would make Ning Qian die here. Emperor, I'll emphasize it again. At that moment, young Sansheng's voice sounded. After you start, Emperor will hide the light balls. You will not be able to see the weapons with your naked eyes. When your hand touches the weapon light ball, it means that you have chosen this weapon light ball. It cannot be changed, and others cannot snatch it. Emperor has an hourglass in his hand. If the hourglass ends and you don't touch it, it will be considered a failure. So, don't think about wasting time. Touch and lock on. There was a time limit. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. If that was the case, they had to think twice before acting. Get ready to begin. Young Sansheng did not give them any time to think at all. He directly pulled out a group of 10 people. Then, he waved his hand. In front of the ancient tree, there were only 10 light balls left. He waved his hand again. The 10 light balls that were originally visible instantly became hazy. Even their auras were exactly the same. Seeing this scene, many of the powerhouses who wanted to use their auras to identify them felt their hearts sink. There was no aura. How were they going to choose? Did they really have to rely on fate? You guys, begin. Young Sansheng looked at the 10 nervous people. As his voice fell, a Saint Emperor took the lead and flew into the sky. Haha, everyone, I'll be going first. His idea was simple. Most of the people in his group were Earth Kings and could not fly. He could use the advantage of being a Saint Emperor and fly directly in front of the 10 light balls to slowly consider. Damn it! When they saw this scene, the other Earth King realm experts gritted their teeth and had helpless expressions on their faces. That was the advantage of being able to fly. Haha, I want both the immortal artifact and my life. The Saint Emperor flew into the sky and laughed loudly. He was very fast and rushed to the center of the lake. He was very close to the ancient tree. Boom! Suddenly, a burst of aura exploded. The Saint Emperor's body suddenly fell from the sky. What? Why can't we fly here? A trace of shock flashed in the Saint Emperor's eyes. Then, he wanted to circulate his spiritual energy to ensure that he would not fall into the water. Roar! At this moment, a huge wave suddenly rose in the water, and then a huge black shadow rushed out of the water. Just one bite. Then, he swallowed the Saint Emperor into his mouth. Then, it dived into the water again. The whole process did not even take a second. Everyone did not even see the black shadow's appearance clearly. They only saw a huge splash. Just now, what was that? Everyone was panicking. What a powerful flood dragon. A trace of seriousness flashed in Ning Qian's eyes. Although that thing only appeared for a second, he saw the black shadow's appearance clearly. It was a dragon. Its strength was very strong. It was probably much stronger than the black dragon riders of the Tianmo cult. Seeing that the Saint Emperor was swallowed, a trace of shock flashed in the eyes of the other 9 people. They thought to themselves, we can't fly in the sky, we can only pass through the water, otherwise, we might be swallowed by that black shadow. Damn it! A person stood out. I don't believe that my Shadow Step sect's Shadow Step can't pass through. Chapter 108. Shadow Step Sect. Hearing this person's words, everyone was stunned. This Shadow Step sect was only a heavenly venerable faction. However, they were famous for their speed. Everyone's attention was on the Shadow Step sect disciple. Could he succeed? The Shadow Step sect disciple took a deep breath and looked at the island. Immediately, the spirit chi under his feet began to circulate. Damn it, let's go all out. There was a loud shout. The Shadow Step sect disciple turned into a shadow and flashed across the lake. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had crossed 2/5 of the lake. So fast. Can he succeed? Seeing this speed, everyone was shocked and their eyes were burning. In the blink of an eye. Another 1/5 of the way. Is he going to succeed? Everyone was puzzled. The Shadow Step sect disciple's face was already filled with joy. Boom. At this moment, a whirlpool appeared in the lake below him, and then a black shadow rushed out of the lake. Roar! In an instant, the water dissipated, and the shadow step-sect disciple had fallen into the black shadow's stomach and entered the water. The surroundings were silent, and everyone's faces were ugly. Before choosing a weapon, they had to avoid the pursuit of the demonic beast at the bottom of the lake. The third sage Great Emperor did not mention this. However, they did not dare to have any dissatisfaction. Then, the remaining 8 people, seeing the hourglass in Sansheng's hand continue to flow, began to try. Trying was better than waiting for death. A few minutes later, there were some faint bloodstains on the lake's surface. For these 10 heavenly venerable powerhouses, not to mention choosing a weapon, even reaching the island and crossing the lake had become a luxury. A short distance of 200 meters. But it was a dead end. Seeing this scene, Ning Tian pondered for a moment. He seemed to understand Sansheng's intention. This was very similar to what he said. The road to becoming a god was to destroy the road to becoming an emperor. The island on the lake was the battlefield of the battle for the deity position, and the distance from the lake to the island was the ancient road to becoming a god. Perhaps this was the obsession of the third Saint Emperor. After all, back then, he also fell on the ancient road to becoming a god, and did not even reach the battlefield of the battle for the deity position. For example, they had died on the lake before they could even touch the island. Group 1, annihilated. All 10 of them had died, but the young Sansheng was not moved in the slightest, as if it was a common occurrence. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. This was too difficult. This trial was far from being as simple as they had imagined. Next, the young Sansheng's gaze stopped at Ning Tian's group. Next, it's you guys. With a wave of his hand, Ning Tian and the others regained their freedom. Go! The 10 of them walked to the lakeside and looked at the distance of only 200 meters. However, at this moment, it seemed so far away. None of them moved. Because they knew that the first to move would definitely attract the demonic beast's attention. As long as the first person attracted attention, the other 9 people would make their move at that moment. Everyone. One of the 3 Saint Kings stepped forward. He looked at the 9 of them and suggested, "Everyone, we can't waste time like this, or we'll all die. In my opinion, why don't we all move together and rely on our own abilities when we reach the lake? In this way, no one will be at a disadvantage. What do you think?" Hearing this, the 9 of them thought for a moment and nodded. "I have no problem with that. I think so too." The Saint Emperor smiled. If that's the case, then it's settled. Immediately, the 10 of them circulated their spiritual chi and charged towards the island. They're actually moving together. In this case, let's see who's unlucky and will be attacked by the demonic beast. Seeing that Ning Tian and the others were moving together, the surrounding people exclaimed and their eyes flashed. If this method was feasible, they could use it as a reference later. Boom! 10 bursts of spiritual chi shot out. Ning Tian did not immediately use the swimming dragon steps and maintained his speed at a medium speed. As long as he did not charge at the front, he would still have a chance. Rumble. The surface of the lake began to ripple, and the 10 of them felt their hearts tighten. The demonic beast at the bottom of the lake was about to charge out. Boom! In the next moment, as expected, the demonic beast at the bottom of the lake charged towards a Saint King. The huge bloody mouth suddenly opened. However, the Saint King reacted quickly and dodged in a flash. That was close. Cold sweat flowed down his back. It seems that if I'm careful, I can dodge the dragon's attack. Ning Tian's eyes flashed. If he used the swimming dragon steps and dodged with all his might, he should be faster than the Saint King. Boom! At this moment, the surface of the lake beneath him rippled. Following that, the demonic beast at the bottom of the lake that had just failed to attack actually targeted him. Swimming dragon steps. Ning Tian roared in his heart as he stepped on the swimming dragon steps and turned into an afterimage. He dodged the attack of the demonic beast at the bottom of the lake. So fast. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people's eyes flashed with a trace of solemnity. Such speed was actually displayed by an Earth Monarch realm cultivator. As expected of the legendary founder of the Tianmo cult. Haha. Founder is amazing. Ling Ao's eyes flashed with starlight, as if he was a little fanboy. After the demonic beast at the bottom of the lake failed to attack, it hid at the bottom of the lake again. Phew, Ning Qian heaved a sigh of relief. It was really scary but not dangerous. Boom. However, before he could react, the sound of an explosion of spirit chi came from behind him. Chapter 109. Whoosh. Whoosh. Several flying swords appeared. Ning Qian's dragon flickered and dodged subconsciously. Sneak attack. Ning Qian frowned and turned around slowly. TSK, TSK. You dodged them. Ning Qian, you're really lucky. A cold voice sounded. Ning Qian turned around and saw that it was the disciple from the One Sword sect. You are. Ning Qian narrowed her eyes and looked at the disciple of the One Sword sect whose face was covered by a veil. You are Lin Xiaoyao? Ha ha ha. I didn't expect the legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult to recognize me. Lin Xiaoyao's eyes were ferocious. I can't think of anyone else who can sneak up on me from behind other than you, traitor Lin. Ning Qian said indifferently. Traitor. Traitor Lin. Lin Xiaoyao was stunned. You're thinking about someone else's wife. If you're not traitor Lin, then who is? Could it be traitor Cao? Ridiculous, Ning Qian said indifferently. You. Lin Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with killing intent. You're sharp-tongued. I won't argue with you. Today, I want you to die here. Attack. He waved his hand, and the 5 Earth King stage experts attacked Ning Qian together. Other than being disciples of the One Sword sect and the Fusion sect, they also had another identity. They were Lin Ba's trusted subordinates. Therefore, they would rather risk their lives to take Ning Qian away. Are they going to fight on the lake? Seeing this scene, the surrounding people had strange expressions. Were they not afraid of the monster at the bottom of the lake? Hihi, take your time. The other 3 Saint Emperors were overjoyed when they saw the commotion behind them. If they fought, not only would they attract the attention of the monster at the bottom of the lake, but they would also give them a lot of time to observe. Ning Qian, you must die today. From now on, I'll take care of your wife. Lin Xiaoyao laughed loudly, and a trace of madness flashed in his eyes. Courting death. Ning Qian's eyes flashed with killing intent. Dragons have reverse scales, and those who touch them will die. Lin Xiaoyao had clearly aroused the intense killing intent in his heart. I'm courting death. Ha ha ha. Lin Xiaoyao laughed wildly. There are 6 of us against you. Do you think you can kill us all? Ha ha ha. Really? Let's give it a try then. Ning Qian's eyes flashed with killing intent. The celestial god record revolved and thunder tribulation and the entertainment Tao spirit vein appeared behind him. This brat, seeing this, the young 3 sacred emperor realm masters' calm eyes flashed with a glint. Kill. Kill him. Under Lin Xiaoyao's command, 5 5-star Earth King stage experts charged at Ning Qian. Seeing this, Ning Qian unleashed his swimming dragon steps to the extreme. A flame appeared in his hand and turned into a flaming sword. Sword Dao activated. At this moment, Ning Qian's entire body was filled with sword intent. Low Earth rank martial art, sword technique, shadow following, sword intent at will. Sword technique, shadow following, activated. Ning Qian held the red cloud sword in his hand. Together with the swimming dragon steps, he left 5 afterimages on the lake. He slashed with his sword. The 5 afterimages actually did the same thing. Boom. The unstoppable sword intent stuck close to the surface of the water. The surface of the water was vaguely divided into 2 as it rushed toward the 5 Earth King stage expert. Bang! The 5 of them were shocked. Then, they immediately circulated their spiritual energy to block it. But at this moment, the sword intent disappeared into thin air. The afterimages that were originally left on the lake appeared in front of them. Then, the sword intent that had disappeared burst out from the 5 afterimages. What? What a fast sword! The 5 of them were shocked. They wanted to block it, but it was already too late. A hideous sword injury appeared on their chest. Puff. Blood flowed continuously. Under the impact of the sword intent, the 5 of them fell directly onto the surface of the water. What welcomed them was the bloody mouth of the demonic beast at the bottom of the lake. Roar. It swallowed them in one gulp. With one sword and one mouth, the 5 of them were instantly killed. What? Lin Xiaoyao's face changed drastically. He was stunned on the spot. Suddenly, a voice rang out beside him. Thief Lin, when you're fighting, don't be distracted. Ning Tian sneered. Black gas flowed in his hand and he blasted out a palm. Heavenly Demon Palm, activated. Boom. The palm directly hit Lin Xiaoyao's head. The current Ning Tian was no longer the same as before. His strength was far beyond imagination. Bang! Lin Xiaoyao's head split open like a watermelon. The corpse fell into the lake and quickly entered the mouth of the demonic beast at the bottom of the lake. Ning Tian had 2 palms. One of them broke Lin Xiaoyao's Dao heart, and the other directly wiped out his life. While the demonic beast at the bottom of the lake was devouring the corpses, Ning Tian hurriedly used the swimming dragon steps and walked toward the small island. So strong, seeing Ning Tian kill 6 people in the blink of an eye, the surrounding people widened their eyes. Most importantly, the 6 of them were all stronger than him. What a fast sword! As expected of the ancestral master, the ancestral master is too awesome. Seeing Ning Tian use sword intent, Ling Ao admired him from the bottom of his heart. Ning Tian rushed to the island. After being delayed by Lin Xiaoyao for quite some time, 2 of the 3 Holy Emperor stage powerhouses had already chosen their light balls. There was one more person who was watching. System, use the treasure hunting card. Ning Tian said indifferently in his heart. It was best to use the treasure hunting card now. Using treasure hunting card. Use successful. Current treasure hunting card duration, 1 hour. Once the treasure hunting card was used, Ning Tian's eyes shone with golden light as he looked at the light balls. The treasures in them were self-evident. Seeing that the 2 Holy Emperor stage powerhouses only chose spirit tools, Ning Tian heaved a sigh of relief. However, before he could relax, he saw the final Saint Emperor stretch out his hand towards a ball of light. That light ball was an immortal tool. F***CK. Ning Tian was shocked and thought of something. He shouted, "Immortal tool." Then, using the swimming dragon steps, he quickly rushed toward a light ball. His voice stunned the Holy Emperor stage powerhouse. His hand that was only 5 centimeters away from the light ball stopped. Seeing Ning Tian rush toward a light ball, he was stunned. This kid seems to be the legendary ancestral master of the Tianmo cult. He might have the treasure hunting method that the Empress gave him. He rolled his eyes and suddenly came to a realization. What Ning Tian was rushing toward might be an immortal tool. Ha ha ha. My apologies, ancestral master of the Tianmo cult. The Holy Emperor stage powerhouse laughed loudly as a ferocious spirit chi blasted toward Ning Tian. Seeing this, Ning Tian could only pretend to dodge and was a beat slower. The Holy Emperor stage powerhouse took the opportunity and rushed to the light ball first. What are you doing? Ning Tian pretended to be flustered. This is not an immortal tool. It's just an ordinary spirit tool. Ha ha ha. The Holy Emperor stage powerhouse laughed. If it's a spirit tool, why are you running so fast, ancestral master? Ning Tian gritted his teeth and pretended to be angry. I saw it first. Ha ha. But I was the one who touched it first. The Holy Emperor stage powerhouse was very pleased as he placed his hand on the light ball smugly. Seeing this, the 2 Holy Emperor stage powerhouses who had already chosen felt their hearts turn cold and regret. They should have waited for the ancestral master to choose. He was the Empress's husband. He must have some treasure hunting methods. Sigh. I was too careless. Ancestral master, seeing Ning Tian's light ball being snatched, Ling Ao and the disciples of the Tianmo cult immediately became worried. Many sighed, and some gloated. Sigh. In that case, then I can only choose a real immortal tool with tears in my eyes. Ning Tian sighed. But he could not hold back the smile on his face. Real immortal tool? The Holy Emperor stage powerhouse was stunned. What do you mean? Before he could react, he saw Ning Tian walk to the light ball he wanted to choose and gently press his hand down. Boom. In an instant, the aura exploded. It's over. The young Sansheng said calmly. Everyone looked at Sansheng, waiting for him to reveal the truth. Boom! The young three holy emperor waved his hand, and the 10 balls of light slowly dissipated into thin air. Everyone looked over. Spiritual tool, another spiritual tool. Seeing that the light balls in the hands of the 2 holy emperor stage powerhouses were spiritual tools, everyone was shocked. F***CK. Kid, you're messing with me. Suddenly, the Saint King, who had been pleased with himself, screamed miserably. Everyone looked over and saw that the light ball in his hand was only a spiritual tool, not an immortal tool. Everyone was stunned. When did I say that it was an immortal tool? I seem to have said that it was a spiritual tool, right? Ning Qian smiled helplessly and spread his hands. You just don't believe it. You. The Holy Emperor stage powerhouse was furious. Seeing this scene, a sentence suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. Ancestral Master is so despicable. Even so, you might not be an immortal tool. The Holy Emperor stage powerhouse snorted coldly and gritted his teeth. At this moment, the light ball in Ning Qian's hand dissipated, and a dazzling light burst out. That was an immortal tool. Me. Fut. Seeing that the light ball was actually an immortal tool, the Holy Emperor stage powerhouse vomited blood. He was so close. He was so close to touching it. F***CK. He was fooled by that bastard Tianmo cult. Chapter 110. The dazzling ball of light slowly disappeared. Within the ball of light was a guzheng, an immortal artifact of the entertainment Dao. This was what Ning Qian had always wanted. Mid-grade immortal artifact, immortal slashing guzheng. Hee. Ning Qian grinned and put away the immortal slashing guzheng without hesitation. He had risked his life to choose it, so there was no reason for him to return it. Moreover, the young Sansheng had never said that he had to return the immortal artifact he had obtained. I didn't expect that the one in the Ancestral Master's hand was the real immortal artifact. Ling Ao's eyes widened. Many people in the surroundings were also dumbfounded. When Ning Qian had rushed towards the ball of light, they had really believed that the ball of light was an immortal artifact. When they saw that the ball of light that Ning Qian had chosen was snatched away by the Saint Emperor, they were all worried for Ning Qian. However, they didn't expect that the ball of light that the Saint Emperor had chosen at the start was the real immortal artifact. On the other hand, Ning Qian had merely created a diversion with the goal of deceiving this Saint Emperor realm expert. The Ancestral Master's methods are really good. Ling Ao took a deep breath. If that Saint Emperor realm expert could be firm and control the greed in his heart, then the one who would survive would be him. Ning Qian was gambling again. He was gambling with his life, and fortunately, he had made the right bet. Fut! The Saint Emperor was so angry that he spat out blood. His eyes were filled with anger. The Ancestral Master of the Tianmo cult is really good. He gritted his teeth. The chance to survive was right in front of him. It was within his reach. However, because of the greed in his heart, he gave up just like that. He was so angry. You are really despicable. The Saint Emperor glared at Ning Qian. Hehe, I wonder if you have heard of this saying? Ning Qian smiled and looked at the Saint Emperor. What saying? The Saint Emperor was stunned. Ning Qian grinned. If a tree doesn't care about its bark, it will definitely die. But if a person doesn't care about his face, he will be invincible. The Saint King rolled his eyes and blacked out. He directly fainted and fell into the lake. In the lake. Awoo. The eyes of the thirsty demonic beast at the bottom of the lake lit up when it saw a human meat pie falling from the sky. It leaped out of the water and swallowed the Saint King. Everyone was speechless as they looked at Ning Qian strangely. A perfectly fine Saint Emperor had been angered to death by the Ancestral Master just like that. Brilliant. It's really amazing. In the crowd, Zhu Yuanbo gave Ning Qian a thumbs up, his face full of admiration. If I were as shameless as the Patriarch, I would definitely be able to lead the heavenly treasure Holy Land to become the wealthiest force in the second heaven. Zhu Yuanbo's heart was filled with yearning. He thought that he was shameless enough, but he did not expect the Ancestral Master to be even more shameless than him. Amazing. The Ancestral Master of the Tianmo cult is indeed outstanding. The crowd was stunned for a moment, and they were slightly shocked. Hearing their words, Ning Tian was speechless. If he did not do that, he would not be able to beat that Saint Emperor at all. After all, that was a peak Saint Emperor. Even if he used swimming dragon steps and dodging maneuvers at full speed, he would not be faster than a peak Saint Emperor. At this moment, the system's voice rang in his mind. You have shocked everyone slightly. You are rewarded with the title of Shameless. Title, Shameless. Effect, increases the defense of the face. Ning Tian was stunned. He was going crazy. What the hell was with the title of Shameless? Hey. The system said proudly, replying to the host, the system has already said that the system has everything. As long as you can't think of it, there is nothing the system can't do. Ning Tian was silent. He touched his face. Other than the sharp edges, he could clearly feel that his face was much thicker. Was this the so-called effect of increasing the defense of the face? System, thank you so much. Ning Tian was almost gritting his teeth as he said this in his heart. The system smiled. You're welcome, host. Ning Tian's mouth twitched. He thought that he was already very despicable, but he did not expect the system to be even more despicable than him. At this moment, young Sansheng said lightly, it's over. According to the rules, one person will survive. As soon as he finished speaking, a trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the remaining two Saint Emperors. Without any hesitation, they turned and ran. Were they really going to sit here and wait for death? The two of them channeled their spirit chi, wanting to rush out of the island. Roar! At this moment, a furious roar rang out. The surface of the lake boiled, water splashed into the sky, and the entire lake was stirred up. The demonic beast at the bottom of the lake suddenly rushed out of the water, opened its bloody mouth, and swallowed the two fleeing Saint Emperors into its stomach. Then, it dived back to the bottom of the lake in satisfaction. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were all shocked. They finally saw the true body of the demonic beast at the bottom of the lake. It was actually a dragon. To be able to swallow two peak Saint Emperors in one gulp, this was at least a demonic beast equivalent to a human heavenly venerable. A heavenly venerable demonic beast. Oh my god, it's actually a heavenly venerable demonic beast. Some of the Earth Monarch Realm disciples almost cried. They were not the legendary patriarchs of the Tianmo cult. If the demonic beast at the bottom of the lake really wanted to swallow them, they would have no chance at all. They could only run for their lives. The rest could only be left to the will of the heavens. The second group has ended. From the beginning to the end, the young three Saint Emperors remained unperturbed. His eyes remained indifferent. Go over there and wait. Young Sansheng looked at Ning Tian and pointed to a spot on the island. There was a wooden pavilion there. Yes, Senior Sansheng. Ning Tian nodded. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, he walked to the wooden pavilion. The trial continued. Ning Tian sat in the wooden pavilion and took out the middle-grade immortal artifact he had just obtained, the immortal slashing guzheng. Now, it naturally recognized him as its master. Gently stroking the guzheng, Ning Tian could feel the strong immortal music Dao within. Was it not as strong as the guzheng he had formed with spirit chi? Hee. Ning Tian grinned. The two Dao technique attacks that he was proficient in were both immortal artifacts. Then, he dripped his blood to recognize him as its master. When the essence blood fell onto the strings, a cold light flashed across the immortal slashing guzheng. Ning Tian instantly took control of the guzheng. Hey, what is this? Suddenly, Ning Tian noticed something different. This music Dao immortal artifact actually had a spirit attack. It was an attack that went straight to the soul and shook the soul. However, it needed to be bound to the immortal slashing guzheng's spirit. How could Ning Tian not want an attack that could use the spirit to sense, attack the soul, and shake the soul? Therefore, he did not hesitate to bind his spirit. At this moment, Ning Tian's hand lightly touched the strings of the zither, and she instantly sensed an extremely clear spiritual touch. Chapter 111. As expected of a divine soul connection that only music Dao weapons have. Ning Tian nodded in satisfaction. With this divine soul connection, his perception of music Dao had increased significantly. Wait, something's not right. Suddenly, Ning Tian realized something. He seemed to have used Yarokai Saintus's Guzheng earlier. There must be a divine soul connection between Yarokai Saintus and the Guzheng on it. No wonder Yarokai Saintus blushed so much when he played the music. With this soul sense, he could clearly feel the movements on the strings. That feeling was like the touch of a caress on his body. Damn, Ning Tian's mouth twitched. If he touched Yarokai Saintus's Guzheng, wouldn't he be touching her body? Forget it. Anyway, it was just a disguise. He was not really touching her. Ning Tian shook his head. After putting away the immortal exalted Guzheng, his gaze fell on the lake. The trial was still ongoing. With Ning Tian's team of 10, they had a good start. Next, everyone moved in groups of 10. As for who would be eaten, it would depend on the taste of the monster at the bottom of the lake. If they wanted to eat lean meat, they would choose lean meat. If they wanted to eat fatty meat, they would choose fatter meat. After all, they were facing a heavenly venerable monster. Without strength, they could only leave it to fate. Next, the monster at the bottom of the lake had a full meal. However, there were still many people from each team who made it to the island. For example, Ling Ao used the high void steps and was extremely fast. While the monster at the bottom of the lake was eating others, he rushed directly to the island. As for Zhu Yuanbo, his method was simple and crude. He fed the immortal artifact gold ingot until it swelled, and then directly burrowed into the immortal artifact gold ingot. The monster at the bottom of the lake originally had him in its mouth, but after feeling like a tortoise shell, it spat him out just like that. Just like that, Zhu Yuanbao landed on the island unhurriedly. Seeing this, many people were envious. Sometimes, being rich could save one's life. Nearly an hour later, the trial finally ended. The surface of the lake was already covered in blood. The demonic beasts at the bottom of the lake could be said to have eaten their fill. In the end, there were only 5 people left, including Ning Tian, Ling Ao, Zhu Yuanbo, and 2 Saint Emperors from Celestial Venerables, Li Ren and Lu Kun. The reason why the 4 of them were able to survive was because they had the ability to search for treasures. There was no need to mention Zhu Yuanbo. As the holy son of the heavenly treasure sacred land, he didn't lack treasure hunting methods. The disciples of my Tianmo cult were all wiped out in the end. Ning Tian sighed. Even if he wanted to help them, there was nothing he could do. Out of all the forces that had come to the Great Emperor's mausoleum, only the Jade Lake sacred ground remained unscathed due to special reasons. The other factions, even the Great Emperors, were almost completely wiped out. Ancestral Master, Ling Ao and Zhu Yuanbo walked over. Both of their faces were filled with the joy of surviving a calamity. Ning Tian nodded, but his expression was still solemn. Because the trial wasn't over yet. 5 people. At this moment, the young Sansheng's gaze fell on the 5 of them and said lightly, "You're doing well this time. There are at least 5 of you. Many years ago, no one walked out of this stage. No one." Hearing this, the 5 of them sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that they were relatively lucky. However, don't be happy too early. The young Sansheng said lightly, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Because, next, there's the last trial. The last trial. Ning Tian and the other 4's hearts suddenly tightened. Next, the young Sansheng's words made the 5's eyes burn with passion. As long as anyone can take the last trial, the Emperor's inheritance and the countless treasures in the Great Emperor's mausoleum will belong to you. The Great Emperor's inheritance. The treasures in the Great Emperor's mausoleum. If these 2 things were released, it would probably cause an uproar in the entire heavenly spirit region. That was the Great Emperor's inheritance. Senior 3rd Saint, may I know what the final trial is? Lu Kun looked respectfully at the young Sansheng and asked carefully. The other 4 also looked at him. Hehe, the young Sansheng smiled faintly, but didn't say anything. He waved his hand. The space around the 5 of them changed and immediately appeared in a palace in the Great Emperor's mausoleum. Void transposition, is this the Great Emperor's method? Ning Tian murmured. It wasn't the first time he saw void transposition. It was when he pounced on Luo Wuqing. She used void transposition and he appeared in the mountain spring from the room. Pouncing into the cold mountain spring at night, the feeling was cold just thinking about it. Your final trial, that is, the young Sansheng's voice sounded faintly. He floated above the main hall and looked down at Ning Tian and the other four. Hearing this, the five of them became nervous. The last trial is to kill me. The young Sansheng's voice sounded indifferent, as if there was no emotion in his voice. What? Kill the great emperor? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Ning Tian instantly frowned. Although this Sansheng was only a trial examiner set up when he was young, the power he contained was still the power of a great emperor, not to mention them. Even if a peak heavenly venerable powerhouse came, they might not be able to kill him, not to mention them. Senior Sansheng, you must be joking. With our strength, even if we join forces, we can't kill you. Lu Kun laughed bitterly. Yeah, what's our strength, and what's your strength? Li Ren also sighed. Among them, besides him and Lu Kun who were peak heavenly emperors, Ling Ao and Zhu Yuanbo were only one-star heavenly emperors. There was also the Tianmo cult's patriarch who was earthly monarch. How could they fight? They couldn't win even if they fought with their lives on the line. What's the hurry? The young Sansheng glanced at Lu Kun and Li Ren indifferently. Did I say I would use the power of a great emperor to deal with you? Then what do you mean? Lu Kun was stunned. The other four narrowed their eyes, as if there was still a chance. The young Sansheng snorted with arrogance in his eyes. Before the emperor became a great emperor, he was invincible in the same realm. Whatever strength you have, the emperor will use the same strength to fight you. If you can't even defeat the emperor, even if you become a great emperor, you'll still be trash in the battle of the gods. Using the same strength. Hearing Sansheng's words, Ning Tian and the other four were shocked. Although the difficulty was reduced, wasn't the great emperor invincible in the same realm when he was young? Facing a great emperor powerhouse, even if they were in the same realm, the chances of winning were still very low. However, it didn't mean that there was no chance of winning. You guys. Who's next? The young Sansheng looked at the five and asked. Chapter 112. Hearing young Sansheng's words, the five of them couldn't help but be stunned. All of them were a little hesitant, but also a little tempted. They wanted to get the inheritance, but they were afraid that they weren't Sansheng's match. Therefore, their eyes were filled with conflict. Young people, if you want something, you have to pay the price. Young Sansheng looked at the five of them meaningfully. If you hesitate, you may lose. Hearing this, everyone fell silent for a moment. Ning Tian, who heard and saw this scene, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Sansheng should have another sentence after his words. If you're decisive, you'll give it away. Suddenly, Lu Kun seemed to have been enlightened. His eyes flickered with a strong fighting spirit, and the spirit chi in his body surged wildly. All right. Just because of Senior Sansheng's words, I, Lu Kun, am willing to accept the challenge. He took a step forward and bowed slightly at Sansheng. Good, very good. The young Three-Saint Great Emperor nodded. He looked at Lu Kun. You're at the peak of the Holy Emperor realm. Emperor reached the peak of the Holy Emperor realm at the age of 20. Emperor Li will fight you with the same strength. After saying that, Sansheng's body flashed with a faint light, and he transformed. In the next second, he became even younger. His smooth and fair face had sharp edges and corners. He was simply a handsome man with a graceful demeanor. Just as Sansheng's remnant soul had said, he was the most handsome man in the Tianling domain when he was young. Reached the peak of the Holy Emperor realm at the age of 20. Looking at Sansheng's appearance, Lu Kun's mouth twitched, and a trace of shock flashed across his eyes. Although he was also at the peak of the Holy Emperor realm, he was almost 40 years old. He was middle-aged. However, Sansheng was 20 years ahead of him. Is this the talent of a great emperor? Lu Kun laughed bitterly. No wonder they were great emperors. When they were young, they were all monstrous existences. Zhu Yuanbo and Ling Ao sighed. They were only 21 years old, but they were only at the 1-star of the Saint King realm. This difference, peak Saint Emperor at the age of 20. The corner of Ning Tian's mouth twitched. He was also 20 years old, but he was only a 4 stars Earth King. System, You have to reflect on yourself. Is it your problem or mine? The system was unconvinced. Host, have you seen anyone who can jump from a 1-star martial artist to a 4-star Earth King in just a few months? 4 whole realms. Ning Tian was speechless. Cough, cough. That seemed to make sense. Phew, Lu Kun took a deep breath and calmed the fear in his heart. Soon after, he gritted his teeth and looked at the younger Sansheng. Senior Sansheng, I'm ready. Yes. Sansheng nodded faintly, his tone slightly cold. Since you're ready, let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, Sansheng suddenly stood still on the spot. Huh! Lu Kun was stunned, and a trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes. Boom! At this moment, there was a sound of something breaking through the air. Unknowingly, Sansheng had appeared beside Lu Kun, and his palm carried a strong wind as it blasted toward him. What? Lu Kun's pupils suddenly shrank. What a fast speed. Then wouldn't the Sansheng be an afterimage? He looked out of the corner of his eye and saw Sansheng, who stayed on the spot, slowly dissipating. It was indeed an afterimage. This speed was simply like a ghost. Thick earth defense. Facing the palm wind, Lu Kun knew in his heart that it was impossible to dodge, so he could only use a defensive martial art. And he was also an elder of the Thick Stone sect. Their sect had a special characteristic, which was that they were proficient in defensive martial art. As the martial arts circulated, layers of yellow spirit energy circulated on Lu Kun's body like rocks, forming a solid defense. Seeing this, Sansheng's expression did not change, and he still blasted out with his palm. Boom! The palm landed. There was a huge explosion. Crack! Lu Kun's face was flushed red, and he desperately circulated his spirit energy, but the rock defense on his body was still like tofu, and it suddenly shattered. Barf! Lu Kun spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body was directly sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall of the main hall. A huge deep hole was smashed out. His breath and vitality were all gone. There was a big bloody hole on his chest, and it was obvious that the palm wind had penetrated his chest. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Ling Ao and the others all sucked in a breath of cold air. Was the great emperor really so invincible when he was young? Invincible in the same realm, killing an expert in the same realm in one move. Most importantly, it was so simple and effortless. Palm Dao. Ning Tian narrowed his eyes, and his gaze fell on Sansheng's palm, on which there were waves of Palm Dao dissipating. Just this palm alone was enough to prove that Sansheng's Palm Dao had already reached a higher level when he was in the Holy Emperor stage. It's over. Sansheng looked at the remaining 4, and said lightly, who's next? Hearing this, they fell silent again. Li Ren saw that Lu Kun was killed in one move, and his entire body trembled. His strength was about the same as Lu Kun's, and if Lu Kun could be killed in one move, then there was no need for him to think about it. This, Ling Ao and Zhu Yuanbo also gritted their teeth, feeling uneasy. Both of their identities were not simple. One was the most talented junior of the Lingshu sect, and the other was the holy son of the heavenly treasure sacred ground. Naturally, they were not willing to bet their lives here. None of you dare. Looking at the 4 people who were motionless, Sansheng's eyes flashed with a cold light. Senior Sansheng, let me do it. At this moment, a hearty laugh was heard. Ning Tian smiled faintly and looked at Sansheng. You'll do it. Sansheng narrowed his eyes, and then nodded. A light appeared on his body again, and his entire body changed, and he became much younger again. After the light dissipated, Ling Ao and the others looked over and were instantly dumbfounded. This is. Although Ning Tian was prepared that Sansheng, who was in the Earth Monarch stage, would be very young, he did not expect that Sansheng in front of him would become a 13-year-old child. Senior Sansheng, are you sure you didn't change wrongly? Ning Tian looked at the child in front of him with a strange expression. The 3rd Saint Emperor's voice had become much more tender. But the one thing that did not change was the coldness. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Ah. Ning Tian touched his nose. For some reason, this sentence, which was originally full of dignity, sounded so annoying when it came from the mouth of the child Sansheng. He really wanted to smack this child's butt. Don't talk nonsense. Isn't the reason why I'm like this because of your Tianmo cult? The child Sansheng gritted his teeth and looked at Ning Tian indifferently. From Ning Tian's clothes, he could tell which faction Ning Tian belonged to. Naturally, it was the Tianmo cult. Chapter 113. Because I'm from the Tianmo cult. Hearing this, Ning Tian was stunned and confused. Ling Ao and the others were also dumbfounded. The child Sansheng let out a childish snort and said lightly, 100 years ago, a legendary female disciple appeared in the Tianmo cult. She was extremely talented, and all the prodigies of the heavenly spirit realm chose to avoid her because of her birth. As everyone knows, when a person becomes a great emperor, the spirit energy of the entire spirit realm will be depleted. At the very least, when a person becomes a great emperor, the spirit energy of the entire spirit realm will not be enough to help the person become a great emperor within 5 years. At that time, the emperor was born at the same time as her. And if two people want to become a great emperor at the same time, they will have to compete for the great emperor's opportunity. If they fail, they may never be able to sense the great emperor's opportunity again, and it will be difficult for them to become a great emperor for the rest of their lives. The emperor doesn't like to compete, so when he was 14, he chose to avoid the limelight and sealed himself for 5 years. That's why the emperor's strength stagnated between the ages of 14 and 19. Hearing Sansheng's words, the 4 of them were shocked. Although Sansheng said seriously that he didn't like to compete, everyone naturally understood that he didn't dare to compete with that person. A woman that even Sansheng was afraid of. TSK. They didn't expect that the Tianmo cult had such a legendary person. Ning Tian was puzzled. He had never heard of such a legend in the Tianmo cult. However, if it was a female disciple, could it be, Senior Sansheng, may I know the name of the female disciple of the Tianmo cult? He suddenly thought of something and looked at Sansheng. Tianmo cult, Luo Wuqing. At the mention of this name, Sansheng was a little scared. However, I think she should have participated in the battle for the divine position like me. That woman, regardless of whether she was ruthless or cold, was really strong. Hearing this, Ning Tian fell silent. Ling Ao and the other 2 also fell silent. Ning Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So, the one who scared the 3rd sage great emperor was his cheap wife. Cultivators don't care about age. It's fine as long as you're good-looking and have a good figure. What are you guys doing? Seeing their strange expressions, Sansheng frowned. I'm fine. Ning Tian shook his head. Sansheng thought that Luo Wuqing had participated in the battle for the divine position, but she did not. This was because at that time, the Tianmo cult had 2 emperors. The previous leader had gone, so naturally, one of them had to stay behind to guard the sect. Ning Tian took a deep breath. His cheapskate wife was a peerless beauty 100 years ago, so he naturally couldn't fall behind 100 years later. Senior 3rd Saint, I'm ready. Let's begin. He looked at Sansheng and said slowly. Okay. Sansheng nodded. Spiritual energy surged on his body, and then, he attacked Ning Tian. Even if he was a 4-star Earth King, his strength was invincible among his peers. Seeing Sansheng rushing over, Ning Tian's lips curled up slightly. He moved quickly and quietly. Almost in the blink of an eye, Sansheng rushed in front of Ning Tian and blasted out with the same palm technique as before. Boom! What a powerful palm technique! Even Sansheng, who is in the Earth King realm, is this strong? Seeing this, Ling Ao's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness. Looking at the motionless Ning Tian, he couldn't help but worry. Could the ancestral master block such a powerful palm? The palm wind was fierce, but Ning Tian didn't move at all. Why isn't the ancestral master dodging? Ling Ao and Zhu Yuanbo were stunned. In the next moment, it landed on Ning Tian's body, but it passed through him. An after-image? Sansheng was shocked and suddenly turned around, only to see Ning Tian appear behind him with the immortal slashing Guzheng in front of him. A hint of shock appeared on his young face. What was this kid trying to do? Hee. Ning Tian smiled. Senior Sansheng, although you claim to be invincible among your peers, that's because you haven't met me yet. As soon as his voice fell, Ning Tian's hand fell on the Guzheng, and the sound of the Guzheng rang out continuously. Music Dao. Soul attack. Hee. Sansheng's face showed a hint of disdain. A flute appeared in his hand, and he also used music Dao and soul attack. Seeing this, Ning Tian wasn't surprised at all. When they first entered the tomb, there was already a music Dao array formation. This was enough to prove that Sansheng also knew music Dao. Ning Tian was a little excited at the thought of competing with a great emperor in music Dao. He plucked the strings in his hand, and waves of soul attack continuously blasted out. Clang! Clang clang! Sansheng didn't want to be outdone either. Two offensive music Dao divine souls rang out, instantly causing Ling Ao and the others to suffer. Although the soul attack wasn't directed at them, the noise was very noisy. The great emperor's music Dao is indeed very powerful. Ning Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, and a confident smile appeared on his face. However, I'm not afraid. Sound breaking technique, activate. In the next moment, Ning Tian's hand that was plucking the strings suddenly changed, and the sound of the guzheng that was completely different from before sounded again. Clang! Clang clang! What? Seeing this scene, Sansheng was stunned. This guy could suddenly change the sound of music Dao. Wasn't he afraid that the strings would break? Chapter 114. The music of the Dao of music could not be changed suddenly under normal circumstances. If one did not have a strong attainment in the Dao of music, it was very likely that the heavenly music would lose balance and the strings would break. Clang! Clang clang! However, it was obvious that Ning Tian's attainment in the Dao of music was extremely high. The immortal slashing guzheng was not affected at all, and the heavenly music continued to play. Interesting. Sansheng showed a hint of fighting spirit on his face. He was used to killing people of the same cultivation level in seconds. It was his first time fighting someone for so long. Then, he played his flute again and unleashed a series of Dao of music attacks. However, at that moment, when his flute sounded, it was drowned out by the sound of the guzheng. Then, it disappeared and became silent. Sansheng was stunned. He tried again, but it was exactly the same as before. You, Jade Lake Sonic Art? He suddenly thought of something, and a hint of shock flashed across his eyes. The only thing that could break his Dao of music could be Jade Lake Sonic Art. He did not expect this kid to know this move. You've shocked Sansheng. Reward, Ultimate Sound Array. Comprehending it at 10 times the speed. Ultimate Sound Array, comprehension complete. Ultimate Sound Array? Hee. Ning Tian grinned and changed the way he played the guzheng. The heavenly music was different again. This kid changed the music of the Dao of music again. The child Three Saints Great Emperor's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness. This kid was too strange. 3 tunes in a row, but different ones. Boom. Clang. Ning Tian played the guzheng lightly. In an instant, the ultimate sound was heard and attacked Sansheng. Boom. The sound of the guzheng was filled with killing intent. It's the guzheng music from the stone door. Ancestral Master knows it too. Hearing that familiar voice, Ling Ao and the others' eyes flashed with astonishment. Isn't this the martial art I created when I was a god? The arch? Sansheng was stunned. How could he not be familiar with the martial art Ning Tian was using? It was his self-created martial art, the ultimate sound array. However, how did this brat know? Child Sansheng was confused. Even though he could use it too, it was a martial art that he could only use in the God Emperor realm. He had already said earlier that he would only use his strength when he was at the same level, which naturally included martial arts. Therefore, he could only watch helplessly as the martial arts he had created attacked him. The sound of death reverberated in the air. Divine soul attack. Shake. The corners of Ning Tian's mouth lifted as he roared. Soul attack, soul suppression. Shake. As the system's voice rang out, it turned out that the sound of death was mixed with some soul attack. Boom. Boom. What? Sansheng's eyes flashed with astonishment. He was once again shocked by Ning Tian. He had actually modified the absolute kill sound formation. Originally, it could only attack the physical body. Now, it could even attack the spirit. You have once again shocked the 3 sage great emperors. Reward, divine soul destruction. Soul perish, soul attack. When playing music, it can cause the opponent to see illusions and be stunned for a short period of time, comprehending at 10 times the speed. Soul destruction. Comprehension successful. Soul destruction? Hihi, then I shall use it directly. The corners of Ning Tian's mouth lifted. Today, I will defeat the arch of the same level. Soul destruction. Activate. Clang. The sound of a guzheng rang out. The heavenly music was strange. Hey! Sansheng was stunned. He looked at Ning Tian, but his expression suddenly changed. There was a flash of fear in his eyes. Why is it her? Under the influence of the soul destruction, he saw an illusion at this moment. Behind Ning Tian, there was a Theacher's phantom. That Theacher's face was beautiful and looked down on everything. This phantom was Luo Wuqing's the Arch-Phantom. Hehe, it is indeed effective. Ning Tian chuckled when he saw 3 Saint Great Emperor standing there in a daze. He didn't know that the illusion 3 Saint Great Emperor saw was his wife. While you are sick, I will take your life. But at this moment, he could not waste this excellent opportunity to attack. Sky Demon Palm. Dodge, move, kill, sword art, shadow following. While Sansheng was under the influence of the soul destruction, Ning Tian did not hold back at all. All kinds of powerful martial arts were used on Sansheng. TSK, Ancestral Master is too fierce. He is suppressing Sansheng. Seeing this scene, Ling Ao, Zhu Yuanbo, and Li Ren all sighed. Their eyes were full of admiration. They naturally did not know that Sansheng was under the influence of the soul destruction. They all thought that Ning Tian had beaten Sansheng to the point that he could not fight back. Fierce. Ancestral Master is really fierce. After a set of martial arts, Sansheng was in a state of residual energy. He was not injured, but the residual energy that maintained his body was consumed. His whole body gradually became transparent. Finally, Sansheng woke up. Good boy, you can beat me up like this. Sansheng was shocked. He immediately punched Ning Tian in the face. Damn, don't hit people in the face. Don't you know that? This punch was extremely fast. Ning Tian could not resist at all. Boom. The punch landed. It's over. Ancestral Master's handsome face is going to be disfigured. Ling Ao and the others were shocked. However, when the punch landed on Ning Tian's face, the child, 3 Saints Great Emperor, was sent flying. Ning Tian, on the other hand, was unharmed. Ning Tian was stunned. He scratched his head. He seemed to know what was going on. The title of Shameless that he had just received seemed to increase the defense of his face. But wasn't that just a little bit? The system said proudly, yes, it's 100 million little bits. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Zhu Yuanbo laughed wildly. Ancestral Master's shamelessness can really be invincible. I want to learn it. I'm shameless, I want to be invincible. At the side, Ling Ao and Li Ren's mouths twitched. Could this shamelessness really make him invincible? Sansheng flew out and landed heavily on the wall. The child, the 3 Saints Great Emperor, crawled to his feet and was stunned. Kid, is there some kind of high-grade immortal armor on your face? That's strange. Why hasn't the Emperor heard of an immortal armor on the face? Hearing Sansheng's words, Ning Tian could not help but snicker in his heart. However, this was a good opportunity to attack. Dodge and move. Use the swimming dragon steps to the extreme. In an instant, Ning Tian stepped on the swimming dragon steps and appeared in front of Sansheng in the blink of an eye. Heavenly Demon Palm. He struck with his palm. It landed heavily on the body of the Triple Sage Great Emperor. Boom. It shook violently. Damn, boy, you sneak attacked. Anyway, I'm shameless. Boom. Bang bang. Sansheng widened his eyes. With a bang, his body turned into a ball of dazzling light and enveloped Ning Tian in a ball of light. Is this the inheritance of the Great Emperor? Enveloped in the ball of light, Ning Tian was confused. Chapter 115. Seeing that Ning Tian actually defeated the kid Sansheng, Ling Ao and the others widened their eyes. F***CK. Is the Ancestral Master really that awesome? This is a young Great Emperor. He defeated the so-called invincible young Great Emperor in the same realm. This This Ling Ao and the others' voices were trembling, and they stuttered. Hiss, Ling Ao and Zhu Yuanbo looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with excitement. If the ancestral master defeated a young great emperor in the same realm, this meant that the ancestral master would at least reach the great emperor. If they befriended him, wouldn't they have a great emperor as their friend in the future? Wouldn't they be able to do whatever they wanted in the future? He. I, Zhu Yuanbo, will definitely befriend the ancestral master. Zhu Yuanbo chuckled, and his eyes were shining. He muttered to himself, if the ancestral master becomes a great emperor, he will definitely have a lot of female fans in the future. If I steal his underwear and sell it, wouldn't that, hey, I'll be rich. Hey. Hearing Zhu Yuanbo's whispers, Ling Ao felt a chill. This guy actually had such thoughts. Damn it. Is he thinking of stealing my underwear? Ling Ao glanced at Zhu Yuanbo, and his eyes were filled with vigilance. As if he knew what Ling Ao was thinking, Zhu Yuanbo curled his lips. Don't worry, I won't steal from you. You're not as awesome as the ancestral master, and no one would want your underwear even if I steal from you. Ling Ao, he was going crazy, but there was nothing he could do about Zhu Yuanbo's words. Because he really wasn't as awesome as the ancestral master. Boom. Boom. At this moment, the entire hall shook. What's going on? Ling Ao was stunned. Suddenly, he saw the defeated teenager Sansheng turn into a ball of light, and enveloped Ning Tian. Ancestral master. Not good. Patriarch. Seeing this, Ling Ao and Zhu Yuanbo's hearts tightened. They wanted to rush over and save Ning Tian. Hihi, little guys, don't move around. At this moment, Sansheng's voice resounded in the hall. He defeated the Emperor's test clone. The clone itself is the legacy. He is now accepting the Emperor's legacy. The Patriarch is receiving the great Emperor's inheritance. Hearing this, Ling Ao and Zhu Yuanbo were stunned. Envy flashed in their eyes, but it was only envy. Only the ancestral master was qualified to obtain the great Emperor's inheritance. The others did not even have the right to do so. Keep quiet during the inheritance. Otherwise, you might cause this little guy to fail. Remember. Sansheng's voice rang out. Senior Sansheng, please don't worry. We will keep quiet and let the Patriarch accept the inheritance. Ling Ao bowed to the air and said seriously. Sansheng's voice slowly faded away. Looking at the ball of light, Ling Ao and Zhu Yuanbo remained silent. Suddenly, the two of them seemed to have thought of something. They looked at Li Ren at the side in unison. They did not say a word and just looked at him. Li Ren looked at Ling Ao and Zhu Yuanbo. Seeing that the two of them did not speak, he was speechless. He sighed. Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble. That's good. You have to understand that if you cause any trouble, the Empress of the Tianmo cult will not let you go. Zhu Yuanbo pursed his lips and said meaningfully. Hearing this, Li Ren's body trembled. The dead great emperor was already so terrifying. How terrifying was the Empress, who was still alive and could make the third sage great emperor afraid of her. Don't worry. Li Ren's face darkened and said slowly, just treat me as a dead man. I won't say a word. Very well. Ling Ao and Zhu Yuanbao both nodded their heads as they looked towards the resplendent ball of light. They were curious. The inheritance of the great emperor. What could the Patriarch get? And inside the ball of light? The entire ball of light shone with a resplendent luster. It was like a mysterious space that enveloped Ning Tian. Is this the space of the great emperor's inheritance? Ning Tian looked at the ball of light curiously. The surface of the ball of light seemed to be some ancient runes. Young man, you are very smart. Sansheng's voice sounded in the ball of light. This is the Emperor's ball of inheritance. Then, a miniature version of Sansheng, about the size of a palm, appeared in the ball of light. Inheritance. Ning Tian's eyes lit up and laughed. The inheritance of the great emperor. I wonder if Senior Sansheng can let me soar to the sky with this inheritance. Sansheng pondered for a while and gave a reasonable answer. It depends on your luck. Depends on my luck. Ning Tian frowned. Can it let me break through to the Emperor God realm? This? No. What about the heavenly venerable realm? Ning Tian asked again. That won't work either. Sansheng's face darkened. Then what's the use of this inheritance? Ning Tian curled his lips. This won't work, that won't work. Forget it, you should let me out. I don't think a great emperor like you can do it. Sansheng was silent. He gritted his teeth and was anxious. If someone else got the inheritance of the great emperor, they would be overjoyed. But this young man actually despised it. Forget it. I'll bear with it. Sansheng seemed to take a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Young man, the inheritance of the emperor is not a strength inheritance. It belongs to another kind of inheritance. Another kind? Ning Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. Then tell me, what can I get? Haha, it's better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Sansheng smiled proudly. The inheritance of the emperor is much more powerful than the strength inheritance. How powerful? Ning Tian asked. I guarantee that before you reach the great emperor realm, you'll be invincible in the same realm. Sansheng smiled confidently. Ning Tian was silent for a while and said lightly, to be honest, even without your inheritance, I'll be invincible in the same realm. Sansheng was stunned and speechless. How could this young man be so heaven-defying? Those benefits didn't seem to attract him at all. No. He felt that he had to trick this young man. Then, he smiled awkwardly. Ahaha, young man, let's stop joking. Alright, let's get to the point. Alright. Ning Tian found it a little strange, but she still nodded. This Sansheng was a great emperor after all. His inheritance shouldn't be too bad, right? Ahem. Sansheng coughed and said slowly, young man, do you know that the emperor's title is Sansheng? I don't know, Ning Tian said honestly. Hee, Sansheng smiled proudly, because the emperor became a saint in Palm Dao, Fist Dao, Music Dao, and all three Daos. He's known as Sansheng. Therefore, the emperor is known as Sansheng. Chapter 116. Dao Sage. Hearing Sansheng's words, Ning Tian's eyes flashed with confusion. Wasn't the highest realm of Dao the peak? How could there be Dao Sage? As if he knew what Ning Tian was thinking, Sansheng's sarcastic voice rang out. No way, right? Don't tell me there are still people who think that the highest realm of Dao is the peak? Hearing that, Ning Tian's face darkened. He gritted his teeth. Shut up, old man. Anyway, Sansheng couldn't hurt him now. He could scold him as much as he wanted. Sansheng wasn't angry. He chuckled and said, alright, I won't tease you anymore. His expression gradually turned serious. For those below the great emperor realm, the highest realm of Dao is indeed the peak. However, that's only for those below the great emperor realm. For the great emperor realm, there's still the saint realm. There's still a realm above the saint realm. However, that's only for the unreachable godly realm experts. Speaking of that, Sansheng's eyes flashed with yearning. His expression was a little lonely. He had also yearned for the godly realm, but he had fallen on the ancient road to godhood. Once I reach the great emperor realm, my attainments in Dao can be raised to the saint realm? Ning Tian's eyes flashed with yearning. He knew very well how strong Dao was. Within the same realm, it wasn't just the strength of spirit qi that was competing, but also the attainments in Dao. The stronger one's attainments in Dao, the more invincible one would be in the same realm. Yes, that's right. Sansheng nodded. He raised his hand slightly, and two faint lights appeared. I have 2 sets of attainments in Fist Dao and Palm Dao here. You can take them and see what level you can reach. Only 2. Ning Tian was stunned. He asked, don't you also have attainments in Entertainment Dao? Ah. Sansheng rubbed his nose awkwardly. Although I don't want to admit it, your attainments in Entertainment Dao are higher than mine. My attainments in Entertainment Dao can't compare to yours. So that's how it is. Indeed, your comprehension of the Dao of entertainment isn't too good. Ning Tian nodded, as if it was only natural. Sansheng gritted his teeth in anger. This kid was really asking for a beating. Even though what he said was the truth, couldn't he at least give the senior some face? Sigh. Sansheng was infuriated for a while before he sighed and pushed the 2 light balls towards Ning Tian. Young man, comprehend it well. Yes. Ning Tian unceremoniously absorbed the enlightenment light orb and grinned at Sansheng. Hihi, many thanks to Senior Xie Sansheng. Seeing this, Sansheng did not know whether to laugh or cry. You brat, if I give you benefits, you call me Emperor Sansheng. If I don't give you benefits, you call me Emperor Old Man. Who told you to be so naughty, old man? Ning Tian mumbled and immediately began to absorb the enlightenment light orb of Fist Dao and Palm Dao. Seeing this, Sansheng narrowed his eyes. He was a little curious. How far could Ning Tian comprehend it? When Ning Tian began to absorb the enlightenment light orb, a figure flashed across his mind, performing various Fist Dao and Palm Dao. Taking a closer look, this figure was actually Sansheng. The Fist Dao was strong and powerful, and the entire set was smooth and flowing. The Palm Dao was powerful enough to swallow mountains and rivers, and had the power to break through bamboo. Such a high level of comprehension of Fist Dao and Palm Dao, as expected of a Sage Dao attainment. Ning Tian's eyes widened as he looked at the figure in his mind that was constantly performing. Then, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Detected that the host has absorbed Fist Dao and Palm Dao comprehension. Comprehending at 10 times the speed. Comprehending. Half an hour later. Ding. Fist Dao comprehension successful. Palm Dao comprehension successful. Ning Tian slowly opened his eyes and gently exhaled. There was a hint of excitement in the depths of his eyes. How is it? Seeing that Ning Tian opened his eyes, Sansheng immediately looked over and asked nervously. I'm not talented. I'm afraid I didn't reach the standard you wanted. Ning Tian shook his head. Hearing this, Sansheng's heart skipped a beat, but he immediately comforted him. It's okay. With your talent, it's only a matter of time before you comprehend Fist Dao and Palm Dao. It's only been half an hour. At this moment, Sansheng still thought that Ning Tian had not comprehended it. Senior Sansheng, I've successfully comprehended Fist Dao and Palm Dao, but I haven't reached the next level. Ning Tian shook his head and sighed. He originally thought that he could directly comprehend Fist Dao to the next level, but he did not expect that he was still lacking. He had only reached the level of minor accomplishment. You've comprehended it. You just haven't reached the next level? Hearing this, Sansheng was stunned and had a strange look on his face. Kid, what's your current level of attainment? Naturally, it's below the level of ascension, with some minor accomplishments. Ning Tian said. Minor accomplishment. Sansheng's voice was trembling. He swallowed his saliva with some difficulty and looked at Ning Tian. Kid, do you know how long it took me to comprehend minor accomplishment? How long? Ning Tian scratched his head. Could it be that he took too long and Sansheng was not satisfied? 3 years. I took 3 whole years. Sansheng raised 3 fingers and looked at Ning Tian excitedly. And you, kid, you comprehended minor accomplishment in half an hour. It's only been half an hour. When you become a great emperor, there will definitely be a seat for you in the battle for the throne. Just as Ning Tian was about to speak, the system's voice sounded. You shocked Sansheng. Comprehension point increased by 1. Comprehending Fist Dao again. Comprehension successful. Current Fist Dao attainments, reach higher mastery. Ning Tian was stunned and touched his nose embarrassedly. I'll interrupt. Sansheng was still excited when he heard Ning Tian's words. He was stunned. Just now, I think, accidentally, my Fist Dao attainment broke through another level and reached the advanced realm. Ning Tian scratched his head and chuckled. What? Not careful. The corner of Third Saint Emperor's mouth twitched, and his heart trembled. Holy F***ck, you F***king accidentally broke through? You shocked Sansheng. Comprehension point increased by 1. Comprehending Palm Dao again. Comprehension successful. Current Palm Dao attainments, advanced level. Now, Palm Dao has also accidentally broken through to the next level. Ning Tian's voice slowly sounded in the light ball. Sansheng's expression instantly turned to stone. Then, when he came back to his senses, a beautiful voice sounded in the light ball. F***ck. Chapter 117. At this moment, Sansheng's heart was filled with mixed feelings. It took him nearly 10 years to raise his palm path and fist path to a higher level. This was because the higher the attainment of Tao, the harder it was to improve. But even so, Ning Tian had only used half an hour to reach the next level from the beginner level. It was like a dream. Sigh, Sansheng sighed and looked at Ning Tian with a bitter smile. Kid, Emperor takes back what he said just now. If you become a great emperor, you will definitely reach the divine realm. The divine realm was a realm that even he didn't dare to think about. But at this moment, he firmly believed that this junior in front of him, who was only at the Earth King realm, could reach a realm that even he didn't dare to touch. Because Ning Tian had the potential. He had never heard of any peerless genius who was able to improve their mastery of Tao to such an extent in just half an hour. Kid, don't spread the news that you can reach such a realm in half an hour. At this moment, Sansheng's expression was somewhat serious. He looked at Ning Tian very seriously. Even if you have a great emperor behind you, don't spread rumors. There's always someone better than you. There's always a god above you. This world is far more terrifying than you can imagine. Yes, I will remember. Ning Tian nodded. In fact, even if Sansheng didn't say it, he understood the importance of this matter. Sai, you have to know that the Tianling region is only the third level of heaven, the smallest region in the Juling region. At this moment, Sansheng sighed again. Don't think that the Tianxian world only has this third level of heaven, the Juling region. There are also many vast and boundless regions that have yet to be named. Have you ever seen a forbidden area where even a great emperor expert would be instantly killed? At this point, Sansheng seemed to realize that he had said too much and quickly stopped. Alright, after saying so much, the emperor only hopes that you can keep your secret well. Only when you become the strongest person in the entire profound sky world will you have the right to protect the people you want to protect. Sansheng sighed faintly. Although the three-saint great emperor had stopped talking in time, he had revealed enough information. Ning Tian was shocked. The heavenly spirit region was merely the smallest existence in the 9 spirits region. There were still many vast, unknown territories that had never been named. And that, a forbidden zone where even Emperor realm experts would be killed instantly. Hiss, Ning Tian sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, he finally realized how huge the profound sky world was. Kid, don't tell me you're scared by what the Emperor said. Seeing that Ning Tian seemed a little shocked, Sansheng frowned slightly. Hearing this, the shock in Ning Tian's eyes slowly dissipated. He shook his head and smiled. I'm not afraid. I'm just thinking that this will be more exciting. Sansheng was silent for a moment, and a glint flashed in his eyes. Alright, Senior Sansheng, what other good things do you have for me? Ning Tian smiled and looked at Sansheng. You kid. Sansheng laughed and scolded. A halo appeared in his hand again. This is the heavenly level cultivation method created by the Emperor. It's definitely suitable for you to cultivate. Cultivation method? Ning Tian was stunned and frowned, but I already have a cultivation method. What he cultivated was the divine level cultivation method that was compatible with the heavenly god body, the heavenly god record. This also determined that he couldn't cultivate other cultivation methods. No, this cultivation method can't be used by others, but it's definitely suitable for you. Sansheng smiled. With your physique, it's definitely not a problem to circulate 2 cultivation methods. Physique. Heavenly god body. Ning Tian's eyes flashed with doubt. Then, Senior Sansheng, what is this cultivation method? Sansheng cultivation method. Sansheng's eyes flashed with pride, as though he was extremely proud of the cultivation method he created. Kid, if the Emperor didn't see wrongly, you want to cultivate all 3,000 great Tao, right? That's right. Ning Tian nodded. With your physique, it's indeed possible, but, Sansheng smiled mysteriously, the more great Tao you cultivate, the harder it will be for you to cultivate to saint attainment. At most, you can reach the peak of perfection. Is that so? Ning Tian frowned. After hearing that he had saint attainment, he wasn't satisfied with just reaching the peak of perfection. If you cultivate the Sansheng cultivation method created by the Emperor, together with your physique, you will definitely be able to reach saint attainment or even higher. Sansheng's eyes were sparkling with excitement. At that time, when an expert with all 3,000 great Tao or even higher saint attainment appears, wouldn't the entire mysterious sky world tremble with a stomp of his foot? Hearing that, Ning Tian's blood started to boil as he thought of that scene. However, there was still a problem. However, although the 3,000 great Tao is just a general term, there are still many great Tao. As for your Sansheng cultivation method, I'm afraid that you can only cultivate 3 great Tao? Ning Tian asked. Ha ha ha. Sansheng laughed. Kid, don't underestimate the number 3. It's indeed 3 in the hands of the Emperor, and it can only be 3. But in your hands, it's not 3. It's endless. Sansheng's eyes were sparkling. As the ancient saying goes, Tao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. As for 3, it naturally represents infinity. I see. Ning Tian was a little excited. If he could cultivate all 3,000 great Tao to saint attainment or even higher, that kind of awesome scene, just thinking about it made him a little excited. Kid, take this Sansheng cultivation method. Sansheng waved his hand, and the ball of light containing the Sansheng cultivation method flew to Ning Tian. Seeing that, Ning Tian accepted it without hesitation. Thank you, Senior Xie Sansheng. As soon as he said that, he wanted to cultivate this Sansheng cultivation method. However, he was stopped by Sansheng. Don't cultivate first. I have something to tell you. Sansheng waved his hand and said. Oh. Ning Tian's eyes were filled with interest. It's about your heavenly god constitution. Heavenly god constitution? Hearing that, Ning Tian narrowed his eyes, and the playful look on his face was replaced by a serious look. Senior Sansheng, please go ahead. Sansheng nodded. Do you know what a heavenly god constitution is? I don't know. Ning Tian shook his head honestly. He really did not know about the heavenly god constitution. Hearing that, Sansheng slowly explained. The heavenly god constitution is the person who is closest to the laws of heaven and earth, and there are many laws of heaven and earth, such as the common ones, thunder, wind, fire, and so on. And these are just the ordinary laws of heaven and earth. These, if ordinary cultivators focus on them, they can also comprehend a little. However, a person with a heavenly god constitution, even if they comprehend it casually, will far surpass them. However, the most important law of the heavenly god constitution is Chapter 118. Life, death, and so on. These are the high-level laws of heaven and earth that only the heavenly god constitution can master. At this point, Sansheng's eyes flashed with awe. There was a rumor that a full mastery heavenly god constitution could kill a great emperor with just a glance. The life law in the great emperor's body would be taken away. Without the life law, even a true god would die, let alone a great emperor. Hiss, Ning Tian gasped. Just a glance can take away the life law in the great emperor's body. He finally understood how heaven-defying his constitution was. May I ask, Senior Sansheng, how many heavenly god constitutions have appeared since ancient times? Ning Tian's eyes flashed as he asked. Sansheng shook his head and said slowly, including you, no more than 10. No more than 10. At this moment, Ning Tian finally understood. Why didn't he ask Luo Wuqing what the heavenly god constitution was? She always avoided answering. She was very serious about not exposing his constitution. It turned out that she was afraid that he would be killed if he knew about his powerful constitution. However, Ning Tian wasn't the kind of person who liked to show off. Cough, cough. At the very least, he wouldn't take the initiative to show off. With the heavenly god constitution, it was fine even if he developed in a wretched manner. As long as he could endure until the heavenly god constitution reached full mastery, he might not be invincible in the profound sky world, but he would have the ability to protect himself. Now, you know how powerful your constitution is. Sansheng looked at Ning Tian. Ning Tian nodded heavily and bowed slightly to Sansheng. Thank you for answering my doubts, Senior Xie Sansheng. No problem. Sansheng waved his hand. You don't have to be so polite, kid. I'm not used to it. Ah. Ning Tian touched his nose. Kid, you should be at minor mastery of the heavenly god constitution now, right? Sansheng asked. Early minor mastery, Ning Tian replied. Initial stage of small success. There's still a long way to go. Sansheng pondered for a moment and said slowly, Kid, the Emperor has a prescription here. If you refine it into an elixir, it should be able to help you reach the middle stage of the initial success of the heavenly god body. Oh! Thank you, Senior Xie Sansheng. Hearing this, Ning Tian's eyes lit up. Although it was only a small realm in the small success stage, it was far better than him fumbling around blindly. I'll give you the prescription. As for the spiritual medicine, there might be some in the Emperor's tomb, but there might not be. It's been too long, and the Emperor has forgotten about it. As Sansheng spoke, he raised his hand and a ball of light floated towards Ning Tian. All right, kid, you should cultivate the Sansheng technique. Once you have successfully cultivated the Sansheng technique, this ball of light will naturally dissipate. The Emperor has no enmity with you, so he passed the inheritance to you. This is his hope. Don't let this Sansheng technique go to waste. Sansheng's figure slowly turned transparent and dissipated. Don't worry, Senior Sansheng. I won't let this Sansheng technique go to waste. Ning Tian nodded heavily. Immediately after, he sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the Sansheng technique. Detected that the host is comprehending the Sansheng technique. Comprehending at 10 times the speed. Within the ball of light, Ning Tian began to comprehend, and his aura continued to rise. In the main hall of the great Emperor's tomb, Yarokai Saintus and the others were waiting anxiously. Ever since Ning Tian and the others entered the door of life and death, they had no idea what was going on inside. Just now, Sansheng's remnant soul had disappeared, and no one knew where it went. This made them even more worried. Ancestral Master, please don't let anything happen to you. Otherwise, how can I face the Empress? Supreme Elder, who was imprisoned in the blood mist cage, muttered to himself, full of worry. Your ancestral master who is in the Earth Sovereign Realm? You want to come out alive? What a joke. In the blood mist cage, Elder Jian Mai and Elder Tian Feng both snorted coldly. Both of you. Supreme Elder gritted his teeth. If he was not imprisoned in the blood mist cage, he would definitely teach these two guys a lesson. At this moment, in the main hall, the red light in the skeleton's eyes was restored. Sansheng appeared in front of everyone again. Senior Sansheng. Seeing Sansheng come out, Yarokai Saintus immediately looked over with a worried face. Senior Sansheng, what's going on inside? Hihi, the trial is over. Sansheng smiled. It's over. But no one came out. Could it be that they were all wiped out? Ancestral Master, Yarokai Saintus looked disappointed, and the Jade Lake girls behind her sighed. The legendary Ancestral Master of the Tianmo cult died just like that. What the F***ck? My Ancestral Master is dead. Hearing this, Supreme Elder was instantly furious. Sansheng, you're finished, I'm telling you. You're finished. If our Ancestral Master is dead, just you wait, our Empress will turn your tomb upside down thousands of times, and your skeleton, we'll definitely use it as a chamber pot. We'll pee on you at night and continue peeing on you when you wake up in the morning. The Grand Elder cursed. If his Ancestral Master was dead, then what was the point of him living? Sansheng's face darkened. Did I say that your Ancestral Master is dead? That kid is currently receiving my inheritance. Inheritance? Senior Sansheng, do you mean that our Ancestral Master is still alive and has received your inheritance? Yarokai Saintus's eyes were filled with hope. Yes. Sansheng nodded. Hiss. Hearing this, everyone from Jade Lake and the Celestial Masters were shocked. The Great Emperor's inheritance had been received by the legendary Ancestral Master of the Tianmo cult. Damn it. Elder Jian Mai's eyes flashed with a crazy murderous intent. Ah. Hearing this, Supreme Elder was stunned and scratched his head awkwardly. Ha ha ha, Senior Sansheng, the air in your tomb is so fragrant. What brand of perfume did you use? Don't worry, the Emperor is generous. He won't lower himself to your level for the sake of your Tianmo cult Ancestral Master. Sansheng said lightly. Ha ha ha, Supreme Elder smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. Well, now, let's wait for the kid to finish the inheritance. Sansheng said. In the main hall, everyone nodded. Inside the light ball, Ning Tian closed his eyes tightly. The Sansheng technique is successfully comprehended. After the Sansheng technique was successfully comprehended, Ning Tian was not in a hurry to go out. The light ball was full of great Emperor spiritual qi, and he could not waste it. It was a good time for a breakthrough. Half an hour later, the spiritual qi in Ning Tian's body expanded like a hot knife through butter. It was unstoppable. Boom. Then, the system's voice kept ringing. Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in strength. Currently at Earth King 5 stars. Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in strength. Currently at Earth King 6 stars. Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in strength. Currently at Earth King 9 stars. After a short while, Ning Tian finally broke through to Earth King 9 stars. He was only half a step away from breaking through to the Holy Emperor realm. 9 stars of the Earth King realm? Ning Tian smiled and stretched. It's time to get out of here. Chapter 119. Ning Tian had already absorbed all the power in the inheritance light sphere. Now, only an empty shell was left. It would break with a poke. Outside the main hall, Ling Ao, Zhu Yuanbo, and Li Ren all looked at the light sphere nervously. More than an hour had passed. They did not know how the ancestral master was doing. Li Ren was even more worried. He was one of the witnesses. If he failed, he would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. What if the Tianmo cult's Empress was unreasonable and wanted to kill him? Just as the three of them were worried, a shattering sound rang out in the empty main hall. Crack. The three of them were stunned. Immediately, they thought of something and looked at the light sphere. Crack, crack. The inheritance light sphere slowly shattered, and Ning Tian appeared from the light sphere. Ancestral Master. Seeing Ning Tian, Ling Ao, and Zhu Yuanbo's eyes lit up and they breathed a sigh of relief. Ancestral Master, you finally came out of the light sphere. Ning Tian nodded and slowly walked toward them. Seeing Ning Tian walk over, Ling Ao and Zhu Yuanbo asked curiously, Ancestral Master, did you accept the Great Emperor's inheritance? Hearing this, Ning Tian only smiled and did not answer. Let's go. Let's leave this place first. Although Ning Tian did not answer, the three of them saw the slight smile on his lips and the aura of a breakthrough. They understood that the Ancestral Master must have accepted the Great Emperor's inheritance. Ancestral Master's aura, Ling Ao looked at Ning Tian. Ning Tian had just broken through, and his aura had not dissipated yet. This is 9 stars of the Earth Monarch realm. 5 stars in an hour. Hiss. Ling Ao was shocked, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. The first time he met the ancestor was 2 months ago. At that time, the ancestor was only at the spirit detecting realm. At that time, he was still quite disdainful of the ancestral master. But in the short span of 2 months, the difference between him and the ancestral master was only a difference of 1 star. Wasn't this cultivation speed a little too fast? He finally understood why the disciples of the Tianmo cult would shout that their patriarch was awesome 3 times a day. It wasn't without reason. Ancestral Master is simply the role model of our generation. While Ling Ao was still in shock, the system's voice rang out in Ning Tian's mind. You shocked Ling Ao. You are rewarded with 300 points of spiritual energy. Hearing this, Ning Tian did not take it to heart. He turned around and left with the 3 of them. Let's go. Yes. Ling Ao and the other 2 hurriedly followed. Unexpectedly, only the 4 of them remained out of the hundreds of people who came in. If Ning Tian had not defeated Sansheng, they would have been completely wiped out this time. After receiving Sansheng's inheritance, Ning Tian knew the Great Emperor's mausoleum like the back of his hand. Soon, following the route in his mind, he led the 3 of them to the inner hall of the mausoleum. In the inner hall, the Supreme Elder, Yarokai Saintus, and the others all breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. After hearing that the Great Emperor's inheritance had been obtained by Ning Tian, they were vaguely looking forward to it. With the Great Emperor's inheritance, how strong would Ning Tian become? Oh, that little guy is out. At this moment, Sansheng slowly said. Is he out? Hearing this, the Supreme Elder and Yarokai Saintess's eyes lit up. They looked around, looking as if they could not wait. There. Sansheng smiled and pointed to a place in the inner hall. Hearing this, everyone immediately turned to look at him. Boom. Boom. A bright light burst out from a stone wall in the inner hall. Then, a stone door appeared on the stone wall. After another sound, the stone door was pushed open. 4 figures walked out. Only 4 people survived. Isn't this loss too great? Seeing this, the few heavenly venerables suddenly tensed up and quickly looked over. Ha ha ha. My sky treasure sacred grounds little fatty is still alive. Seeing Zhu Yuanbo, Jinbao Saint immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although they had lost other disciples, at the very least, the saint had been saved. Phew. My Lingshu sect's Ling Ao is still alive. The shadowy old man stroked his long beard and also heaved a sigh of relief. Ling Ao was still alive, at least he could explain himself. However, Elder Jian Mai and Elder Tian Feng gritted their teeth as their faces turned ghastly pale. Among the 4 people, none of them were disciples of their 2 sect. The disciples of the 2 orthodox sects had been completely annihilated. What was even more infuriating was that one of the heavenly venerables had made it out alive. Didn't this mean that their 2 emperor-level forces were inferior to a mere heavenly venerate? Me. The 2 of them snorted coldly. Looking at Ning Tian among the 4 people, a strong murderous intent erupted in their eyes. Now, the legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult had obtained the great emperor's inheritance. This was not good news for the orthodox sects. It might even become a variable in their future plans. Elder Jian Mai and Elder Tian Feng looked at each other and saw the murderous intent in each other's eyes. This legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult must not be left alone. At this time, Sansheng looked at the blood mist cage. Since someone has obtained the emperor's inheritance, then the emperor will fulfill his promise and all of you will be able to get out alive. As soon as he finished speaking, Sansheng gently waved his hand. Boom. The blood mist cage that trapped the 5 heavenly venerables instantly shattered. At this moment, the 5 heavenly venerables also regained their freedom, but they still had lingering fears. Although they were heavenly venerables, they were completely no match for the great emperor, even if they were only remnant souls. After releasing the 5 heavenly venerables, Sansheng's remnant soul floated to the skeleton and then looked at Ning Tian. Little guy, come here. Hearing this, Ning Tian walked up to the main hall. When he reached the throne, he bowed slightly to the skeleton. Senior Sansheng. Sansheng nodded and pointed to the storage ring on the skeleton. Little guy, take off that storage ring. There are treasures in this tomb inside. Now, they belong to you. The treasures of the entire tomb? Hearing this, the heavenly venerables were stunned. Daoist Jin Bao's eyes instantly widened and were filled with passion. This was not because he wanted to attack Ning Tian, but because he was extremely excited when he heard about the treasures. Thank you, Senior Xie Sansheng. A hint of joy flashed across Ning Tian's eyes. After thanking the 3rd sage great emperor, he didn't stand on ceremony and reached for the storage ring. With just a slight force, Ning Tian easily took off the storage ring that Gen Soundless could not pull out no matter how hard he tried. Little guy, this storage ring has long been ownerless. Drip a drop of blood to claim ownership and you will obtain the right to use it. Sansheng's voice sounded in his ears. Hearing this, Ning Tian began to drip a drop of blood to claim ownership. When the black gem on the storage ring flashed with an ancient luster, Ning Tian's mind was connected to the storage ring. Chapter 120. Hee hee. Ning Tian chuckled and was about to check the countless treasures in the storage ring when Sansheng stopped him. Kid, there are too many people here. You'd better find a safe place to check. I'm afraid that the good stuff inside will surprise you. Sansheng smiled mysteriously. Hearing this, Ning Tian felt that it made sense and simply gave up on the idea. This brat, everyone has become his foil. Somewhere in the inner hall, Elder Jian Mai gritted his teeth and looked coldly at Ning Tian in the main hall. Not only did they not gain anything, but they also lost a group of elite disciples. They had lost both their wives and soldiers. Ning Tian, on the other hand, had not only obtained the Great Emperor's inheritance but also the entire tomb's treasures. In this trip to the tomb, it could be said that apart from the Tianmo cult, they had not gained anything at all. F***ck. I'm so angry, we can't let this kid go like this. Elder Jian Mai gritted his teeth. Elder Tian Feng also nodded heavily. He had wanted to kill Ning Tian for a long time, but he never had the chance. Let's go, let's get out of here first. Immediately, the two of them left quietly. In the main hall, Ning Tian and Sansheng slowly walked down. Congratulations, Ancestral Master. Yarokai Saintess smiled at Ning Tian. Ah, thank you. Ning Tian touched his nose. He felt a little embarrassed when he thought of the last dream and the divine soul connection with the entertainment Dao spiritual artifact. However, Yarokai Saintess, this silly girl, did not know that Ning Tian already knew about the divine soul connection of the entertainment Dao spiritual artifact. Ancestral Master, at this moment, the Supreme Elder rushed over with a face full of excitement, tears streaming down his face. Ancestral Master. Thank goodness you're okay. Otherwise, how could I face the Empress and the Tianmo cult? I was so worried. That. Supreme Elder, please don't cry. Ning Tian looked at the Supreme Elder, not knowing what to do. All right, I won't cry. Patriarch, let me borrow your clothes to blow my nose. A few black lines appeared on Ning Tian's forehead. Then, a roar resounded in the hall. F***ck. Don't come over. Get lost. Upon seeing this scene, Yarokai Saintess couldn't help but chuckle. The other women of the Jade Lake also laughed, as if 100 flowers were blooming at the same time. Sansheng shook his head and sighed. It's nice to be young. Then, he looked at Ling Ao, Zhu Yuanbo, and Li Ren. Although the three of you didn't succeed, at least you survived. These 3 Earth-tier martial arts are for you. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 balls of light appeared. Sansheng casually pushed them forward. Compared to the inheritance of a great emperor, these things were on a completely different level. Ling Ao and the other 2 were stunned, and a hint of joy flashed in their eyes. They were already very lucky that they didn't die in there. They didn't expect to be able to obtain some benefits with the blessing of their patriarch. Thank you, Great Emperor Xie Sansheng. The 3 of them cupped their fists and slowly received the balls of light. Seeing this scene, the old man and Daoist Jin Bao's expressions eased a little. If they sacrificed so many disciples and still didn't get anything, no one would be able to accept it. However, now that they had an Earth-tier martial art, this loss was made up for. After receiving the martial arts, the 3 of them were a little excited. Li Ren didn't say anything. After bowing to Sansheng again, he turned around and left. He was now alone. What if they wanted to snatch the Earth-tier martial arts after he left the tomb? So, he might as well leave early. Senior Sansheng, I'll take my leave first. At this moment, the old man and Daoist Jin Bao looked at Sansheng and bowed slightly to bid farewell. Go ahead. The Emperor's tomb won't last for long. Sansheng nodded. Take care, Patriarch. Before the old man left with Ling Ao bowed slightly to Ning Tian. Ning Tian nodded and said meaningfully, put away the arrogance in your heart. Your sword might be even sharper. A good sword is no longer arrogant, but sharp. A good sword is no longer arrogant, but sharp. Hearing this, Ling Ao was stunned for a moment. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up as he came to a realization. His face was filled with excitement. Thank you, Patriarch, for your guidance on Sword Dao. At this moment, he seemed to feel that the thing that had been troubling his Sword Dao was completely opened. Seeing Ning Tian giving guidance to Ling Ao, the old man narrowed his eyes and looked at Ning Tian. Thank you. It's okay. I'm just giving some pointers. Ning Tian waved his hand. The reason why he gave guidance to Ling Ao was that he and Zhu Yuanbo wanted to protect him from being disturbed when he was passing down the inheritance. Although the favor was small, Ning Tian didn't like to owe people, so he just gave some pointers casually. Just giving pointers, the old man's mouth twitched, and he laughed bitterly in his heart. His casual pointers were better than Ling Ao's several months of comprehension. Sigh. The legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult was indeed not simple. Farewell, everyone. The old man shook his head, pulled Ling Ao, and soared into the sky. As soon as the two left, Zhu Yuanbo came over. Hehe, patriarch, why don't you give me some pointers too? You. Ning Tian glanced at Zhu Yuanbo and said indifferently, teach you how to steal my underwear? F***ck. You, how did you know? Zhu Yuanbo's expression changed. Weren't the three of them the only ones who knew about this? Heh. Ning Tian sneered. Did this guy really think that he couldn't hear anything in the inheritance light ball? Do you need any pointers from me? Ning Tian looked at Zhu Yuanbo indifferently. Ahem. Zhu Yuanbao coughed dryly and shook his head repeatedly. No need. Grandmaster, I just remembered that my mother should be calling me home for dinner. Well, I'll take my leave first. After saying that, this guy shook the fat on his body. He summoned Gold Ingot, pulled Daoist Jinbao, who was chatting happily with Elder Qing Lin, and ran away. In the sky. Soon, Daoist Jinbao's confused voice came. Saint, what are you doing? My happiness is ruined by you just like that. However, Gold Ingot flew even faster. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a golden light and disappeared. Hearing Daoist Jinbao's words, Ning Tian looked at Elder Qing Lin with interest. He didn't expect these two old men to have such a story. Ahem, Sansheng coughed and urged, you guys should leave quickly. The inheritance is gone. The remnant soul of the emperor won't be able to hold on for long. When the time comes, this tomb will be buried forever. If you guys don't leave, you can only stay with this tomb forever. Stay in this tomb forever? Hearing this, Ning Tian raised his eyebrows and said without hesitation, goodbye. After saying that, he turned to leave with the Supreme Elder. You brat. Sansheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and said, brat, don't let my inheritance go to waste. Don't worry. Ning Tian waved his hand without looking back. Sooner or later, I will use your cultivation method to make a name for myself in the Tianqian world. Chapter 121. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Tian and the Supreme Elder quickly left. Looking at the back of Ning Tian and the Supreme Elder as they slowly left, Sansheng was stunned for a moment, and his eyes flashed. Senior Sansheng, the ancestral master, is very powerful. He will definitely not neglect your inheritance. At this time, Yarokai Saintess clenched her small fists and said to Sansheng very seriously. Hearing this, Sansheng smiled. He naturally knew how powerful Ning Tian was. However, this kid seemed to have stolen Yarokai Saintess's heart again. Little girl, I think you like that kid, right? Sansheng smiled teasingly. Ah! Yarokai Saintess was stunned, and her pretty face instantly turned red. She gritted her teeth and said, I don't like the ancestral master. I admire the ancestral master. Admire? Really just admire? Sansheng laughed. Everyone understood the meaning of his words. Senior Sansheng. Yarokai Saintess pouted coquettishly, and her pretty face turned red as if blood could be squeezed out of it. Ha ha ha. Sansheng smiled and stroked his long beard. Sure enough, I can relax when I'm with you Jade Lake disciples. That kid is really too smart. If I'm not careful, I'll be tricked by him. Ancestral master? Yarokai Saintess revealed a smile. Okay. Sansheng stopped smiling and looked at the Jade Lake disciples. I want to ask you for a favor. Senior Sansheng, please say it. Elder Qing Lin said slowly. Sansheng looked at his bones and sighed. Can you help me bring my bones back to Jade Lake? I want to be buried with her. Hearing that, the ladies of the Jade Lake were stunned. They naturally understood that Sansheng was referring to Emperor Yaroxian. Rest assured, Sansheng. You are the husband of Yaroxian Empress. It is only right for you to be buried together with her. Elder Qing Lin nodded solemnly. Thank you. A relieved smile appeared on Sansheng's face. Yaroxian, I'm here. Outside the mausoleum. Ning Tian and the Supreme Elder came out of the tomb. Taishang Elder, summon the Black Dragon Riders. We will return first. Once they left the tomb, Ning Tian immediately said to the Taishang Elder. Now that he had the entire inheritance, It was better for him to return as soon as possible. Yes. The Supreme Elder nodded. He naturally understood the importance of this matter. He whistled and summoned the Black Dragon Cavalry, but after a while, the Black Dragon Cavalry that should have reacted still did not appear. Seeing this, Ning Tian narrowed his eyes and quietly circulated the spiritual energy in his body. It seemed that something had happened. Boom. At this moment, there was a roar. A corpse fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground not far from Ning Tian and Elder Qing Lin. Ning Tian looked over. This person was Li Ren, who had obtained the Earthrank martial art. He was killed. Ha ha ha, kid, you finally came out. There was a loud laugh. On the cliff, Elder Jian Mai and Elder Tian Feng were looking at them indifferently. Oh, you want to snatch the inheritance? Seeing this, Ning Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. The Supreme Elder also took a step forward and blocked in front of Ning Tian. Not only the inheritance, but also your life. Elder Jian Mai's eyes were cold as he said indifferently. Humph. You want to kill the Grandmaster? Just the two of you? You still have to see if I agree to it. The Supreme Elder snorted coldly. In an instant, there was a boom. The aura of a peak heavenly venerable instantly erupted and swept in all directions. Peak heavenly venerable, close to the half-step Emperor God realm. Elder Jian Mai and Elder Tian Feng's eyes flashed a touch of seriousness. They then smiled and said, "You are indeed very strong, but you are no match for us." Huh! The Supreme Elder was stunned. Hearing their words, Ning Tian had a bad premonition. Boom! At this moment, the entire Ill-Wind mountain range was filled with an Emperor realm aura. Boom! Boom! In the sky, a middle-aged man in a white robe appeared from the void. Solitary Sword Sect Master? Jian Ren. Seeing the man in a white robe, the Supreme Elder's face suddenly changed. This was a genuine Emperor God expert. Huh! How can you call the Emperor by his name? Jian Ren frowned slightly in the sky. There was a faint look of displeasure on his face. He raised his finger and pointed at the Supreme Elder. Boom! The powerful Emperor God expert's aura fell on the Supreme Elder's body. Puff! The Supreme Elder spat out a mouthful of blood and then his body flew out. Boom! 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 He only stopped when he crashed into 5 or 6 mountains and was buried in the mountains. God Emperor Realm Expert, Ning Tian looked at Jian Ren in the sky with an ugly expression. Damn it! How could he be targeted by these Emperor God experts so easily? You are the patriarch of the Tianmo cult. Trash. Jian Ren looked at Ning Tian indifferently. His eyes were indifferent as if he was looking at an ant. He raised his hand and pointed indifferently, wanting to end his life. Haha, this brat can finally die. Elder Tian Feng was very happy. Boom. The terrifying Emperor Realm aura fell on Ning Tian. Boom. The terrifying aura exploded and the surrounding trees were destroyed. The ground shook violently and the soil and stones shattered. This brat should be dead by now, right? Jian Mai and Tian Feng looked over. The dust dissipated. However, they saw Ning Tian standing there unscathed. Seeing this scene, Jian Ren's eyes flashed with confusion. Jian Mai and Tian Feng were also stunned. What was going on? Jian Ren was a 2-star Emperor Realm Quasi-Emperor. How could he not kill Ning Tian, who was only at the Earth King Realm? Ning Tian was also stunned. After a long while, he touched his face and seemed to have thought of something. Jian Ren seemed to have attacked his face in order to humiliate him. System, isn't the defense of my face a little too high? The system reminded him, it's not high, it's not high. It's only 100 million points high. However, the host needs to be careful. If he attacks other parts of your body, you will be like tofu dregs and will shatter with a touch. Understood. At this moment, Ning Tian rejoiced in his heart. This shameless title was really a great foreshadowing. Shamelessness had indeed saved his life. The Emperor doesn't believe this. Jian Ren narrowed his eyes and a trace of killing intent finally flashed in his eyes. A mere Earth King realm, the Emperor can't do anything to you. His voice faded. An even more terrifying attack came. This time, it wasn't Ning Tian's face. Ning Tian's face changed. Facing this attack, could it be that he had to find an angle and use his face to receive it? But this damn attack was too fast, he couldn't receive it. The Emperor Realm attack was only a few meters away from Ning Qian. Impudent! You dare to kill the successor of the Emperor! A furious roar came from the martial monarch tomb. At this time, the third Saint Emperor finally noticed what was happening outside. Chapter 122. Humph! A cold snort resounded. In an instant, Jian Ren's Emperor-level attack was intercepted. Bang! That terrifying aura seemed to explode in front of Ning Qian. Even though Ning Qian immediately activated the roaming dragon steps and leaped 100 meters away, she was still affected by the shockwaves. His whole body was directly blasted away by the power of the explosion. He landed heavily on the ground. This kid dodged it. Jian Ren was shocked. Ancestral Master. Seeing this scene, Yarokai Saintess's pretty face changed slightly. She immediately ran over and looked at Ning Qian worriedly. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Ning Qian coughed twice. I'm fine. Help me up. Yes, Ancestral Master, don't move. Yarokai Saintess nodded and carefully helped Ning Qian up from the ground. You have shocked Jian Ren. You are rewarded with a teleport card. Teleport card. Can move a short distance. Invalid. TSK. Ning Qian ignored the system's voice and spat out the blood in his mouth. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the sky. Sansheng's skeleton appeared above the mausoleum and his remnant soul appeared. He looked at Jian Ren indifferently. A mere emperor-to-be dares to hurt the successor of the emperor. How presumptuous. Hee. Jian Ren looked at Sansheng without fear. His eyes were cold. So what if you were a great emperor when you were alive? Don't forget that you are already dead. With your soul that is about to dissipate, how many moves can you make? What a joke. Hearing this, Sansheng was silent and narrowed his eyes. Indeed. After passing the great emperor's inheritance to Ning Qian, his soul energy began to gradually dissipate. But even so, he would never let this emperor-to-be in front of him hurt Ning Qian. So what if your soul energy is gone? That emperor will kill you in a few moves. Sansheng sneered. Then, he looked at Ning Qian and said, Kid, watch carefully. The emperor will show you one last time what palm Dao and fist Dao are. Upon hearing this, Ning Qian's expression turned serious. Then I shall wait and see. Ha ha ha. Palm Dao must have enough momentum to shatter mountains and rivers. As for fist Dao, there's no need for fancy moves. You only need to be motivated and powerful, and you can defeat your enemy with a single punch. Sansheng laughed loudly. Then, he used his left hand as a palm and his right hand as a fist. Rumble. In that instant, Ning Qian felt as if he could see the endless mountains and rivers behind Sansheng's back, but all of them were destroyed with a single palm strike. Boom. This aura, seeing that even though it was just a remnant soul, its aura was still so powerful, Jian Ren's expression changed. Were great emperors really that terrifying? Damn it. Jian Ren clenched his teeth and prepared to use all of his strength to resist. At that instant, an indifferent voice appeared behind him. Get out of the way. You're no match for him. Behind him, a white-haired old man in a black robe appeared from the void. His body emitted a silver glow, and his aura was far stronger than Jian Ren's. Upon hearing this voice, Jian Ren was stunned for a moment before joy flashed across his eyes. Alliance leader. Behind him was the alliance leader of the Righteous Dao Alliance, Emperor Just Sky. Emperor Just Sky. Elder Qing Lin's eyes flashed with shock. Great emperors. Upon hearing this, Ning Qian, Yarokai Saintess, and the others were stunned. The alliance leader of the Righteous Dao Alliance, Emperor Just Sky, glanced at the fist Dao and palm Dao and said coldly, How can this be called palm Dao and fist Dao? What a joke. As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Just Sky raised his hand. With one palm, he suppressed Sansheng's fist Dao and palm Dao. Great emperors. Sansheng's expression changed. If he was still alive, he would not be afraid of Emperor Just Sky at all. However, he was just a soul now. You're just a remnant soul. Disperse. Emperor Justsky's tone was emotionless as he slammed his palm towards Sansheng's skeleton. From the looks of it, Not only did Emperor Just Sky want Sansheng's soul to disperse, but he also wanted him to be completely obliterated. No. Yarokai Saintess's expression changed drastically. They had promised Sansheng that they would bury his skeleton beside Emperor Yaroxian. Is it over? Sansheng's expression was bitter. He was already a dead person. Even if his soul was dispersed, it did not matter. However, he still felt some regret in his heart. In the end, he still could not be buried with her. At this moment, just as Emperor Jusky's palm was about to land on the skeleton, a figure flashed past and carried Sansheng's skeleton on its back and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Boom! The palm landed on the great emperor's tomb. Rumble! In an instant, the enormous palace collapsed and was razed to the ground. The palm hit nothing. Righteous Sky Emperor was stunned for a moment. When he saw who it was that had saved Triple Sage Emperor's skeleton, he was shocked. How could it be him? Phew! Ning Tian heaved a sigh of relief and slowly put down Sansheng's skeleton. Earlier on, he had used the teleport card to carry Sansheng's skeleton away. Kid, thank you. Sansheng's expression was bitter. To his surprise, under the attack of the Great Emperor, the one who saved him was Ning Tian, who was at Earth Monarch Realm. It's okay. I just saved a life. Ning Tian shook his head. At this moment, a voice rang in his mind. You have shocked Emperor Just Sky. Reward, Great Emperor Summoning Card. Great Emperor Summoning Card. Can summon a Great Emperor. Ignores Teleport Card. Invalid after use. Great Emperor Teleport Card. Ning Tian's eyes lit up and immediately laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? In the sky, Emperor Just Sky narrowed his eyes. I'm laughing. Hehe, I'm laughing at how you're about to run away in a sorry state. Ning Tian sneered. Presumptuous. There was a flash of anger in Emperor Jusky's eyes. Let's see who's the presumptuous one. Ning Tian was not afraid at all. He shouted in his heart. System. Use Great Emperor Summoning Card. Summoning, Luo Wuqing, Queen Mother of the West. Using Great Emperor Summoning Card. Summoning, Luo Wuqing, Queen Mother of the West. Summoning successful. Rumble. Suddenly, in the sky, thunder roared and the sky darkened. It was as if the world had changed colors. Two extremely terrifying auras instantly swept through the entire ominous Wind Mountain. Chapter 123. Boom. Two terrifying auras appeared out of nowhere. The entire Chill Wind Mountain range seemed to have been sucked dry of spiritual chi. Even the space was trembling. What terrifying auras! Sensing these two auras, apart from Emperor Zhangtian who was not affected much, everyone else felt a powerful pressure. Their bodies trembled and they did not even dare to breathe loudly. This is the aura of a great emperor? Strange. Why is one of them so familiar? It seems to be the Sacred Master. Elder Qing Lin was confused. She did not inform the Queen Mother of the West. Why would the Queen Mother of the West appear here? The aura of a great emperor and two women? Sansheng squinted his eyes and murmured. A dangerous thought popped up in his mind. Could it be that Ning Tian, that brat, had two wives? And both of them are great emperors? Sansheng was shocked. He could not help but give Ning Tian a thumbs up. Good boy, you have good luck with women. They are the Empress of the Tianmo cult and the Queen Mother of the West from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Emperor Zhangtian quickly recognized the two auras of a great emperor. His eyes lit up. Above the sky, two figures of light appeared in the void. The light dissipated. Two beautiful figures appeared. At this moment, a hint of doubt appeared on the two women's stunning and beautiful faces. Strange. Wasn't I organizing the heavenly demon files just now? Luo Wuqing squinted her eyes. She was dealing with something just now. However, an irresistible force appeared in front of her and pulled her into the void. In the next moment, she appeared here. The Queen Mother of the West was also confused. At this moment, the veil on her face was nowhere to be seen. She was like Luo Wuqing. However, she was preparing to take a bath in the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. As soon as she took off her veil, she appeared here. Fortunately, she did not take off her clothes. Otherwise, it would be awkward. Luo Wuqing? Seeing the familiar figure in the sky, Sansheng could not help but take a closer look. He was so shocked that he stuttered. What the f***ck? Ning Tian's wife is Luo Wuqing? Sansheng felt as if 10,000 alpacas were running through his heart. Luo Wuqing, who was not a great emperor at that time, her suitors could line up the entire heavenly spirit region. Now that she had become a great emperor, no one was worthy of her. However, that idiot, Ning Tian, was Luo Wuqing's husband. Third sage great emperor was completely dumbfounded. F***ck. He cursed in his heart. If I had known earlier that this little fellow was Luo Wuqing's husband, why would I have set up this damn trial? Just give the inheritance to him. He understood how high Luo Wuqing's standards were. If Ning Tian was worthy of her, at the very least, there would be unlimited possibilities in the future. What he wanted was to pass on his legacy to someone who could shine brightly. Naturally, Ning Tian was that person. However, although the process was a bit complicated, fortunately, the inheritance was still given to this kid. Sansheng. Hearing the voice, Luo Wuqing looked over. Ill-Wind Mountain Range, Mausoleum. She narrowed her eyes. So, this mausoleum is yours. Suddenly, Luo Wuqing's gaze fell on Ning Tian, who was being supported by Yaokai Saintess and covered in blood. Her eyes were as cold as ice, and her tone instantly turned cold. Who hurt him? As soon as these words came out, it was as if the entire world had turned cold. Even the celestial venerables present shuddered. They sucked in a cold breath in their hearts. The Empress was angry. Jian Ren swallowed his saliva, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. He quickly hid behind Emperor Just Sky. Although he was a god emperor, he was only a 2-star boundary emperor. If a great emperor wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. Seeing Luo Wuqing's cold voice, Ning Tian felt a touch of warmth in his heart. Then, he pointed to a spot in the sky. Seeing this, Luo Wuqing looked over, and her cold eyes fell on Emperor Just Sky. I've long sensed the great emperor's aura. So it's you. Just Sky, do you really think that you can provoke the Tianmo cult with just your righteous alliance? Just Sky's expression was ugly. He gritted his teeth and remained silent. Seeing this, Ning Tian immediately understood. The Tianmo cult still had a foundation. It was unknown whether it was strong or weak, but it was enough to make the righteous alliance wary. Emperor Just Sky, as a great emperor, isn't it a little inappropriate to make a move on an Earth monarch brat? At this time, the Empress of the West spoke slowly. Without her veil, her fox demon physique was fully displayed. Even Emperor Just Sky had to use a trace of his emperor's aura to resist the temptation of her charm. This woman's charm was too strong. At the side, Jian Ren circulated all his spirit chi to keep himself awake. However, his face was still flushed, and his body actually reacted. Long time no see, Empress of the West. Emperor Just Sky waved his hand at the Empress of the West. The Jade Lake sacred ground had always been in a neutral state. The Empress of the West's strength was unfathomable. He did not want to provoke a great emperor for no reason. No need to be so enthusiastic. We don't know each other well. However, the Empress of the West only looked at him indifferently. She did not give him any face at all. Emperor Justsky's eyes were gloomy. These two women, one was beautiful, and the other was charming. Their strength was not inferior to his at all. However, these two were actually standing up for an Earth monarch brat. Luo Wuqing aside, Ning Tian was her husband after all. However, what did the Empress of the West mean? Empress of the West, your Jade Lake sacred ground claims to be neutral and has never interfered in any power struggle. However, why are you standing up for this brat now? Emperor Just Sky narrowed his eyes and looked at the Empress of the West. There was a questioning tone in his voice. Oh. The Empress of the West raised her eyebrows slightly and said indifferently, then may I ask, Emperor Just Sky? You claim to be on the righteous path, and you're a great emperor expert. Why are you attacking a mere Earth monarch junior? I, the Emperor, have never heard of someone from the righteous path doing such a shameless thing. You, Emperor Just Sky was furious. Below, the people who heard the Empress of the West's words had strange expressions. They could not help but snicker. Ning Tian's eyes flashed. The Empress of the West was having a good time scolding him. This was exciting. Empress of the West, why are you wasting your breath on him? Luo Wuqing looked at Emperor Just Sky indifferently. Even if the other party was a great emperor expert, the killing intent in her eyes did not diminish at all. Just Sky, you dared to hurt him. Prepare to pay the price. As soon as she finished speaking, a treasure sword flashing with cold light appeared in Luo Wuqing's hand. It vaguely emitted an aura. It was an immortal artifact. Luo Wuqing, think carefully. You and I are both great emperors. If we fight, the entire Chill Wind mountain range will be razed to the ground. Seeing Luo Wuqing taking out an immortal artifact without saying anything, Emperor Jusky's expression changed slightly. He was not prepared to fight to the death with Luo Wuqing. So what? What does it have to do with me? Luo Wuqing did not care. Her beautiful eyes were filled with contempt. You hurt my husband. I'll take your life. Chapter 124. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Wuqing's figure disappeared into thin air in the blink of an eye. Boom. In the blink of an eye, she appeared beside Heavenly Emperor Zhengtian. In just an instant, tens of millions of sword shadows flashed and stabbed out mercilessly. Sword Dao Saint. Seeing this scene, Ning Tian was a little surprised. Luo Wuqing had never used his strongest power beside him before. But now, when he saw the thousands of sword shadows in an instant, he was a little shocked. His wife had hidden her strength well. Tens of millions of sword shadows flashed in front of Heavenly Emperor Zhengtian. Each of them was extremely terrifying. Heavenly Emperor Zhengtian snorted and also struck out with his palm. Behind him, spiritual qi turned into tens of millions of giant palms and collided with the sword intent. She's also a sword Dao Saint. Why is it different from Sansheng's? Ning Tian's eyes flashed with doubt as he muttered, could it be that the sword Dao Saint is also based on one's comprehension and varies from person to person? That's right. Sansheng floated over. At this moment, his body was almost transparent. Senior Sansheng, you're... Seeing Sansheng's appearance, Ning Tian couldn't help but ask. It's nothing. My soul is about to disperse. Sansheng waved his hand with a carefree expression. Ning Tian curled his lips. Oh, I forgot you're already dead. It's mainly because your soul is too active. You don't look like a dead person. Sansheng gritted his teeth. This kid was still so annoying. He sighed. Kid, watch the battle of the emperors. It's rare to see a battle between emperors. Your wife's strength is not ordinary. Sansheng shook his head and said. Ning Tian didn't say anything and looked up. Above, the sky shook. The sword intent and palm marks were not extinguished. Even the void was created by the two of them. As the 30 kilometers sword insight descended from the sky, the monstrous and enormous palm smashed down abruptly. Boom. That overwhelming emperor's aura swept across the entire Chill Wind mountain range. The mountain range collapsed, the earth rumbled, and countless plants and trees were pulverized. In the blink of an eye, the towering mountain range was razed to the ground. Any life that was swept away by the emperor's might was mercilessly taken away. TSK, TSK. It seems that Luo Wuqing is really angry. Shi Wangmu clicked her tongue and sighed. Then, her figure flickered. First, he found the severely injured and unconscious Grand Supreme Elder from the rubble. Then, he teleported in front of Ning Tian and the others. Immortal music filled the air and instantly dissipated the emperor pressure. It was precisely because of the Queen Mother of the West's existence that Luo Wuqing was able to use his full strength without fear. With the Queen Mother of the West around, she did not need to worry about the emperor's might affecting Ning Tian. Boom. Above the firmament, bursts of terrifying emperor auras collided continuously. When the dust dissipated and everyone could see clearly, they couldn't help but be stunned. Apart from where they were now, the entire Chill Wind mountain range, tens of thousands of miles in radius, had been razed to the ground. Not a trace of life was left. So, this is a battle between great emperors. A glint flashed in Ning Tian's eyes, and his heart was filled with yearning. One day, he could be as strong, or even stronger. Just the aftershocks of a battle between great emperors could overturn the mountain range tens of thousands of miles in radius. It was simply terrifying. Boom. In the sky, the great emperor's aura shook again. It's here again. A look of helplessness flashed in the Queen Mother's eyes. Then, she played the immortal music again to protect everyone. When everyone looked again, the entire Chill Wind mountain range had not only been razed to the ground, but also formed a bottomless abyss. This. A look of worry flashed in Ning Tian's eyes as he looked at the sky. Don't worry. The Queen Mother glanced at Ning Tian. Your wife is terrifyingly strong. In a one-on-one battle, very few people can defeat her. Ning Tian nodded silently. At the same time, a strong desire for power welled up in his heart. Look, it seems like there's a result. At this moment, Sansheng's voice sounded. Hearing this, everyone looked up at the sky. At this moment, Luo Wuqing was unscathed, and his aura was stable. On the other hand, Great Emperor Zhengtian was covered in blood, and his aura was chaotic. The Great Empress won? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Their understanding of the Great Empress rose to a new level. Perhaps. A deep look flashed in the Queen Mother's beautiful eyes. She glanced at Great Emperor Zhengtian. That guy is so afraid of death. I don't think he'll fight with his true body. Hearing this, Ning Tian frowned as he thought of something. Could this be the Great Emperor's shadow? Yes, it should be. Although it's just a Great Emperor's shadow, it has 60% of Great Emperor Zhengtian's strength, said the Queen Mother. In the sky, Luo Wuqing looked at Great Emperor Zhengtian indifferently. It's just a shadow indeed. However, this should be the strongest one among your many shadows. Great Emperor Zhengtian snorted coldly. It's just a shadow. I'll just kill it. Luo Wuqing murmured. His body merged into the void. In the next moment, the immortal sword in his hand pierced through Great Emperor Zhengtian's body. He also appeared from the void. Such fast speed. You didn't use your full strength just now? Great Emperor Zhengtian's eyes flashed with shock. Do I need to use my full strength to deal with your Great Emperor's shadow? Luo Wuqing sneered. Then, Sword Intent appeared in his hand. Thousands of Sword Intents instantly killed Great Emperor Zhengtian's body, in an instant. Great Emperor Zhengtian's body was torn apart. He turned into a ray of light and dissipated. The Great Emperor's shadow was instantly killed. At the same time, in the righteous alliance of the middle state of the Heaven Spirit region. Fart. In the secret chamber, Great Emperor Zhengtian spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura instantly weakened. Damn it. Luo Wuqing, how dare you destroy my strongest shadow doppelganger, and Yarukai, he. Just you wait. After killing Great Emperor Zhengtian's shadow doppelganger, Luo Wuqing looked at Jian Ren and the other two who were trembling not far away. Great Empress, please spare us. Jian Ren swallowed his saliva crazily. His indifference and arrogance just now had been tossed out of his mind. Spare you? Luo Wuqing sneered. His tone was slightly cold. You guys also injured him. Do you still have the right to live? As soon as his voice fell, he waved his sword intent casually. The Great Emperor's aura instantly enveloped the three. Jian Ren's fleshly body was instantly smashed to smithereens, and even his divine soul was directly torn apart. Even Jian Ren, who was a boundary emperor, was casually killed. What about Jian Mai and Tian Feng, who were merely heavenly venerables? The two of them did not even have time to scream before they were casually killed by the thousands of sword intents. After dealing with the three of them, the immortal sword in Luo Wuqing's hand dissipated. Then, she looked at the destruction around her indifferently. Then, she descended from the sky and walked toward Ning Tian. How is it? Luo Wuqing's voice contained a hint of worry. Wife, hiss. Ning Tian grinned. Unexpectedly, this grin affected his wound. It was so painful that he gasped. Chapter 125. Don't move. Luo Wuqing frowned and reprimanded him. Look at how badly injured you are. Why are you still moving? Hearing that reprimand, Ning Tian just smiled foolishly and looked at Luo Wuqing. Why are you looking at me like that? Wife, you're so nice. Ning Tian continued to smile foolishly. Luo Wuqing was stunned for a moment, and a blush flashed past her ears. She said calmly, I'm just afraid that it'll be a waste of Tianmo cult's land to bury you after you're dead. Ning Tian grinned. His wife always liked to say one thing and mean another. Ahem, you two should be more careful. Don't be so lovey-dovey. Beside them, the Queen Mother of the West's jealous voice sounded. Also, what's wrong with you, Ancestral Master? I was just about to take a bath when I was pulled here. You must be the one behind all this, right? Take a bath. Take a bath. Hearing that, Ning Tian was stunned for a moment. He was glad that he did not summon the Queen Mother of the West when she was taking a bath. Otherwise, if he summoned a naked Queen Mother of the West, he would probably be beaten up by two great emperors. One was Luo Wuqing, and the other was an embarrassed and angry Queen Mother of the West. However, he did not know how to explain the Queen Mother of the West's words. This great emperor summoning card was very cool to use. However, it was a bit difficult to explain. However, it was really cool. Just when Ning Tian was in a dilemma, Luo Wuqing spoke up to solve his problem. Ning Tian has his ways. Alright, let's end this matter for now. Don't mention it again. Hearing that, the Queen Mother of the West narrowed her eyes. In her heart, she felt that Ning Tian was getting more and more complicated. Ancestral Master, you really make me curious. The Queen Mother of the West's eyes moved, and Ning Tian's scalp went numb. Because he could already feel the death stare from his wife. He only hoped that the Queen Mother of the West would quickly look away, otherwise, this jealous Empress would not be easy to deal with. After a while, the Queen Mother of the West looked away and nodded. Alright, I won't pursue this matter any further. However, Ancestral Master. Halfway through her words, the Queen Mother of the West looked at Ning Tian and chuckled. Ancestral Master, the next time you summon me, please don't do it at night. I like to bathe at night. Ha 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 tilde. Hearing Shi Wangmu's words, Ning Tian was stunned. Why did he feel that Shi Wangmu's refusal was actually a hint? Not good. The Queen Mother of the West was teasing him. Ning Tian came back to his senses. Sure enough, he felt Luo Wuqing's death stare. Cough, cough. Ning Tian coughed dryly and hurriedly changed the topic. I wonder if the Queen Mother of the West can save the Grand Elder of the Tianmo cult. On the ground, the Grand Elder was covered in blood, heavily injured and unconscious. It was already a miracle that he was still alive after being hit by a god emperor. Since the Ancestral Master has asked for it, I naturally have to give the Ancestral Master face. The Queen Mother of the West covered her mouth and chuckled. When the heavenly music dissipated, Ning Tian and the Grand Elder's injuries were almost healed. The healing music performed by the Queen Mother of the West was much more powerful than Ning Tian's. Holy Lord! At this moment, Elder Qing Lin walked over and bowed to the Queen Mother of the West. Then, he asked, Holy Lord, Senior Sansheng wants to be buried together with Yaoxian the Great Empress. That's not a problem. The Queen Mother of the West shook her head and looked at Sansheng. Then, she said seriously, Yaoxian the Great Empress' soul is still in the tomb and has yet to dissipate. She left her last breath just to wait for you. Yaoxian, tears flashed in Sansheng's eyes. He said solemnly to the Queen Mother of the West, then, I'll have to trouble you. After that, Sansheng's remnant soul rushed toward the skeleton. Just as the remnant soul was about to enter the skeleton, he stopped and looked at Ning Tian. Ancestral Master, please don't disappoint my legacy. At this moment, he also changed the way he addressed Ning Tian. After all, Luo Wuqing was still standing beside him. Don't worry. Ning Tian nodded and said seriously, I won't disappoint you. Thank you. Sansheng said and rushed into the skeleton. The Queen Mother of the West also asked the Jade Lake disciples to lift the skeleton and prepare to return to the Jade Lake. Ancestral Master, remember to come to the Jade Lake to play. The Jade Lake disciples are all delicious tilde before leaving. The Queen Mother of the West did not forget to tease Ning Tian. Ning Tian's face darkened. This woman will harm me sooner or later. Let's go back to the Tianmo cult. At the side, Luo Wuqing said lightly. Seeing that Luo Wuqing was not angry with the Queen Mother of the West's words, Ning Tian breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, a soft and boneless cold hand came to his waist. She exerted a little force. Then, Ah! There was a scream. Honey, someone told me that I can't put my hands on my waist. This is related to the happiness of the rest of your life. Ning Tian touched his waist and said seriously. Oh, is that so? Luo Wuqing was thoughtful. Then, let's go somewhere else. Ah. Damn, honey, why did you pinch my butt? Have we turned against each other? When Ning Tian and the others left, the ill-wind mountains were quiet again. However, there were no more mountains in the ill-wind mountains. Instead, it was an endless abyss. This was the product left behind by the War of the Emperors. Such products, even more terrifying, were everywhere in the Tianxian world. After returning to the Tianmo cult, when the disciples of the Tianmo cult learned that it was not the mausoleum of the celestial venerables, but the mausoleum of the great emperor, they were all excited. That was the mausoleum of the great emperor. It was far more dangerous than the mausoleum of the celestial venerables. However, when they saw that Ning Tian came back safe and sound, they all breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that the patriarch was fine. They also admired Ning Tian even more in their hearts. How dangerous was the mausoleum of the great emperor? Although they had never seen it, they had heard about it. But they had to admit that the patriarch was really awesome. He could come out of the mausoleum of the great emperor unscathed. After Ning Tian returned to the Tianmo cult, after the teacher sent the Grand Supreme Elder, who was still in a coma, back to his residence, he tiredly rushed towards his and Luo Wuqing's small residence. On this trip, he had brushed shoulders with death several times. But fortunately, the harvest was also very good. When he returned to the small residence and saw Luo Wuqing sitting at the table, tidying up her appearance, he couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, no matter in which world, women loved to be beautiful. Looking at that slim and beautiful figure, his heart itched as if ants were crawling over it. Ning Tian walked over and hugged Luo Wuqing's soft and slender waist from behind. Wife, did you miss me? Luo Wuqing didn't struggle and said lightly, no. You really don't. Ning Tian suddenly attacked, and a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. No. I don't. A blush appeared on Luo Wuqing's earlobes. This guy was up to no good again. I don't care if you miss me or not. I miss you anyway. A hint of mockery flashed in Ning Tian's eyes. Luo Wuqing's eyes evaded his. Then, there was only happiness left. There was no scene. Chapter 126. On the windowsill of the small building, the candlelight was reflected. Two figures could be vaguely seen flickering, as if there was music. After a long time, Luo Wuqing blushed, pushed Ning Tian away, and rolled her eyes at him. That's it. Hee. Ning Tian smiled, quickly put on his clothes, and then turned to look at Luo Wuqing, who was covering her body with the quilt, and said with a smirk, Wife, why don't you put on your clothes? How about I help you? Get lost. A few black lines appeared on Luo Wuqing's forehead, and then she rolled her eyes. Her gaze was extremely flirtatious and enchanting. Ning Tian's flame, which had been extinguished with great difficulty, was reignited once more. You, turn around. Luo Wuqing glanced at Ning Tian. I'm going to put on my clothes, huh? What are you doing? Why are you taking off your clothes? Hey. Half an hour later, the two of them put on their clothes, and Ning Tian sat on the side with a happy face, which made Luo Wuqing clench her teeth. This guy, is he an animal that doesn't know fatigue? Hee. Ning Tian smiled and looked at the storage ring on his hand. The matter was done, and the fun was over. He just wanted to see what good things were in the storage ring given to him by Sansheng. At this time, Luo Wuqing glanced at the storage ring. This thing, is it given to you by Sansheng? Well, yes, is there a problem? Ning Tian nodded doubtfully. What good things can that guy have? You'd better be mentally prepared. Luo Wuqing said lightly. No way. Ning Tian was shocked, took a deep breath, and immediately, his consciousness entered the storage ring. A huge storage space appeared in front of him. The space in this storage ring was very large, and at a glance, it was really empty. In the entire storage space, there was nothing. There was only dust on the ground. F***ck. Sansheng, that old bastard, tricked me. Seeing this empty storage space, There was no treasure in Ning Tian's imagination. Ning Tian thought back to how 3 Saint Great Emperor had patted his chest and said confidently that there was definitely something good inside. Ning Tian was furious. I was too careless. Ning Tian gritted his teeth. He had always been tricking others. He didn't expect that he was tricked by Sansheng. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in the storage space. That's. Ning Tian narrowed her eyes and walked towards the space. Could it be that the 3rd Saint Emperor had found his conscience and left something good for him? Puzzled, Ning Tian approached the golden light. Amidst the golden light, there was a huge treasure chest. It was made of simple and unadorned materials, and one could tell at a glance that it was extraordinary. Looks like the 3 Saint Emperors still have some conscience. Seeing this 3-meter-long treasure chest, Ning Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, he used his spirit qi and excitedly opened the treasure chest. Creak. The treasure chest opened, and an extraordinary ancient aura came from it. Then, there was a bright golden light. This is. Ning Tian's eyes flashed with excitement. Another treasure chest. When Ning Tian saw that there was another treasure chest in the huge treasure chest, he was stunned. Multiple protection? A word flashed in his mind. Forget it, let's continue. Then, he took a deep breath. Circulating his spirit qi, he opened the treasure chest. And next, another treasure chest. Another one, another one, another one, another one. What is Sansheng trying to do? F*ck. Another F** King 1? After a while. Beside Ning Tian, there were dozens of ancient and exquisite treasure chests. Phew, finally the last one. Looking at the palm-sized treasure chest, Ning Tian's mouth twitched. The 3-meter-big treasure turned into a palm-sized treasure in the end. He took a deep breath, resisted the urge to curse, and slowly opened the treasure chest in his hand. This time, it was not a treasure chest, but a parchment. Could this be a type of martial art? Ning Tian slowly picked up the parchment and looked at it. When he looked at it, a hearty voice came from the parchment. Kid, you've obtained the inheritance of the Emperor. The inheritance is the most precious treasure in the entire tomb of the Great Emperor. Young man, don't be greedy tilde ha ha ha. As Sansheng's despicable voice dissipated, the parchment turned into a ball of fire, and ashes scattered in the storage space. Ning Tian's face darkened, and his mouth twitched. F*ck. Dog Sansheng. When Ning Tian's consciousness came out of the storage space, he was silent and slowly got up. Where are you going? Luo Wuqing asked. To the Jade Lake sacred ground. I'm going to dig up Sansheng's tomb. Ning Tian gritted his teeth and said. Hearing this, Luo Wuqing laughed. Sure enough, you were cheated by Sansheng. That guy, known as the poorest great emperor, is a miser. It's good enough that he gave you his inheritance. Well, whatever you want, just go to the scripture pavilion. There are some good things there, and they're not worse than Sansheng's. Ning Tian's heart warmed. Wife, you're the best. Yeah, I know, I'm the best. As Luo Wuqing said, she glanced at Ning Tian's hand that had wrapped around her slender waist. So, what's the meaning of your hand? She looked at Ning Tian in confusion. Could it be that this guy wasn't tired of it at all? Wife, I don't know if you've heard of a word. Ning Tian looked at Luo Wuqing with a smile. What word? Luo Wuqing was puzzled. Hihi, I'm never tired of it. You. Luo Wuqing's pretty face immediately turned red. Beast. Under the candlelight windowsill, 2 figures seemed to be entangled together again. At this moment, Ning Tian was enjoying himself. Jade Lake sacred ground. In a mausoleum. Hiss. 3rd Sage Great Emperor suddenly trembled. Langjun, what's wrong? Beside him, Emperor Yaoshuan's remnant soul looked over, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. I don't know why, but I felt a chill down my spine just now, as if someone was going to dig up my grave. Sansheng frowned and said. Phut. Emperor Yaoshuan smiled and looked at Sansheng. Langjun, you're thinking too much. This is the Jade Lake sacred ground. How could anyone dare to dig up your grave here? Hearing this, Sansheng fell silent. If it was a great emperor powerhouse who came to dig up his grave, he wouldn't believe it. But if it was that kid, The Queen Mother of the West might really let him dig it up. All right, Langjun. Emperor Yaoxuan's remnant soul floated over. Our souls are about to dissipate. Let's spend our last moments with each other. Emperor Yaoxuan's words were a little lonely. Her remnant soul held on for a long time. Fortunately, they managed to hold on until the third sage emperor arrived. Yeah. Hearing this, Sansheng nodded heavily. Chapter 127. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. At first, everything was peaceful. However, a celestial venerable flew over the Chilliwind mountain range and saw the scene below. In an instant, the peace was broken. It happened almost overnight. When the news of the Chilliwind mountain range becoming the Chilliwind abyss spread, the entire celestial spirit region was in an uproar. Some sects sent their forces to investigate. They could even feel the powerful aura of the great emperors that had yet to dissipate from the abyss. It was obvious. 2 great emperors had fought in the Chilliwind mountain range. Even the emperor's might that was left behind was enough to make ordinary divine emperors tremble. Just as everyone was guessing the identity of the 2 great emperors who were fighting, there was a piece of news. The ones who fought were Empress Luo Wuqing of the Tianmo cult and Emperor Zhengtian of the Righteous Alliance. 2 peak great emperors. However, Righteous Heaven Emperor had only used 60% of his power to summon his avatar. In the end, this shadow clone was mercilessly killed by the Empress. The initial shock had yet to dissipate. When the news that the celestial venerable tomb in the Chilliwind mountain range was actually the tomb of a great emperor and that the legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult had obtained the great emperor's inheritance, the people who were already shocked were stunned again. It was actually a great emperor's tomb. There was even a great emperor's inheritance. This made many great emperors beat their chests and stomp their feet in regret. They had missed the opportunity to obtain the great emperor's inheritance just like that. As for the Tianmo cult, they would definitely have a bright future ahead of them. The legendary patriarch had monstrous talent and had obtained the great emperor's inheritance. If there were no accidents, the Tianmo cult would probably recreate the glory of the 2 great emperors from hundreds of years ago, although many people were still jealous of the great emperor's inheritance. However, when they thought of the current state of the Chilliwind mountain range, those jealous people swallowed their saliva and looked terrified. If they wanted to touch the patriarch of the Tianmo cult, they had to defeat the Empress. However, how could a great emperor be defeated so easily? Therefore, they could only be envious and jealous. Celestial Spirit Region's central province, the Righteous Alliance. Ah, damn it! A furious voice swept through the entire Righteous Tao Alliance. The disciples and elders of the various sects of the Righteous Tao Alliance all looked at a celestial mountain in horror. It seemed that the recent rumors had made that person very unhappy. After all, even though it was only a doppelganger that was killed, it was still a loss of face. Everyone sighed. He didn't dare to say anything. Righteous Tao Sect, Immortal Mountain. Inside the secret room, a cold light flashed through Emperor Zhengtian's eyes. He punched the stone wall heavily. Boom. Although he didn't use any spiritual energy, just the strength of his physical body was enough to make the stone walls of this special secret chamber shake violently. Rumble. Damn it. Tianmo cult, sooner or later I'll get rid of you. Emperor Zhengtian's eyes flashed with a cold light. His words were filled with killing intent. At this time, in the center of the secret room, a crystal ball flickered. Following this, a blue figure appeared. It was a man with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. His slightly furrowed eyebrows revealed a majestic aura. It seems that Emperor has come at a bad time. He frowned and looked at Emperor Zhengtian. Oh, Emperor Shushan, you've come out of seclusion? Hearing the voice, the anger on Emperor Zhengtian's face dissipated, and he returned to his calm appearance. It's still early. Emperor Shushan shook his head. His eyes flashed. Hurry up. Emperor Zhengtian frowned. He couldn't wait to get rid of the Tianmo cult. Get rid of the Tianmo cult. With the strength of the Righteous Tao Alliance, they would be able to stabilize their position as the leader of the Tianling region. Are you anxious? Emperor Shushan looked at Emperor Zhengtian indifferently. The Queen Mother of the west of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground has been close to the Tianmo cult recently. If those two women really work together, won't our plan be ruined when two emperors fight against two emperors? Emperor Zhengtian frowned. Their plan was to use the number of emperors to decide the outcome of the battle. If the Queen Mother of the West was involved, wouldn't it be disastrous? Ha ha ha. Emperor Shu Shen laughed when he heard this. Emperor Zhengtian frowned slightly. He was a little displeased. Zhengtian, do you know why I'm still in seclusion? Emperor Shu Shen narrowed his eyes and looked at Emperor Zhengtian. What do you mean? Emperor Zhengtian was stunned. Because I've vaguely touched upon that realm, Emperor Shu Shen said slowly. What? Emperor Zhengtian gasped. He naturally knew what realm the empty god emperor was talking about. But you haven't become a god's guide, and you haven't participated in the battle of the gods. How can you touch the god realm? Emperor Zhengtian's eyes were filled with confusion. Of course, it's not really the god realm. The void god emperor smiled. I call it a false god. It doesn't have the power of the god realm, but it's slightly stronger than emperors. False. False god. Emperor Zhengtian was stunned. And the Jade Lake sacred ground. Emperor Shu Shen smiled sinisterly. Don't worry. Before we act, I have a way to stop the Jade Lake sacred ground. What method? Emperor Zhengtian's eyes flashed with confusion. There's a secret in the Jade Lake sacred ground. Even my void god Heaven Palace knows about it. It's a big secret. Ha ha. Emperor Shu Shen sneered. The Jade Lake sacred ground thinks it's a secret, but they don't know that one of the emperors who killed the Jade Lake sacred ground 100 years ago on the ancient road to godhood was an emperor from my void god Heaven Palace. Although he also fell on the ancient road. However, our void god Heavenly Palace knows about this secret. Emperor Zhengtian frowned slightly. Big secret? What secret? You don't need to know. Emperor Shu Shen waved his hand. However, shouldn't we raise the price of our cooperation? What do you want? Emperor Zhengtian asked. Emperor Shu Shen slowly extended a finger. I want a spot in the battle of the gods in the heavenly spirit domain. What? Doesn't your void god Heaven Palace already have one in the firmament territory? Emperor Zhengtian was shocked as he thought of a terrifying fact. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be that your void god Heaven Palace has two emperors? Not yet, but when the heavenly Tao opens the ancient road to godhood again, that might not be the case, Emperor Shu Shen said with a smile. Emperor Zhengtian's heart shook when he heard this. Gritting his teeth, he hesitated for a while before nodding heavily. All right, I agree. Emperor Shu Shen's smile grew wider. The heavenly Tao was the highest consciousness in this world. No one knew what was behind it. The heavenly Tao was in charge of opening the battle of the gods. Every time it opened, the heavenly Tao would give a certain number of spots to the ancient road to godhood. Every spirit domain had a limited number of spots. Emperors who couldn't compete in their own spirit domain would go to other domains to compete. The heavenly Tao had recognized two spots that couldn't be competed for. This was why Emperor Zhengtian wanted to destroy the Tianmo cult no matter what. Without the Tianmo cult, the Righteous Alliance would be able to secure their position as the leader and obtain a spot that couldn't be competed for. And he would be able to step on the ancient road to godhood with 100% certainty. As for the Void God Emperor, although he could snatch the spot, he wouldn't take the risk if it was given to him for free. Chapter 128. Tianling Domain. West Continent, Tianmo Cult. On Moonlight Cliff. Ning Tian sat on the cliff, chewing on an apple. Below him, hundreds of Tianmo cult disciples looked at him in awe. Ancestral Master, can you tell us more about the Great Emperor's mausoleum? A junior sister looked at Ning Tian, blushing. Her heart was beating wildly as she blinked at him. Haven't I already told you dozens of times? On Moonlight Cliff, Ning Tian frowned slightly. But, we really want to hear more. The junior sister looked at Ning Tian, her eyes full of expectation. We won't get tired of hearing the Ancestral Master's story even if we hear it hundreds or thousands of times. That's right. Ancestral Master, please tell us again. Yes, Ancestral Master, please tell us again, please. The young men and women of the Tianmo cult all looked at Ning Tian, their eyes full of expectation. These were all outer disciples who had just joined the Tianmo cult. They looked at Ning Tian as if they were looking at a god. In their hearts, they worshipped Ning Tian. Some of the older disciples passed by Moonlight Cliff and shook their heads when they saw the new disciples. Newcomers are newcomers. They're not reserved at all. An older disciple shook his head and looked at his companion beside him. Don't you think so? Where did he go? But when he turned to look, his companion had already run far away. Hurry up. The ancestral master is going to tell us a story. I've already prepared a stool for you. His companion's voice came from not far away. We've heard the ancestral master's story dozens of times. Aren't you tired of it? The older disciple pursed his lips and quickened his pace as he spoke. More and more Tianmo cult disciples rushed toward Moonlight Cliff excitedly when they heard that the ancestral master was going to tell them a story. What the patriarch wanted to talk about was what happened in the great Emperor's mausoleum. Seeing more and more disciples gathering, and seeing the expectant gazes of the young boys and girls below, Ning Tian could only finish the apple in a few bites and reluctantly said, "Then I'll explain it to you again." "Oh yeah. Long live the patriarch." The group of young men and women were extremely excited as they looked at Ning Tian. At that time, next, Ning Tian began to talk. Of course, he skipped some things that couldn't be said. He spoke with great interest, tugging at the heartstrings of the group of disciples. After a while, when Ning Tian finished speaking, the group of disciples were all extremely excited. They looked at Ning Tian with eyes full of worship. Ancestral Master was so powerful. The Patriarch will always be a god. Ding. Faith energy absorption +1, faith energy absorption +3, faith energy absorption +2. Faith energy absorption +1, current faith energy storage, 850-1000. After telling a few stories, the disciples' reverence for Ning Tian increased, and the amount of faith energy they provided increased as well. He was only left with the last 150 to collect this level of faith energy. Okay. The story is over. You guys can cultivate. Ning Tian stretched and slowly stood up from the Moonlight Cliff. After speaking to the disciples, he activated the swimming dragon steps and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Only a group of disciples were left, watching him leave with eyes full of worship. Leaving the Moonlight Cliff, Ning Tian came to the Tianmo cult's medicine refinery pavilion. "Medicine Elder, have you found all the herbs on the list that my wife gave you?" Walking into the medicine refinery pavilion, Ning Tian asked the old man in black. The 9 herbs needed for the medicinal pill formula that he got from Sansheng to improve the heavenly god's physique were definitely extremely difficult to find with his strength alone. Therefore, he gave the formula to Luo Wuqing and asked her to help find it. "Greetings, Ancestral Master." The medicine elder first bowed, then immediately looked troubled and shook his head. "There were 9 herbs on the list that the Empress gave me, and I found 7 of them. But there are 2 herbs that I really can't help with." "Oh." Ning Tian frowned. "Even the Tianmo cult can't find them?" "The herbs needed for these 2 herbs are extremely precious." The medicine elder shook his head and sighed. "One is the 9 phoenix icegrass. This herb looks like the legendary divine beast, the 9 phoenix divine bird. That's how it got its name. But the 9 phoenix icegrass grows in extremely cold places. It's rare to find. The second one is the thunder core fruit. I've never heard of this spiritual herb. So, I'm sorry, Ancestral Master. I can't help with it." The medicine elder shook his head and said apologetically, "Medicine elder, you don't have to blame yourself." Ning Tian waved his hand and frowned. He didn't expect the herbs needed for the elixir to improve the Tiantian body to be so precious. "There's one more thing. I don't know if I should say it." At this time, the medicine elder said hesitantly, "What's the matter?" "Medicine elder, just say it." "That is, I'm also an alchemist." After taking a look at the list provided by the Ancestral Master, although there's no refining method, I can't tell what kind of elixir it is. Ancestral Master, please don't take elixirs casually. Some elixirs are harmful to the body. The medicine elder said with a worried look. "Well." Ning Tian smiled and comforted the medicine elder. "Medicine elder, You don't have to worry about this. It's just some health elixirs. I use them as snacks. Health elixirs? The medicine elder was stunned. Even if it's health elixirs, you can't take too much. For the future of you and the Empress, you should take less of these elixirs. The medicine elder couldn't help but have some doubts. Looking at the ancestral master's young and strong appearance, he shouldn't be unable to do that, right? Why would he need to take health elixirs to maintain his body? Ancestral master, if you really can't do it, it's okay. I can also refine it. The effect will definitely satisfy you. The medicine elder said to Ning Tian with a serious expression. 3 question marks appeared in Ning Tian's head. What is it? What really can't do? Hearing this, the medicine elder revealed a smile that all men understood. It's that ... Ning Tian's face darkened. He said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, medicine elder. I'm fine. My body is great." After saying that, Ning Tian took the prescription from the medicine elder. But, ancestral master, your body is important. The medicine elder advised earnestly. Don't worry, I'm fine. Ning Tian couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with the medicine elder. Medicine elder, prepare the things that I need first. I'll come and get them later. After saying that, Ning Tian walked out of the medicine refinery pavilion. Looking at Ning Tian's back, the medicine elder couldn't help but mutter, "Could it be that I was right, ancestral master? You really can't do it." Sigh, the young people nowadays are all good-looking but useless. A sigh sounded. It made Ning Tian, who was about to walk out, stumble in an instant. The medicine elder, this fellow, was really disrespectful. When he walked out, a fragrant wind blew. Ning Tian raised his head and saw Luo Wuqing descending from the sky. Chapter 129. How's it going? Luo Wuqing walked over and asked. I still need 2 herbs. Ning Tian shook his head. Which 2? 9 phoenix icegrass and thunder core fruit. Ning Tian spread his hands and said. 9 phoenix icegrass and thunder core fruit? Okay, I got it. I'll help you find them. Luo Wuqing's beautiful eyes flashed and she nodded. No, there's no need. Ning Tian shook his head and looked at Luo Wuqing seriously. Now you're in the teeth of the storm. If you make a big fuss and look for them, you'll inevitably attract attention. If someone thinks of something through these 2 herbs, it'll be bad. Luo Wuqing was stunned. Her beautiful eyes flashed as she looked at Ning Tian and said, You don't seem to be so rash. Hearing this, Ning Tian chuckled. He had grown a lot since he came to this world a few months ago. Anyway, if I can do it, I won't bother you, my wife. Okay. Luo Wuqing nodded. Okay, my wife, I'll go to the sutra depository first. Ning Tian said to Luo Wuqing and then ran toward the sutra depository with the swimming dragon steps. Looking at his anxious look, Luo Wuqing was slightly distracted and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. This guy, Ning Tian, had indeed changed. In just a few months, he had changed completely and became more attractive to her. Now, Ning Tian had 4 great Daos, Entertainment Dao, Sword Dao, Palm Dao, and Fist Dao. The first 3 all had martial arts. One could use the foundation of martial arts to display the comprehension of the Dao. However, the Fist Dao did not have any martial arts. Therefore, he was going to the Sutra Depository today to find a powerful martial art that could complement Fist Dao. Sutra Depository. The last time Ning Tian was here, he had activated the heavenly god body and almost destroyed the Scripture Depository. Fortunately, the Luo Wuqing had appeared in time and saved most of the martial arts. The newly built Hidden Scriptures Pavilion still had 5 floors. However, Ning Tian looked at the opening on the 5th floor. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that it was specially made for him. Greetings, Ancestral Master. Greetings, Ancestral Master. When they saw Ning Tian walking over, the disciples around the Scripture Depository all bowed respectfully with reverence. Patriarch has come to the Scripture Depository again. Last time, the Ancestral Master almost destroyed the Scripture Depository. This time, he won't do it again, right? Who knows? The Patriarch is even stronger now. With the Patriarch's level of awesomeness, He might be even more destructive this time. I think we should stay away from him first, in case he accidentally injures us. The surrounding disciples discussed in low voices. When he heard this, a few black lines appeared on Ning Tian's forehead. Why did it sound like he was the king of destruction? Patriarch. Elder Gu Han walked out of the scripture depository and greeted him personally. Seeing Ning Tian's aura that was not inferior to his, Elder Gu Han's eyes flashed with astonishment as he thought to himself. Is the Patriarch 9 stars earthly monarch realm? That's F** king fast. He was only a 2 stars holy emperor realm. Did the Patriarch catch up to him in just a few months' time? Hiss. This is ridiculous. Ding. You have shocked Elder Gu Han. Reward function, martial arts supplement. Martial arts supplement. Incomplete martial arts can be supplemented through comprehension. Martial arts supplement. Ning Tian narrowed his eyes. Patriarch, which floor do you want to go to? Elder Gu Han asked with a smile as the two of them walked into the scripture depository. This is the 5th floor, of course, Ning Tian said lightly. The 5th floor again. Elder Gu Han was stunned. Patriarch, please wait for a moment. To be safe, I will order people to clean up the martial arts from the 1st to the 4th floor. Then, you can take your time to mess around. Ning Tian, it seemed like the title of King of Destruction would never be removed from his head. Don't worry. Ning Tian sighed. Elder Gu Han, I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm just here to cultivate a martial art. Cultivate a martial art. Elder Gu Han looked at Ning Tian seriously. Patriarch, are you serious? Yes, more serious than a pearl. All right then. Elder Gu Han believed him. Then, Patriarch, you can go directly to the 5th floor. Hearing this, Ning Tian walked to the 5th floor with satisfaction. Elder Gu Han and the group of disciples were left in a state of panic. This time, the Patriarch shouldn't cause any more trouble, right? Chapter 130. The 5th floor. Ning Tian came here for the 2nd time. His gaze was directly locked onto the Earth-rank martial arts. It was a pity that with his current strength, it was still somewhat difficult to use the Heaven-rank martial arts. Otherwise, his gaze would have been on the Heaven-rank martial arts of the Tianmo cult. The Heaven-rank martial arts were useless if one was not above the heavenly venerable realm. Because the power of the spirit qi was completely insufficient, it was not as powerful as the power of the Earth-rank martial arts. Intermediate Earth-rank, Demon God Fist. Low Earth-rank, Rock Earth Fist. Earth-rank, Pegasus Meteor Fist .. Looking at these fist techniques and martial arts, although Ning Tian took a fancy to them, the attributes of these martial arts were completely different from the fist Dao that he comprehended. Sansheng's fist Dao was vigorous and powerful, however, he had also comprehended a layer of it. It was a domineering and violent fist intent. He had to find a matching fist technique martial arts, otherwise, it would not be able to display its effect. Ning Tian's gaze constantly swept across the martial arts. Suddenly, his gaze stopped at a certain spot. It was a martial arts scroll. His consciousness paused for a moment. The details of the martial arts scroll appeared in Ning Tian's mind. Intermediate Earth-rank martial arts, Flame Tyrant Fist. Domineering and fanatical. This just happened to be in line with the fist Dao that Ning Tian comprehended. That's you. Ning Tian's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. Immediately, he took out the Flame Tyrant Fist martial arts scroll and sat cross-legged. He began to comprehend. Detected the method of comprehending the Flame Tyrant Fist by the host. Comprehending at 10 times the speed. Immediately, the comprehension of the Flame Tyrant Fist appeared in Ning Tian's mind. Flame Tyrant Fist. Domineering and burning with divine flames, it was the Flame Tyrant Fist. Halfway through the comprehension, Ning Tian frowned. The method of comprehending the Flame Tyrant Fist was actually incomplete. There was only the comprehension of domineering, but there was no enlightenment of divine flames. Ding. Detected that the Flame Tyrant Fist is incomplete. According to the host's understanding of the way of the fist, it can be completely restored. Do you want to repair? The system's voice rang out in his mind. Repair it, Ning Tian said without hesitation. Repair successful. Comprehending the complete version of Flame Tyrant Fist. Half an hour later. Flame Tyrant Fist successfully comprehended. Boom. From Ning Tian's body, a terrifying domineering aura burst out, instantly engulfing the entire scripture depository. F*CK. The scripture depository won't collapse again, will it? Elder Jiyu Han and Elder Jiyu Yang shuddered in fright and hurriedly ran out. The faces of the surrounding disciples also changed. However, they heaved a sigh of relief when they sensed that the domineering aura only trembled for a moment before disappearing. Fortunately, it wasn't the patriarch who tore down the house. Elder Jiyu Han heaved a sigh of relief and looked at the 5th level. At this moment, Ning Tian was enveloped in a domineering aura. Elder Jiyu Han was stunned. That isn't the patriarch cultivating the incomplete Flame Tyrant Fist? Seeing this, Elder Jiyu Han was shocked. Flame Tyrant Fist. Elder Jiyu Yang was stunned. A flash of astonishment appeared in his eyes. That thing was incomplete. It was so incomplete that it could not be cultivated at all. Patriarch can cultivate it too? Both of them were shocked. On the 5th level. The domineering aura of the Flame Tyrant Fist was present, but it didn't have the divine flame. At this moment, Ning Tian was thinking about what to choose as the divine flame. You have shocked Elder Jiyu Han. You are rewarded with Sunlight Spiritual Energy Absorption. Sunlight Spiritual Energy Absorption? Sunlight. Ning Tian was stunned for a moment. His eyes lit up as a bold idea popped up in his mind. If he used the Sunlight Spiritual Energy Absorption as the divine flame energy of the Flame Tyrant Fist, what kind of effect would it achieve? System, you are a timely rain, Ning Tian exclaimed in his mind. System, host, the system has always been like this. However, please don't fall in love with me. I'm afraid that the Empress will pull me out of your mind. Ning Tian's mouth twitched. Can this thing really be pulled out? Then, he took a deep breath. Ning Tian looked at the sky. Looking at the burning flames, his eyes flashed with excitement. Then, let's begin, Ning Tian murmured. Then, he activated the Sunlight Spiritual Energy Absorption, absorbing Sunlight Spiritual Energy Absorption. When the system's voice sounded, holy light shone from the sky and shone on Ning Tian's body. He started absorbing the Sunlight Spiritual Energy Absorption too. And this scene was also seen by all the disciples. What's going on? Holy light shone. Is the patriarch going to ascend? Could it be that he's going to barbecue the patriarch? The surrounding disciples were shocked. What is the patriarch doing? Could it be that he wants to tan himself so that he can become invisible in the dark? So that he can sneak up on the Empress? A disciple analyzed seriously. The surrounding disciples were speechless. Although I don't know what's going on, it's enough that the patriarch is awesome. Some of the experienced disciples were already used to it. When the patriarch did something abnormal, they didn't need to know the reason. They just needed to shout that the patriarch was awesome. Chapter 131. Sutra Depository. 5th floor. Ning Tian sat cross-legged. Above the firmament, rays of sunlight shone down upon them. It was like a ray of holy light falling from the sky, turning into countless shimmering spirit chi and entering Ning Tian's body. Elder Jiyu Yang and Jiyu Han widened their eyes when they saw this. Is our ancestral master using the spirit chi from the sunlight to cultivate? Is that even possible? That's the spirit chi of heaven and earth. It's not something ordinary spirit chi can compare to. Both of them were shocked. The sun and the moon had spirits, and they also had spirit chi. However, the spirit chi from the sun and the moon was not something ordinary spirit chi could compare to. It was extremely difficult to absorb, and even if it was absorbed, it would be difficult to use it for oneself. It might even backfire on oneself. However, both of them were confused when they saw their ancestral master absorbing the spirit chi. Was their ancestral master not worried that the spirit chi from the sunlight would backfire on him? The surrounding disciples were shocked when they saw the holy light falling from the sky and shining on Ning Tian's body. They had never seen such a scene before. While they were shocked, they were also discussing it. What is our ancestral master doing? Is he really going to ascend? How is that possible? Our ancestral master is indeed powerful, but is only at the peak of the Earth King realm. Ascending from the Earth King realm? Is that even possible? This is too amazing. Soon, the scene in the sky shocked the entire Tianmo cult. They had never heard of a holy radiance falling from the sky, much less seen it. Soon, many disciples gathered around the sutra depository. When they saw Ning Tian, who was shrouded in holy light on the 5th floor, their eyes widened. F***CK. What's that? The newly gathered disciples were discussing in shock. Keep your voices down, all of you. You're disturbing our ancestral master's cultivation. You little brats, just wait to be punished. Elder Jiyu Yang glared at the group of disciples. Hearing that, the disciples smiled embarrassedly and quickly shut their mouths. They looked at Ning Tian with burning eyes, and they were vaguely proud of him. As expected of the legendary patriarch of our Tianmo cult. Just by casually comprehending a martial art, he was able to cause such a spectacle of divine light descending from the heavens. That was F***King awesome. Soon, many elders and disciples had gathered on the mountain peaks surrounding the scripture depository. All the disciples and elders of the Tianmo cult rushed over to witness this scene. Boom! Suddenly, an emperor's aura came from the sky. Everyone was startled. Even the Empress was alarmed by this. Countless eyes fell on Ning Tian. Suddenly, a spark could be vaguely seen on Ning Tian's body. That's because the patriarch's clothes were set on fire. Soon, some sharp-eyed disciples noticed this scene, and more people followed. The flames were ferocious, and in the blink of an eye, Ning Tian's clothes were completely burned away. Those 8-pack abs were well-defined, strong, and powerful. Who would have thought that under that seemingly thin and weak figure, there was such a great figure hidden? Wow! Patriarch's figure is too perfect. I want to sleep on those abs. Seeing this scene, the eyes of a group of female disciples instantly lit up. Their little faces were flushed, and their hearts were beating wildly. The flames continued to burn. The flames appeared entirely because the sunlight's spiritual energy was too rich. Look, the flames are starting to burn the patriarch's pants. F***CK. I want to see the patriarch's big treasure. Hehe. I probably can't compare to the patriarch in terms of handsomeness and strength in this lifetime, but it shouldn't be a problem to compare treasures. The group of male disciples instantly became excited. No matter how big the Kuan was, they still had to muster up the courage to compare sizes. The group of female disciples' faces were red, and their eyes seemed to be filled with peach blossoms. They shyly covered their eyes with their hands, but secretly peeked through the gaps between their fingers. The flames burned fiercely, and the clothes were quickly set ablaze. It's on fire, it's on fire. Quick, burn it faster. The group of disciples was excited. Sigh, why are all the disciples of the Tianmo cult such old perverts? Elder Jiyu Han sighed and looked at Elder Jiyu Yang beside him. Am I right, Jiyu Yang? Huh? What are you doing? Why are your hands on your pants? Ahem. Elder Jiyu Yang coughed dryly and said seriously, I have a strong desire to win, so naturally, I can't fall behind in this kind of thing. Elder Jiyu Han's face darkened. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, the flames burned fiercely. Suddenly, a cold snort came from the sky. Then, the great Emperor's aura came, and a huge amount of spiritual energy turned into a cloth that covered Ning Tian. In an instant, it was perfectly blocked. Sigh, everyone in the sect sighed in disappointment. The Empress's move was too timely. Dozens of minutes later. Ding. Sunlight's spiritual energy absorption complete. In the sky, the sunlight's holy light dissipated, and clusters of flame-like sunlight spiritual energy appeared beside Ning Tian. The system's voice sounded in his mind. You've shocked all the disciples. Rewarded skill, Great Path Deduction. Great Path Deduction. When divining the Great Path, it can form a Great Path Dharmakaya and increase one's Great Path attainment to the extreme. Great Path Dharmakaya? Ning Tian was stunned for a moment, and a glint flashed in his eyes. Since it could be divined, he might as well use it. Activating Great Path Deduction. Great Path Deduction has been activated. Immediately, Ning Tian absorbed the sunlight spiritual energy, activated the Sansheng technique, and started to deduce the Fist Dao martial arts. Activating the Sansheng technique. Beginning to deduce the Fist Dao martial arts. Is it over? Seeing the sunlight's holy light gradually dissipating in the sky, everyone in the Tianmo cult was stunned. The heavenly vision that lasted for more than half an hour finally came to an end. Phew. It's finally over. Elder Jiyu Han let out a long sigh of relief and grinned. This time, the ancestral master finally didn't tear down my sutra depository. F***CK. Before Elder Jiyu Han could finish his words, a voice suddenly rang out. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying fist will swept through the entire sutra depository. Then, a huge golden figure appeared behind Ning Tian. It was at least 100 feet tall. It stomped down. In an instant, the entire sutra depository trembled. Boom. Rumble. In just an instant, more than half of the sutra depository collapse. F***CK. The ancestral master is tearing down the house again. At the sight of this, Elder Jiyu Han and Elder Jiyu Yang's faces darkened. However, most of the disciples focused their attention on the huge golden figure that was 100 feet tall. That's a giant of light that's 100 feet tall. The group of disciples widened their eyes and looked at the huge golden figure behind Ning Tian. Their hearts were filled with shock and doubt. Hiss. What is the ancestral master trying to do again? In the sky, Luo Wuqing looked at the huge golden figure and squinted his eyes slightly. This is the great emperor's shadow. No, this golden figure doesn't have the great emperor's aura, but there's another aura. Chapter 132. A hint of doubt flashed across her beautiful eyes. That's Fist Dao rhyme. Could this be his Fist Dao Dharma body? This guy, Luo Wuqing's lips parted slightly as she looked at Ning Tian with a different look in her eyes. Creating a great Dao Dharma body was not something an ordinary person could do. As Luo Wuqing's husband, he was naturally not an ordinary person. Boom. At this moment, the huge Fist Dao Dharma body behind Ning Tian shook and started to deduce. Flame Tyrant Fist. It was domineering and had unparalleled divine power. It was also burning with divine flames. This was the Flame Tyrant Fist. In Ning Tian's mind, he started to activate the Sansheng technique and started to deduce. There were two cultivation methods in his body. The heavenly god record was responsible for mobilizing all the spirit qi in his body and controlling the heavenly god body. As for the Sansheng technique, it was responsible for all the great Dao attainments. The two divided the work and complemented each other. Flame Tyrant Fist, Fist Dao. Then, let's deduce. Ning Tian's lips curled into a confident smile as he started to deduce in his mind. Behind him, the 100-meter big Fist Dao Dharma body that was shining with golden light also started to deduce and move. Boom. Whoosh. As the Fist Dao Dharma body started to deduce, the sutra depository was destroyed again. Boom. Sigh, Elder Jiyu Han sighed. It's okay. At this moment, a voice sounded beside him. Luo Wuqing stepped out of the void. Greetings, Empress. Elder Jiyu Han and Elder Jiyu Yang quickly bowed to Luo Wuqing. Luo Wuqing nodded slightly. Then, she raised her hand slightly and waved at the sutra depository that was now in ruins. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, thousands of light balls containing cultivation methods and martial arts flew out of the ruins. It flew into the storage ring in Luo Wuqing's hand. Elder Jiyu Han, please take care of these first. If the Sutra Depository Pavilion is destroyed, then so be it. We can just rebuild it when the time comes. After saying this, Luo Wuqing's gaze never left Ning Tian's body. Yes, Your Majesty. Hearing this, Elder Jiyu Han smiled bitterly and carefully put away the storage ring. In the last 100 years of the Tianmo cult, the Sutra Depository had never been renovated, let alone rebuilt. However, because of the ancestral master, it had been rebuilt twice. This made Elder Jiyu Han laugh bitterly in his heart. The Empress really doted on the founder too much. I wonder what that giant golden figure behind ancestral master is. Just then, Elder Jiyu Yang asked as he looked at the Fist Doctrine spell body behind Ning Tian. Fist Dharmakaya. Luo Wuqing's gaze was fixed on Ning Qian's body as he said indifferently. Fist doctrine spell body? Elder Jiyu Han and Elder Jiyu Yang were stunned for a moment. A hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. After being stunned for a long time, they suddenly realized something. Both of them cried out involuntarily, could it be that the Great Tao spell body will only appear when the Great Tao is evolved to the extreme? Yes. Luo Wuqing nodded. However, Ning Qian's fist doctrine hasn't reached the extreme yet. He's only pursuing the extreme of fist doctrine. Hasn't reached the extreme? Only pursuing the extreme? Hiss, Elder Jiyu Han and Elder Jiyu Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. This fist doctrine spell body that hadn't reached the extreme was already 100 feet tall. If it reached the extreme, wouldn't it be 1,000 feet, 100,000 feet, or even taller? Boom. At this moment, Ning Qian's fist doctrine continued to deduce. The 100 feet tall fist doctrine spell body behind him also threw out a punch. Although it was only a fist doctrine spell body, it contained substantial power. A punch was thrown out. It was domineering and invincible. In an instant, the mountain top of the Tianmo cult was razed to the ground. Hiss. Many disciples and elders widened their eyes when they saw this scene. The power of the ancestral master's punch was a little too terrifying. TSK, everyone clicked their tongues and sighed. Some low-star holy emperor elders secretly shook their heads. The power of the ancestral master's punch was something that even they couldn't touch. At this moment, a heart-wrenching scream was heard. F***CK. Isn't that the mountain where my sword hall is located? F***CK. My sword hall is gone. The sword hall elder looked at the raised mountain top not far away. He looked at the remains of the sword hall that was crushed in the ruins and was instantly dumbfounded. The corner of his mouth twitched. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Everyone said that the ancestral master was a demolition maniac. However, didn't the ancestral master only demolish the sutra depository? Ha ha ha. Sword boy, for the sake of the ancestral master's cultivation, you'd better bear with it. At most, you can just rebuild it. On the side, the Supreme Elder laughed gloatingly. Hearing this, the Sword Hall Elder's face darkened. He looked at the Supreme Elder and said, Supreme Elder, have you forgotten that your main hall is right beside my sword hall? Huh! The Supreme Elder was stunned. Then, he suddenly came to his senses. F***CK. This old man has painstakingly collected 999 copies of the Imperial Maiden painting. After that, the Supreme Elder instantly disappeared and rushed towards the ruins. If he could save one, he would save one. Hearing this, some male disciples sighed while the female disciples blushed. Unexpectedly, the Supreme Elder was actually the kind of person who liked to read erotic books. Some elders were glad that the main hall they were in wasn't attacked by the ancestral master. Otherwise, all the treasures would have been destroyed. But soon, Ning Qian continued to deduce. The 100 feet tall Dharma body also continued to deduce fist Dao martial arts. Rumble. Along with the sound of the collapse, there were even more miserable screams that sounded like pigs being slaughtered. It's over, it's over. My fire hall has collapsed. F***CK. My saber hall has collapsed too. Ha ha ha. You guys can't do it. A middle-aged elder with a strong figure laughed. Elder Rock, your rock hall didn't collapse. A group of elders looked at him in unison. Elder Rock snorted and said arrogantly, it collapsed. However, my rock hall only collapsed after being punched 3 times by the ancestral master's Dharma body. All the elders. All the disciples. Fortunately, everyone in the Tianmo cult was attracted by Ning Qian's heaven and earth anomaly. Otherwise, hundreds of people would have died from this punch. Empress, this. Seeing this scene, the corner of Elder Jiyu Han's mouth twitched. The ancestral master had completely turned into a house-demolishing maniac today. It's okay. Luo Wuqing was not moved at all. She looked at Ning Qian. We can just rebuild it when the time comes. Elder Jiyu Han and Elder Jiyu Yang were silent. Oh no. The demonic hall has collapsed too. At this moment, a panicked voice sounded. Everyone was dumbfounded. The demonic hall was the main hall of the Tianmo cult, the symbol of its image. Everyone looked at Luo Wuqing. It's okay. But Luo Wuqing still looked indifferent. He only looked at Ning Tian with his beautiful eyes. He's in the middle of deducing now. He can't be disturbed. He can't be interrupted. Otherwise, all his previous efforts will be wasted. If it collapses, we can just rebuild it. His cultivation is more important. Hearing this, everyone sighed. The ancestral master had almost destroyed half of the Tianmo cult's buildings. If it were anyone else, they would probably be hammered to death by the Empress. Only the ancestral master could make the Empress feel indifferent. The Empress doted on the ancestral master too much. Everyone sighed and felt envious. Chapter 133. At this moment, Luo Wuqing looked at the crowd and opened her red lips slightly. If it's destroyed, then so be it. Don't just watch. Ning Tian is now evolving the Tao of Fists. It contains the Tao of Fists. Why don't you take the opportunity to comprehend it? Fist Tao rhyme? Hearing Luo Wuqing's words, the disciples were stunned for a moment. Immediately, a glint flashed in their eyes, and they suddenly reacted. That's right. The ancestral master was now evolving the Fist Tao, and the Fist Tao rhyme was all over it. It was a good time to comprehend it. Thank you for enlightening us, Empress. The disciples reacted and bowed to Luo Wuqing. Then, one by one, they sat cross-legged without hesitation and began to comprehend the ancestral master's Fist Tao. Even some of the elders who had already stepped into the way of the fist began to comprehend the way of the fist. That was because they realized that the ancestral master's Fist Tao was more than 10 times stronger than theirs. It was a domineering and unparalleled Fist Tao. After a long time, the disciples sighed and stood up from the ground. They could not comprehend the ancestral master's Fist Tao. Some with high comprehension ability had also successfully mastered the Fist Tao through Ning Tian's Fist Tao rhyme. However, they felt that something was wrong. Although there was Fist Tao, it was completely different from the ancestral master's Fist Tao. They could not comprehend the ancestral master's domineering aura. You don't have to be disappointed. At this moment, Luo Wuqing's voice sounded faintly as she looked around at the crowd. His Fist Tao is not ordinary. You only need to comprehend the Fist Tao. Hearing that, everyone felt that it made sense and nodded. The ancestral master is indeed the ancestral master. We can't comprehend the Fist Tao at all, but we're satisfied. Through the ancestral master's Fist Tao rhyme, we've at least stepped into the Fist Tao. Another half an hour passed. Then, the 1,000-foot-tall Dharma body of the human martial path blasted out. This time, flames swept across, and the divine position was unparalleled. That was the extreme that Ning Tian wanted to achieve. Deduction of Fist Tao martial arts complete. Dharma body dissipated. I finally succeeded. Ning Tian heaved a sigh of relief. The fist techniques from before were either domineering or divine flames. In the end, they just couldn't come together. Fortunately, under his persistent efforts, he finally comprehended and was able to combine the two together. Phew, Ning Tian heaved a sigh of relief. He stretched his body and slowly stood up from the ground. Then, he saw the Tianmo cult members around him. He then looked at the mess around him. Ning Tian rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Don't tell me I did this again. Everyone was silent. What do you think? How is it? At this moment, a fragrant wind blew over, and Luo Wuqing's cold voice sounded in his ears. Ning Tian scratched his head and chuckled. Not bad. I feel like I haven't deduced enough. Hearing this, all the disciples and elders trembled with fear. The Grand Elder even cried on the side. Ancestral Master, please stop deducing. If you continue, I'm afraid our Tianmo cult will be completely rebuilt. Ahem, Ning Tian coughed dryly. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. You have shocked everyone in the Tianmo cult. Immortal artifact, meteorite gloves rewarded. Meteorite gloves, after wearing, the gloves can become invisible in the hand, almost as if they are not worn. Immortal artifact gloves. Ning Tian's eyes flashed, and he immediately said in his heart, wear meteorite gloves. Meteorite gloves equip. The next moment, Ning Qian felt the force in his hand increase by a lot. How about I throw another punch? Ning Qian chuckled. Huh. No, don't, Ancestral Master, don't. The Grand Elder and the others panicked and wanted to cry but had no tears. However, they were still a step too late. Boom. He threw a punch. The domineering fist technique with the divine flame, coupled with the terrifying power of the meteorite gloves, blasted out. The next moment, the tallest mountain in the Tianmo cult collapsed with a loud bang. Everyone in the Tianmo cult, come on. This was great. The Tianmo cult could be rebuilt. As expected of the Ancestral Master, he was indeed a home-wrecking maniac. In the next few days, the Tianmo cult was carrying out a major project, and that was to rebuild the Tianmo cult. And all of this was thanks to the legendary Ancestral Master who they both loved and hated. The Tianmo cult's movements also attracted the attention of many forces. When these forces saw that half of the Tianmo cult was almost destroyed, they were shocked. Who was it that dared to attack the heavenly demon cult? Soon, the news that a mysterious force had appeared in the celestial spirit realm and attacked the Tianmo cult spread. In an instant, many forces in the celestial spirit realm were in an uproar. They were all curious as to which force was so awesome. However, what they didn't know was that all of this was just the act of a certain Ancestral Master demolishing his home. Moonlight Cliff. Ning Qian was leading a group of disciples to cultivate. In order to make up for the loss of demolishing his home, he could only redeem himself by doing good deed. And this act was to lead the disciples to cultivate. Because almost all the elders had devoted themselves to building their home. Ning Qian bit the apple in his hand and shuttled back and forth among the disciples who were cultivating below, pointing at them. Your posture is wrong. First of all, it's okay to hold your head high and stick out your chest, but you're sticking out too much. Ning Qian looked at a female disciple with a serious face. The girl blushed. But, Ancestral Master, I'm not sticking out too much. It's just that, it's already this big. Ah. Ning Qian's old face darkened, and he coughed dryly. Then it's fine. Continue to cultivate. However, he muttered in his heart, why are the young people these days developing so well? Ahem. Continue to cultivate, don't slack off. Ning Qian continued to supervise. At this moment, a disciple hurried over. That disciple panted. Ancestral Master, outside, there's a big fatty claiming to be your friend and wants to see you. Big fatty? Ning Qian was stunned for a moment, and without thinking, he waved his hand. I don't know any big fatty. Shoo him away, shoo him away. Okay. The disciple nodded and left. But after a while, the disciple ran over again. Ancestral Master, Ning Qian frowned. He realized that this disciple was looking at him strangely. What's wrong now? This disciple looked at Ning Qian strangely and said, Ancestral Master, that fatty claimed to be the holy son of the heavenly treasure sacred ground, and he also said that he once sold you an aphrodisiac. It's impossible that you don't know him. As soon as this was said, Ning Qian was stunned for a moment. The surrounding disciples looked at Ning Qian with strange expressions in their eyes, and they were puzzled. Could it be that the Ancestral Master's body was failing? He was so young, and yet he wanted to buy that kind of medicine. F***ck. Zhu Yuanbo, you bastard. How dare you ruin my reputation? Ning Qian suddenly reacted, and his eyes flashed fiercely as he cursed loudly. Immediately, his whole body flickered like a dragon, and he instantly disappeared on the spot. Chapter 134. Tianmo Cult. Outside the mountain gate, Zhu Yuanbo was humming a tune. He seemed to be in a very good mood. If I tell the Ancestral Master this, the Ancestral Master should remember me, right? While he was thinking, suddenly, a loud shout was heard. Zhu Yuanbo. Ning Qian rushed over. Haha. The Ancestral Master is here. Zhu Yuanbo laughed and walked toward Ning Qian. Ancestral Master, long time no see. I wonder if you want to, bam. A second ago, Zhu Yuanbo had a bright smile on his face. The next second, his entire body flew out. F***ck. Ancestral Master, why did you hit me? Zhu Yuanbuo's aggrieved voice was heard. F***ck. I'm hitting you, you be ***starred. Ning Tian cursed. Every punch landed on his flesh. Ancestral Master, you've said it well. Don't hit someone in the face. I wonder if you can give me some face. Zhu Yuanbuo still wanted to struggle. No. Bam. Bam. Ouch. Don't hit my face. I rely on this fat but handsome face of mine to make a living, Ancestral Master. Half an hour later. Ning Tian let out a long sigh of relief. Looking at Zhu Yuanbuo, who was beaten up, he felt that he had vented his anger. However, why do I feel that this guy has become a little more handsome after being beaten up? Has his fat turned into lean meat? Has your pretty fist reappeared in the world? No, I have to beat him up again. Therefore, Zhu Yuanbuo was beaten up again. Ancestral Master, why did you hit me? Zhu Yuanbuo still had a wronged expression on his face. Ning Tian glared at Zhu Yuanbuo. You faked it. Who else should I hit if not you? Hearing this, Zhu Yuanbuo could only awkwardly scratch his head and mumble, I'm just trying to make the ancestor remember me and leave a deep impression. Ning Tian squinted at him. I won't talk about it, I won't talk about it. Seeing the sandbag-sized fist, Zhu Yuanbao hurriedly laughed. However, his heart was filled with doubts. He was clearly a one-star Saint Emperor realm expert. Logically speaking, his skin should be thick and tough. However, no matter how monstrous the founder was, he was only at the peak of the Earth King realm. Why was it so painful when every punch landed on his flesh? Let's go. Follow me into the Tianmo cult. Ning Tian glanced at Zhu Yuanbuo indifferently. In any case, Zhu Yuanbuo had come from afar and could be considered a guest. They couldn't let him talk at the mountain gate. Although he had just beaten up this guest who had come from afar. Okay, ancestor. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanbuo's eyes lit up. He eagerly followed Ning Tian's footsteps. The two of them walked toward the mountain gate and walked along the mountain path toward the Tianmo cult. Hey, ancestor, I've long heard that the Tianmo cult has beautiful mountains and limpid waters. The water and the sky are one color. It can be said that the scenery is extremely beautiful. Today, I can finally see it. Zhu Yuanbuo flattered from the side. Ning Tian ignored him and just walked toward Fengyu House. Fengyu House was a special place where the Tianmo cult entertained guests. It was far away from the Tianmo cult's main hall, so it was still intact. When Zhu Yuanbuo really walked into the Tianmo cult, the grand hall that he imagined did not appear in front of him. Instead, it was a ruin. Ancestor, was your Tianmo cult really attacked? Zhu Yuanbuo looked surprised. Although he had heard about it, he had always thought it was fake. After all, the Tianmo cult was very powerful. But now, it was actually true. Strange. The Tianmo cult has the Empress. Who could cause such a big commotion in the Tianmo cult? Could it be a great emperor? F***ck. If I'm in the Tianmo cult now, if that great emperor comes to kill me now, won't I be gloriously injured? The more Zhu Yuanbuo thought about it, the more scared he became. But little did he know that the great emperor of destruction in his imagination was right next to him. When Ning Tian heard Zhu Yuanbuo's words getting more and more ridiculous, a few black lines appeared on his forehead. He said coldly, "Shut up. Just follow me. Why are you being so fierce?" "I'll just follow you." Zhu Yuanbuo looked at Ning Tian with an aggrieved expression. Ning Tian looked at Zhu Yuanbuo with a cold expression. There was actually a trace of coquettish grievance on his fat face. "Hey. You're a big man. Why are you acting coquettishly? Ugh. Ancestor, what's wrong with you? Get lost. Stay away from me. Ancestor, don't. I think you're suffering from kidney deficiency. Come and try my manly must-have, Tianbao Holy Land's top 10 tonic pills. It doesn't cost 9 or 99. It only costs 9,999. Ancestor, do you want one? Get lost." With a scream, countless Tianmo cult disciples saw a black shadow fly into the sky. Wow, that fatty can really fly. TSK, the Tianbao Holy Land's holy son is really something. He's fat and can fly. Many Tianmo cult disciples widened their eyes as they watched this scene. The Tianbao Holy Land's holy sun is really something. Even we can fly so fast and so high. The elders of the sky demon cult were all sighing as they looked at the sky. However, in the sky, Zhu Yuanbo, who heard the sighs, wanted to cry but had no tears. I'll fly your ass. Didn't you see that I was sent flying by the ancestor with one punch? Chapter 135. Fengyu House. Zhu Yuanbo came here with his hands on his buttocks. After all, being kicked in the buttocks really hurt. However, Ning Tian finally understood why his wife and the Queen Mother of the West liked to kick his buttocks. It was because it felt really good. Ancestral Master. Inside Fengyu House, the two little maids saw Ning Tian come in and quickly bowed. Their faces were red, and they were extremely excited. Go make some tea and entertain the guests. Ning Tian nodded and ordered the two little maids. Yes, Ancestral Master. The two maidservants nodded. They glanced at Ning Tian as if their hearts had sprouted before they slowly left. Ancestral Master is really handsome. Oh, don't say that. I'm going to be shy. The voices of the two little maids could be heard from afar. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanbo was really envious. Along the way, Zhu Yuanbao noticed that all the disciples of Tranquil Sky were extremely respectful towards him. There were even a number of female disciples who were looking at him affectionately. Zhu Yuanbao was filled with jealousy. He was the son of the Tianbao sacred ground and was treated well. However, compared to the Ancestral Master, the difference was like heaven and earth. Most importantly, the Ancestral Master was unrestrained in the Tianmo cult. Everyone who saw him was in awe. On the other hand, he was restrained by the various rules of the Tianbao sacred ground. Some time ago, he even brought a little junior sister out to play. After returning to the Tianbao sacred ground, he was scolded by the elders in the group of elders in turn. How could the word miserable be enough to describe it? Ancestral Master, why don't I join the Tianmo cult? Zhu Yuanbo suddenly said, feeling indignant. Ning Tian was stunned and looked at Zhu Yuanbo strangely. What was wrong with this guy? Don't. I'm afraid that your sacred leader will come after me. Ning Tian shook his head and said lightly. At this moment, two maidservants walked over with 2 cups of hot tea in their hands. Ancestral Master, we'll put the tea on the table first. Ning Tian waved his hand. All right, you may leave. Yes. The 2 servant girls nodded. Soon after, they took another look at Ning Tian before leaving with red faces. It was inevitable for young girls to be aroused when they saw the Ancestral Master. All right. Ning Tian pulled out 2 chairs and sat down. He looked at Zhu Yuanbo and said, What's the matter? Sit down and talk. Okay. Zhu Yuanbo nodded. As he spoke, he sat down on a stool. Ancestral Master, I came here today mainly to invite you to. Hiss. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhu Yuanbo sucked in a breath of cold air. With a pained expression, he suddenly sat up from the stool while covering his butt. What are you doing? Ning Tian looked suspiciously at the startled Zhu Yuanbo. Cough cough, my butt hurts. Zhu Yuanbo scratched his head and took out a small jade bottle. It was filled with light yellow powder. This is the painkiller powder that our Tianbao Holy Land bought at a high price. As he spoke, he turned around and stuck out his butt toward Ning Tian. Ancestral Master, why don't you help me apply it? Ning Tian looked at Zhu Yuanbo indifferently. I think you want to die in the Tianmo cult. Don't worry, I'll find you the best mountain to see the best scenery. Ah! Zhu Yuanbo was stunned for a moment. He smiled and said, Cough cough, forget it. There's no need to trouble Ancestral Master. I'll do it myself. As he spoke, he poured the painkiller powder on his hand, reached into his pants, and began to massage his butt. That scene was unbearable to watch. It was too painful to watch. After a while, Zhu Yuanbo sat down on the stool with a look of enjoyment. He let out a sound of ecstasy. Hiss tilde, this feels great. Zhu Yuanbo was enjoying himself. Okay, what are you doing in the Tianmo cult? Ning Tian moved his stool away from this guy. TSK, good tea. Zhu Yuanbo first took a sip of the hot tea, then said, Ancestral Master, I'm here today to invite you to Shenju City. Shenju City? Ning Tian was stunned. He seemed to remember that it was the territory of the Supreme Kingdom of God. Hihi, Ancestral Master, the girls in Shenju City are very beautiful. Naturally, I'll take you there. Hihi. Zhu Yuanbo laughed and gave Ning Tian a look that only men would understand. Ning Tian was stunned. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back, as if a familiar aura was approaching. He quickly coughed. If that's the case, I'll have to reject you. Because I only love my wife. Oh, I see. I was too careless. Zhu Yuanbo scratched his head. Hihi, actually, I want to invite Ancestral Master to attend the Tianbao auction in Shenju City. Tianbao auction? Ning Tian was stunned. Yes, Tianbao auction. Zhu Yuanbo nodded. Tianbao auction? The largest auction in the entire Tianling realm? At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Luo Wuqing had appeared outside Fengyu House. Seeing Luo Wuqing, Ning Tian was glad that he didn't say the wrong thing, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep his happiness. Greetings. Greetings, Empress. Seeing Luo Wuqing appear, Zhu Yuanbao was so scared that his body trembled and he knelt on the ground. He broke out in a cold sweat. F***CK. The Empress couldn't have heard what I said to Ancestral Master to hook up with the girls in Shenju City. It's over. Chapter 136. Zhu Yuanbo was trembling with fear. However, Luo Wuqing didn't even look at him. She just looked at Ning Tian and said in a cold voice, You can try your luck at this celestial treasure auction. Try my luck. Ning Tian frowned and looked at Luo Wuqing. Honey, what is this so-called celestial treasure auction? Luo Wuqing slightly raised the corner of her mouth and explained softly. The celestial treasure auction is held once a year. The celestial treasure auction is an auction held by the Celestial Treasure Holy Land. However, the items auctioned are not from the Celestial Treasure Holy Land. Instead, they are treasures of the entire celestial spirit domain. Anyone who obtains a treasure will choose to auction it at the Celestial Treasure Auction because the Celestial Treasure Auction is profitable and has a high reputation. It can be said that the Celestial Treasure Auction is the largest auction in the entire celestial spirit domain with the highest quality treasures. At the side, Zhu Yuanbo heard these words and instantly raised his head proudly. I see. Ning Tian suddenly understood. You can try your luck there. Maybe there are the 2 medicinal herbs you are missing, Luo Wuqing said. Ning Tian nodded slightly. If he could buy the 9 phoenix ice grass and the thunder heart fruit at the Celestial Treasure Auction, he wouldn't have to spend so much effort to find them. Moreover, the location this time is in the Divine Land City of the Supreme Divine Nation. The relationship between the Supreme Divine Nation and the Tianmo cult is not too bad. They probably won't attack you. Luo Wuqing looked at Ning Tian. However, to be on the safe side, you'd better be prepared. After that, she glanced at Zhu Yuanbo indifferently. In an instant, Zhu Yuanbo trembled all over. Empress. Your Majesty. Get out. Her voice was emotionless. Yes. Without any hesitation, Zhu Yuanbo ran away. After Zhu Yuanbo left, Luo Wuqing slowly walked towards Ning Tian and pushed him into a chair. Wife, what are you doing? I don't think it's a good idea to do it here. Ning Tian was surprised. Shut up. Luo Wuqing clenched her silver teeth and glared at him. Soon after, she slowly lifted his shirt, and her ice-cold jade-like hands floated on his chest. A clear and cold voice sounded faintly. Although the master of the divine kingdom won't attack you, and the righteous Sky Emperor won't dare to attack you, I'll still plant a formation that belongs to me in order to be safe. If it can block the attack for you, I can also sense it. Who asked you to be chased by experts above the God Emperor realm every time you run out? Her small hands moved, soft and cold. Ning Tian's face was full of enjoyment, but when he heard Luo Wuqing's words, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. It seemed that as long as he went out, he would definitely encounter a great emperor. Could it be that he had a physique that attracted the hatred of great emperors? After a while, Luo Wuqing's cold jade-like hands finally left Ning Tian's chest. She took out a storage ring from her chest and handed it to Ning Tian. There are many spirit coins and some weapons ranging from treasure tools to spirit tools. Go to the auction and buy whatever you want. Ning Tian was stunned for a moment. He only reacted when Luo Wuqing helped him put on the storage ring. Why did he feel like he was being taken care of by a rich woman? However, he liked this feeling. Hee, thank you, wife. Come, let's have a wooden one. Who wants to have a wooden one with you? A few black lines appeared on Luo Wuqing's forehead. She pushed Ning Tian away in disgust and said seriously, you should set off today. The Treasure Sky auction will be held in a few days. Okay. Ning Tian nodded seriously. Then I'll set off now. Wait. Just as Ning Tian turned to leave, Luo Wuqing called out to him. What's wrong? Ning Tian turned around. Could it be that his wife wanted to give him a goodbye kiss? Here. However, Luo Wuqing handed him a mask. What's this? Ning Tian asked curiously. The mask in his hand was cold and very soft. The workmanship was not simple. Ice silkworm mask. Luo Wuqing explained, wear it and it can change your appearance. It can also hide your original aura. This way, you don't have to worry about your identity being exposed. I see. Hee, my wife, you're so considerate. Ning Tian smiled and slowly put the ice silkworm mask on his face. A cold touch appeared and he could clearly feel that his facial features had changed. Wife, how is it? Am I still handsome? You can look at yourself in the mirror. Luo Wuqing silently shifted her gaze to the side. She did not answer directly and only pointed at the bronze mirror. Hearing this, Ning Tian walked over curiously and looked at the mirror. Then, a scream was heard. F***CK. What's this? Wife, this ice silkworm mask's changed appearance is too ugly. Ning Tian looked at himself in the bronze mirror. His face was full of stubble and he was dumbfounded. Was this not Are You Hua? Phut! Luo Wuqing was trying hard to hold back her laughter. Ning Tian's face darkened. Wife, can we not wear this when we go out? It's a disgrace to the image of our Tianmo cult. No. Luo Wuqing shook her head and finally became serious. If you wear this, others won't know that you're the legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult, so it won't affect you. Speaking of this, she changed the topic. Or do you want to hook up with the little girl in Shenju City with that fatty? There was a hint of coldness in her words. Ning Tian clearly perceived that the murderous gaze glanced at his lower body. Ahem, he quickly coughed a few times. How is that possible? Then. I'll wear this. Humph. That's more like it. Luo Wuqing glanced at Ning Tian proudly and said in her heart, little guy, can't the emperor deal with you? Okay, then I'm leaving. Ning Tian sighed. Wait. Luo Wuqing stopped him again. What's the matter? Ning Tian turned around seductively. Take off the ice silkworm mask first. Ning Tian did as he was told. This face is still more comfortable to look at. Luo Wuqing touched her chin and said thoughtfully. Hearing this, Ning Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was about to speak, but suddenly, a fragrant wind hit his lips, and a sweet softness came from his lips. It was as if it could make people intoxicated. Ning Tian widened his eyes and looked at the peerless face close to him. He was shocked. I was kissed by force. How could he bear this? No, at this time, he had to take out the dignity of a man. Immediately, he directly hugged that soft and slender waist and suddenly lowered his head, taking the initiative in all aspect. Luo Wuqing was stunned for a moment, and her earlobes were slightly red. She just wanted to encourage Ning Tian, but she didn't expect that this guy would take advantage of her. However, if it was just a kiss, then let this guy be. Chapter 137. Outside Fengyu Restaurant. Zhu Yuanbo was squatting in a corner, shivering. He thought to himself. The Empress was so scary. He didn't know how the ancestral master could control her. Isn't this a little too ferocious? Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly felt someone pat his shoulder. He was shocked, and the fat on his face trembled. He turned around abruptly. F***CK. Who dares to scare Grandpa Zhu? What? Do you want to fight? Ning Qian's voice sounded. Ah. Zhu Yuanbo was stunned for a moment. He scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. So it's the ancestral master. Then it's fine, let's go. Ning Qian was too lazy to waste time. Let's go to Divine Land City. Okay. Zhu Yuanbo hurriedly followed. When he saw that Ning Qian seemed to be very happy, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. The ancestral master was so happy. Could it be that he had picked up a treasure? Ning Qian didn't pick up a treasure. However, he had just hugged his delicious wife and nibbled on her a few times. He was in a good mood. Soon, the two of them arrived outside the mountain gate. Tianmo cult wasn't too close to Divine Land City, so Ning Qian planned to summon the Black Dragon Knight. But just as he was about to do so, Zhu Yuanbo stopped him. Ancestral Master, you don't need to summon the Black Dragon Knight. I have a better mount here. A better mount? Ning Qian was stunned for a moment, but he was a little curious. After all, the Black Dragon Knight was a 5th rank monster. He wanted to see what kind of good mount Zhu Yuanbo had. Zhu Yuanbo smiled mysteriously. Although my mount isn't as strong as the Black Dragon Knight and is only a 2nd rank monster, its speed is more than twice that of the Black Dragon Knight. Oh! Hearing his words, Ning Qian was even more curious. Immediately, Zhu Yuanbo whistled. Then, in the forest outside the Tianmo cult, several afterimages flashed. This speed. Ning Qian narrowed his eyes slightly. This speed was at least equivalent to him using the swimming dragon steps at full power. Ancestral Master, this speed is not bad. Zhu Yuanbo chuckled and clapped his hands. Afterimages flickered and 2 steeds appeared in front of them. Ancestor, this is a rank 2 demonic beast, the fleeting shadow horse. It is a great treasure of the heavenly treasure Holy Land. I begged the elders for a long time before they gave it to me. Afterimage Storm Horse? Ning Qian looked over and saw that the Storm Horse's body was flickering with spiritual energy. And at its hooves, there was a faint gale energy that resounded with the sound of the wind. This should be the reason why it was so fast. Ancestral Master, my horse is not bad, right? Zhu Yuanbo looked at Ning Qian proudly. Ning Qian raised his eyebrows. Why did he feel that this sentence was so awkward? But looking at Zhu Yuanbo's expectant eyes, he nodded. Yes, your horse is very good. Very good. Zhu Yuanbo laughed happily. Ancestral Master, get on the horse. With this fleeting shadow horse, we can reach Divine Land City in about 1 to 2 days. After saying that, Zhu Yuanbo took the lead to get on the horse. Yes. Ning Qian nodded. He didn't waste any more words and leaped onto his horse as well. Hiss. The fleeting shadow horse neighed. Let's go. Destination, Divine Land City. Then, Ning Qian's voice fell. Under the hooves of the fleeting shadow horse, the gale energy burst out. As if driven by the wind, it turned into an afterimage and galloped into the distance. Divine Land City. Located in the Divine Land of the Heavenly Spirit Domain, it was the central city of Divine Land. Divine Land was under the rule of the Supreme Kingdom. Although there were many sects in the entire Divine Land, they worshipped the Supreme Kingdom, which was a power that the officials interfered with. The Supreme Divine Nation was not a third-rate nation like the Dongxing Nation. Instead, it was a top power with real great emperors. In the entire Tianling domain, there were only a few powers with great emperors, and the Supreme Kingdom was the only one. The Tianmo cult was located in the West Continent, which was not too far from Divine Land. It was a few days' journey. However, Zhu Yuanbo's fleeting shadow horse was also very fast, and its stamina recovered quickly. The two were getting closer and closer to Divine Land. Finally, a day later, the two stepped into the land of Divine Land. If the West Continent where the Tianmo cult was located was almost full of mountains, then there were very few mountains in Divine Land. It was almost all flat land. Moreover, they could see towering city walls everywhere. Soldiers in armor were patrolling. Is this Divine Land? Ning Qian looked around in surprise. It was indeed a province under the rule of the Supreme Kingdom. It was heavily guarded, and the cultivators here were more cautious. The number of rules had also increased. Ning Tian, who was used to being unrestrained in the Tianmo cult, found it difficult to get used to this. He. Zhu Yuanbo smiled. Ancestral Master, the entire Divine Land is very big. Let's hurry up. The Tianbao auction will begin in 2 days. Okay. Ning Tian nodded. The two rode on their horses and were about to continue forward. However, at this moment, a group of armored soldiers from the Supreme Divine Nation walked over and stopped them. Stop. Routine inspection. Who are you? One of the soldiers asked as he looked at the two of them. Ning Tian looked over and found that the soldier's strength was at the mystic martial master level. It was already very good for an ordinary soldier to have the strength of a mystic martial master. After all, in this world, in addition to cultivators, there were very few ordinary people who could not cultivate. Hearing the soldier's words, Ning Tian did not answer. Zhu Yuanbo beside him would handle it. Zhu Yuanbo, the son of the Tianbao sacred ground. Zhu Yuanbo stopped smiling and took the initiative to speak. The son of the Tianbao sacred ground? The soldier was stunned for a moment. He quickly asked his subordinates to find a portrait. After comparing it, his expression gradually became respectful. So it's the son of the Tianbao sacred ground. The soldier smiled. The son of the Tianbao sacred ground is here for the Tianbao auction, right? That's right. Zhu Yuanbo nodded. Hehe, I heard that the auction this time is going to be even grander. According to the news, there will be quite a number of treasures. A look of yearning appeared on the soldier's face. However, only people of noble status could participate in the Tianbao sacred ground. It was not something a nobody like him could participate. Okay. So, can we go now? Haha, of course. The soldier laughed. Then, he ordered his subordinates to let the two of them go. Then, the two of them rode away. Hee. After leaving the outsiders, Zhu Yuanbo returned to his playful self. Ancestral Master, the Supreme Kingdom is very strict. You have to get used to it. In order to identify the famous people in the Tianling domain and not offend anyone, these guys will give the generals a small booklet with the portraits of the outstanding people in the Tianling domain. Zhu Yuanbo explained. Chapter 138. Hearing this, Ning Tian remembered that the leader of the soldiers took out a booklet and identified Zhu Yuanbo through the portrait on it. However, is my portrait on the booklet of the Supreme Kingdom of God? Ning Tian asked. Of course. Zhu Yuanbao nodded and said seriously, Ancestral Master, although you've only become famous in the last few months, dare I ask, is there any prodigy in the heavenly spirit realm who can rival your achievements? That's true. Ning Tian narrowed his eyes. In that case, it seemed that he had to wear the ice silkworm mask. Wait for me. Ning Tian said and stopped the fleeting shadow horse. Hey, good horse, stop. Seeing Ning Tian stop, Zhu Yuanbo could only stop with him. Ancestral Master, what's wrong? He looked at Ning Tian in confusion. You will know later. Ning Tian didn't explain much. He took out an ice silkworm mask from the storage ring and put it on his face. Sigh. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he could only sacrifice his incomparably handsome face. With a cold and soft touch, Ning Tian's facial features began to change. Soon, Ning Tian changed from a handsome man to a big face with stubble all over his face. Well, let's go. His voice also changed from a magnetic voice to a duck's voice, sharp and ear-piercing. Zhu Yuanbo was dumbfounded on the spot. What the hell was this? Damn it. Who are you? Where is my ancestral master? Zhu Yuanbo looked at the ugly man in front of him with a dumbfounded face. Damn. Where did my handsome ancestral master go? I am the ancestral master. Ning Tian looked helpless. Impossible. Zhu Yuanbo said seriously, the patriarch is the kind of despicable person who makes people want to beat him up. Moreover, he has violent tendencies. Hearing this, Ning Tian suddenly wanted to show him his violent tendencies. However, at this moment, this guy suddenly changed the topic. But, Patriarch is also very handsome. Of course, you're only slightly more handsome than me. Hearing this, Ning Tian suddenly didn't want to hit him anymore. This guy was just blindly telling the truth. Ai. Ning Qian sighed and took off his mask. In an instant, his ugly face disappeared and his handsome face reappeared. Now, you should believe me. Ah, I do. Only then did Zhu Yuanbao nod. Ning Qian put on the ice silkworm mask again. Seeing this, Zhu Yuanbo was puzzled. Ancestral Master, I've heard about the ice silkworm mask, but it doesn't seem to be like yours. Then what is it? The ice silkworm mask can change one's appearance. But it can't change one's appearance. Although the appearance changed is not 1/10 as handsome as yours, it can't be so ugly. Ancestral Master, did the Empress do something to your ice silkworm mask? I guess she just doesn't want you to hook up with the girls in Divine Land City. Zhu Yuanbo said honestly. Hearing this, Ning Qian pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. He muttered, although my wife is suspected of being jealous, I still have to spank her when I go back. Spank? Spank the Empress's butt? Zhu Yuanbo was shocked. He didn't even dare to think about that scene. He looked at Ning Qian in awe and gave him a thumbs up. Ancestral Master is awesome. He's a role model for our generation. While Zhu Yuanbo was shocked, the system's voice sounded in his mind. You shocked Zhu Yuanbo and received a Gale Acceleration card. Gale Acceleration card, after use, it can accelerate the mount and its speed will be doubled. Gale Acceleration card? Ning Qian lifted the corner of his mouth and revealed an ugly smile. Zhu Yuanbo, sit tight. We have to speed up. Huh? Speed up? Zhu Yuanbo was stunned. At this moment, Ning Qian used the Gale Acceleration card. Using the Gale Acceleration card. Successful use. There was a flash of green light in the eyes of the Shadow Gale horse. Next, eject. Start. In an instant, it turned into a shadow and disappeared. Soon, Zhu Yuanbo's screams could be heard. Ah, crap. What kind of speed is this? Ancestral Master. I'm car sick. No, I'm horse sick. The next day, the sun rose. Outside Divine Land City, two strange men riding horses appeared. One of them had a face full of stubble and was as beautiful as a flower. The other was pale and seemed to be exhausted. Instantly, it attracted the attention of many people and cultivators outside Divine Land City. Mom, these two strange uncles are so scary. Ah. A child took a look at the two strange men and burst into tears instantly. He burrowed into his mother's arms. Seeing the child crying in fear, the woman wanted to reprimand the two men. However, after taking a look, she thought better of it. Oh my God, how can there be such ugly people in this world? Outside Divine Land City, many people were also discussing. Did you see those two strange men? One of them has a face full of stubble and is as beautiful as a flower. The other is fat and exhausted with a pale face. One look and you can tell that they are not good people. That's right, that's right. I hope that a few officials will come and arrest them later. The two strange men riding horses were Ning Qian and Zhu Yuanbo. The reason why Ning Qian became a strange man with a face full of stubble and was as beautiful as a flower was entirely because of the ice silkworm mask. As for Zhu Yuanbo, Ning Qian did not expect that this guy was really dizzy. Moreover, he was dizzy. Along the way, he was basically vomiting rainbow-colored objects while riding the horse. How could he not collapse? Ancestral Master, where are we? Zhu Yuanbo was still a little confused. Divine Land City. Ning Qian raised his head and looked at the three words Divine Land City written on the huge city gate. Divine Land City was very huge. Moreover, the entire city was vaguely shrouded in a wisp of Emperor's might. In the sky, there was a huge barrier enveloping the city. Therefore, those who wanted to enter Divine Land City could only enter through the gate. We're already in Divine Land City? So fast. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanbo immediately recovered some of his energy. He rubbed his chubby face and took a closer look. Sure enough, they were in Divine Land City. This was. The commotion here finally attracted the attention of the patrolling soldiers. Who are you? A middle-aged man walked over and asked in a deep voice. His name was Lin Chen, and he was the chief patrol officer of Divine Land City. Seeing these two strange men, He could not help but frown. Tomorrow was the day of the heavenly treasure auction. At this time, there could not be any trouble. He's actually at the peak of the Saint Emperor realm. Feeling Lin Chen's vigorous aura, Ning Tian was shocked. Divine Land City was indeed not simple. Sigh. He's here again. Seeing Lin Chen walk over, Zhu Yuanbo sighed and said weakly, Heavenly Treasure Holy Land Saint, Zhu Yuanbo. Chapter 139. The Holy Son of the Heavenly Treasure Sanctum? Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. He looked at Zhu Yuanbo suspiciously and was surprised. Didn't the Heavenly Treasure Sanctum focus on wealth? Why did this big fatty look so poor? However, he only thought about it in his heart. He took out a small booklet and looked at the information on the Heavenly Treasure Sanctum. Yes, you are indeed the Holy Son of the Heavenly Treasure Sanctum. Lin Chen nodded. Holy Son of the Heavenly Treasure Sanctum, please come in. He made a gesture of invitation, and the soldiers blocking the city gate opened up a path for the two of them. Looking at the backs of the two strange people, the crowd outside the gate was dumbfounded. That fatty was the Holy Son of the Heavenly Treasure Sanctum. Oh my, that guy is the Holy Son of the Heavenly Treasure Sanctum. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. What is the requirement to become the Holy Son of the Heavenly Treasure Sanctum? Can you eat a lot? If so, I want to sign up too. Entering the Divine Land City. People came and went in the Divine Land City. The sound of peddlers selling their wares was endless. The prosperity of the Divine Land City was evident. Many strange gazes fell on Ning Tian and Zhu Yuanbo. Ning Tian couldn't help but sigh. In the past, he relied on his handsome face to attract people. Now, with his beautiful face, he could attract people too. Ancestral Master, let's find an inn to rest first, Zhu Yuanbo said slowly. Yes, but isn't the Heavenly Treasure Sanctum the organizer of the Heavenly Treasure Auction? Don't you have an inn for resting? Ning Tian asked curiously. Well, Zhu Yuanbo scratched his head awkwardly. To be honest, Ancestral Master, I snuck here. Ning Tian was speechless. All right, let's find an inn to rest first. A few minutes later, the two stopped in front of an inn. Stormy Wind and Rain Inn, it's actually quite similar to Stormy House, Ning Tian muttered, then jumped off the Stormy Shadow Horse. The two of them tied the Shadow Storm Horse to a nearby hitching post and walked into the inn. In less than half a minute, the two of them entered. A sneaky figure appeared beside the two Gale afterimage horses. Hee hee. This is a good horse. The young girl's laughter was pleasing to the ear, like the sound of wind chimes. A crafty look flashed in her eyes as she looked at the two afterimage storm horses. Her eyes lit up as she said, Hey, the Heavenly Treasure Holy Land? It seems to be 1,000 miles away. Hee hee, a horse sent from 1,000 miles away, so I'll reluctantly accept it on your behalf. Hee hee. Tilda in the inn, Zhu Yuanbo still didn't know that his horse was gone. He and Ning Tian had ordered a table full of delicious dishes and were eating heartily. Although it was possible to abstain from eating. However, in Zhu Yuanbo's words, wouldn't fasting be a waste of good food? This was disrespectful to the delicacies. The two of them ate heartily, but the diners beside them were speechless. One was so ugly that one couldn't look straight at her, while the other was so fat that he was oozing oil. This greatly reduced their appetite. After dinner, the two of them returned to their respective rooms and decided to have a good rest. Back in the room, Ning Tian sat cross-legged on the bed. The spiritual energy in his body was extremely rich. His current strength was probably at the peak of the Earth King realm, half a step into the Holy Emperor realm. However, he didn't choose to break through. Instead, he continued to consolidate his realm. The spiritual energy in his body was already in a very rich state. He was waiting for the right time. When he broke through to the intermediate level of the lesser mastery of the heavenly god body, he would break through to the Holy Emperor realm in one fell swoop. That way, the spiritual energy in his body would be more effective. Phew, Ning Tian let out a long sigh of relief. I hope this heavenly treasure auction won't disappoint me. In the room, the spiritual energy was rich. He continued to cultivate. A few hours later, Zhu Yuanbo slept for an entire afternoon and was finally refreshed. He got up from his room and knocked on Ning Tian's door. Before he could speak, the door was opened by Ning Tian. Feeling the rich spiritual energy in the room, Zhu Yuanbo was slightly surprised. Ancestral Master, you've been cultivating? You shocked Zhu Yuanbo. Rewarded spiritual energy cultivation plus 50, yes. Ning Tian nodded lightly. He had the Tiantian record, which was very useful for recovering fatigue. Hiss, Zhu Yuanbo sucked in a breath of cold air. He seemed to understand the gap between him and the Ancestral Master. Ancestral Master, my admiration for you is like a torrential river. Stop. Ning Tian interrupted him, stop flattering me. Take me around Divine Land City. The Heavenly Treasure Auction would start tomorrow. Today, he could take advantage of this opportunity to understand the situation in Divine Land City. Okay. Zhu Yuanbo smiled, Ancestral Master, there are many good places in Divine Land City. I'll take you there now. It'll definitely broaden your horizons. Oh, really? Then I'm a little interested. Immediately, the two went down the stairs and walked out of the inn. Ancestral Master, let's go. Let's ride the Windchaser horse. I'll take you to a good place. Zhu Yuanbo said and walked towards the hitching post. However, the hitching post was empty. Ancestral Master, I remember that my horses were tied here, right? Zhu Yuanbo wiped his eyes and looked at Ning Tian. Yes, that's right. Ning Tian nodded. He also remembered that the two Windchaser horses were tied here. However, they were gone now. Ning Tian looked at Zhu Yuanbo seriously. From what I see, if I'm not wrong, your horse should be gone. Zhu Yuanbo was dumbfounded. F***CK? My horses are gone. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.